now.
Nothing upsets a pickle lover more than a dull, soggy pickle. Pickle lovers always insist on the proud pickle. Heinz. No compromise, no shortcuts, no soggy pickle. Heinz stops at nothing to give you a pickle that tastes the way no other pickle does. Crisp, full-bodied, savory. That's what makes Heinz the proud pickle. If you were the best tasting pickle, wouldn't you be proud?
If you want to know what's going on Wall Street, ask Shearson Hamill.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Oh.
Excuse me, Mrs. Schwartz. Could you tell us how you feel about oil heat?
Oil heat? Oh, well, I think oil heat is wonderful. See, I'm showering in the school. What's for hot water? All I want, all I can use. And I know for a fact that only oil heat can give me so much, so fast, and it's so dependable. And I got my dishwasher going, my washer going. Still plenty of hot water. Whoops, I dropped myself. You know, everybody, all my friends wouldn't think of buying a house unless it was heated by oil. Oh, everybody thinks it's so dependable. Dependable hot water and dependable comfortable heating in every room in my house.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes?
You know you're on television?
Yes, I know.
Oil heat. You can depend on it.
You country cornflakes, you country cornflakes. Oh, they won't wilt when you pour on milk. Oh, they won't bunch when they ought to crunch. They're double toasted, double crisp and good. General Mills makes them just the way they should. You country cornflakes, you country cornflakes. From fields of corn, so majestically waving.
No matter what shape your stomach's in. No matter what shape your stomach's in, when it gets out of shape, take Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer relieves the flutters, calms the nervous feeling, relieves heartburn, relieves the stuffy feeling and relieves a headache. Better than any other antacid. Better than anything you can get without a prescription. Anything. Alka-Seltzer. It's the best on any stomach.
When hay fever pollen invades your sinuses, brings runny nose, watery eyes, take Dristan. Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. That is, Dristan helps you breathe free and easy, as if you were far away from pollen or allergy irritation. Yes, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Helps dry, runny nose, itchy, watery eyes. You see, Dristan tablets shrink swollen, congested nasal and sinus passages which cause runny nose and watery eyes. So you breathe free and easy fast. So when pollen invades your sinuses causing hay fever miseries, don't wish you could be in sunny, dry Arizona. Just remember, Dristan's like sending your sinuses to Arizona. Get Dristan decongestant tablets.
Many people think it's quite worthwhile to go just a little bit out of their way to get certified lead-free Amoco gasoline. You expect more from American, and you get it. The American Oil Company.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just an angry black man. I'm not a fucking chump. Are y'all ready to go? We have got to light this community on fire today. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk, I make them feel like their God ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. Oh, look at the tights today. Oh, the skull and crossbones tights. The red vest. That might flip though. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. All right. Welcome Welcome, everybody, to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I'm so excited that you all decided to join me. It's great to see everybody here. I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit. Yeah, we got to get to communion, exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and help us catch a vibe. I'm going to put on an OG Roddy song. Let's link up with the gang, y'all. And then I'll give out pocket change while Link Up with the Gang plays. Then we'll do communion, and we will go ahead and get started. Appreciate all y'all. Here we go. All right, let me give out some pocket change. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up.
Please do not smoke in the terminal building.
This makes sense. Why am I hearing that twice again?
That OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change.
What you thought we was the same?
Still stay away from them clones. Niggas that leave me alone. Talking about niggas as though you run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money, then get a hit Henny. We get it and never complain.
Nidamos was first. I'm gonna add a million pocket change for Nidamos. Nidamos, what do you mean? Do you mean the playlist I'm playing of the my cousin's rap music, or do you mean actual worship music? I have playlists of tons of worship music, but if you're talking about this music, let me know. I'm just not sure if you're talking about this music or actual worship music, Nitty, but let me know either way. But yes, let me drop the link on y'all too. This playlist is on Spotify. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang.
Money.
Taking that sack to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change?
What?
You're not even hot in your gang.
Nah.
Ain't nothing even hot about your gang.
Nope.
You niggas be lying. You niggas is goofy bitches are guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but
Alright, I dropped the OG Roddy Spotify playlist. It's also in our Discord under music.
Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style.
Cousins, I got you. I
get a
just
check
posted it.
today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably
Yeah, go ahead, y'all. Nitty, you can play that music as much as you want.
spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake.
Also, this video has 5 likes already. Go ahead, like up the video, y'all. Thank you. Please like, subscribe, and share. Thank you so much.
Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Melody Joy
OG, I
was
draw up the plate,
second.
and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Logan, what type of lab do you work in? That's funny, man. I've had that happen, man. Like, just a little bit of a mishap in the lab, so to speak. And then you are sort of in your position. You're in your, you got to start things over. You got to get in there over the weekend. Cameron Bennett was third. I'm gonna go ahead and add 250,000 for Cameron. Appreciate all y'all. Logan, let me know what's up, man. I love to hear that some of y'all are doing science, and believe it or not, it helps me with my my work myself, because it helps me share with my colleagues and mentors that I'm actually networking and making community with other STEM people. So I always love to hear about what y'all are doing. All right, let's go ahead and get ready for our communion here. Ooh, let me get a sip of this energy drink. So I could be amped up. All right, everybody. Y'all know the drill. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, that whiskey's good. Oh, that's that straight Metallica Black Jack Daniels. Oh, yeah. Oh, your favorite YouTuber doesn't have church bells? Oh, well, maybe they shouldn't be your favorite YouTuber. Maybe they shouldn't, you know. All right, y'all, but look, let's jump into this. Let's jump into this shit, gang. We got to get into our worship, our communion song so that we can go ahead and get into our program. Y'all know we're going to keep it OG today in the name of OG Roddy. We're going to do our classic communion song. That, of course, being the marijuana interlude, the MJ interlude featuring Young Daddy. Let's go. This one is at itsairplanemode.com. And goddamn it, I gotta send Cameron Bennett that file. I'm gonna do that shit today.
Start my morning every day with her. And
I think it's in my phone.
In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me.
Yeah, y'all put it in the chat.
At least
Mode.
when we touch, no one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty.
My robe and this chair do not get along.
Never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turn me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon
I got some wax too, y'all. I gotta hit my wax. I don't be smoking my concentrate enough.
She go running every day with me.
Take the kids out to play with me.
They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean.
They worry what's in your cup.
In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya.
Niggas sipping lean. They worry what's in your cup.
Niggas sipping lean, but me, I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya.
Oh, them 2 shots
Take
don't hit
some
me.
time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with
This song
you.
is so good.
In the afternoon I play with you. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Also, y'all, we are sitting at 370 subscribers. We are well on our way to 400 and well on our way to 1,000. Y'all already know the long-term plan. What are we here to do today? The same thing we do every day. We are taking over the internet. But yeah, please like, leave comments, And most importantly, share with other people that you may think will enjoy the content, or not. Maybe they'll pass it on to somebody else. All right, y'all. Now look, some of y'all know that I'm done supporting Doug from Pinecreek. Doug from Pinecreek. To be honest with you, this is tough for me because Doug was definitely at one point one of my favorite YouTubers. It'd be easy to say he was in my top 5. It would be honest even to say at one point he was probably like my number 1 or 2. You know, I've always really, you know, Derek's up there, and y'all know who's up there. We all got the same content creators a lot of times. But I really like Doug. And to be honest with you, it was like, I think probably his stream and, you know, meeting a bunch of you, sort of becoming YouTube friends through Doug streams and some other streams, was really important to me. And really, if I'm going to be honest, I think probably really helped me in that last phase of finishing grad school, right? For me, I had the sort of weird position of, you know, trying to finish out grad school home alone during COVID. Still pretty much live home alone during COVID, trying to somehow keep my career moving forward. And so I think in them last months, maybe even to a year, it'd be hard to have to go back and check. But, you know, really participating in Doug's streams and making that friend connection with a lot of you who, fortunately, you know, have found your way to my channel, so I don't necessarily need to be in somebody else's channel to link up with the gang. But, yeah, it was an important part of my life and my journey out of religion and into atheism, and reaffirming my identity as an atheist. I also just quite frankly enjoyed Doug's style. I really loved his Why I No Longer Go to Church sermons like these. I mean, I really enjoyed that. Matter of fact, when I first started my own thing in Counter-Apologetics, because I was a Twitch streamer for a long time, a lot of y'all know that I was really just a gaming streamer. And I streamed multimedia production and science and music. You know, the things that I'm interested in, but I wasn't doing any Counter-Apologetics. And when I first started doing late night Counter-Apologetics, which was the show that got me kind of started, along with Hot Program with my one black friend, the vibe for late night Counter-Apologetics was supposed to just be like a late night blacker version of Why I No Longer Go to Church sermons like these. Like the idea being, I pull up a sermon, I pick a preacher, everybody gets the popcorn ready, I start the show, and then we go through the sermon and have a good time with it. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring that back because, you know, the content on the channel has just kind of evolved since then, and that's fine. But I actually really miss that format in that show. So I might take late night Counter-Apologetics back in that direction. But anyway, back on topic. It is a real disappointment for me. Now, people could laugh about that. And you can make jokes, or you could think that's stupid or silly, but I don't understand why you would. It's a perfectly normal thing to experience in life, to
make friends, find a community that you fit into that makes you feel good and uplifted and having a lot of fun, and then fall out of favor with, you know, a big part of that community, or maybe some people's mind even, you know, one of the leaders in that community, if that's how they see it. I don't really see Doug as part of a community because it's not what he's into. He's made that pretty clear. And so I wouldn't put him as the leader in the community. But I know a lot of people probably feel that way about him. Even if he doesn't take that role on, he probably just plays that role in a lot of people's understanding of what's up. So, yeah, it sucks. And it's hard to deal with. But at the same time, it just is what it is. The man is straight up playing out of the alt-right playbook. And with all of the requisite prejudices, biases, classism, racism, LGBT phobia, that comes with that whole suite of ideas. And I'm sorry, but like, I'm against all of that. I'm against all of that. I'm against all of that. All of it. And I ain't afraid to be angry about it either. Cross the line with me, you just crossed the fucking line. You know, I was really thinking of the analogy that because we was watching a lot of this shit in Gather. Hit us up on Discord. Join the Discord. That is how we get to actually know you, because we could talk to you off air. You know, I'm not the only person in this community. You want to link up with everybody in the community. Oh, I feel like my camera might be a little bit off. Hang on a sec. Let me check this camera real quick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Let me see how this looks. All right, looks fair. All right. So, but yeah, join the Discord. We'll get to know you. Pop up on over to. We'll get to know you. You get to know the whole gang, and then you know, then we could have you join us here in our Gather community. Also, I just noticed, as y'all see, that we got. Do y'all see these notices? Y'all don't see these notices? Tell me y'all see these damn notices. Y'all don't see the notices from Restream.io. Oh, y'all, I didn't even realize this. Okay, I'm gonna look into that, see if I can fix it. But basically, I just got a notice. Y'all don't see it. I got a notice from Restream. I get these all the time. I just thought you guys saw them too. But that notice I just put up, right? It sent that to me, and basically it just tells me that we have 100 messages in the chat for the day. Now, of course, you know what that is today, because you know, I wasn't streaming overnight. So yeah, but thanks, I appreciate that. And what I do is when that happens, I give everybody $1 million pocket change, because, you know, that's really y'all helping this show out, right? I know we're always saying like, subscribe, share, donate, all of that, but the chat activity is a huge deal. It really sends a strong message to YouTube that we're engaging our viewers. So yeah, when we get to 100 for the day, I drop $1 million pocket change on everybody to say thank you. I really appreciate that. So I just did that. And sometimes we actually get to 1,000 throughout the day. And if we do that, I'll hit everybody off with 10 million pocket change. So keep the chat activity up. Glad we got the avatars going from the jump. That should help. All right. So now, what are we getting at? Let's get back on topic. You know, with me, I think in the times that we're in, I've been really realizing that time consciousness is weighing very heavily on me lately. I don't know. Time consciousness is just a thing I just made up 10 seconds ago. But a lot of y'all know lately I've been complaining a lot, essentially, about the fact that certain bad behaviors are taking place at the worst time possible for them, right? If you are spitting out some kind of message that is undermining, let's call it racial progress or progress towards equity or whatever it might be, and you say things that are against that agenda, okay, cool. But we have the right, and I believe the obligation, to treat it as especially egregious right now. Because like other times in the past, right now represents a genuine, and I mean this seriously, folks, and I want y'all to take these words very seriously. The moment we are living through right now represents, in my opinion, a genuine, unprecedented, therefore historic effort to redress some of the social ills plaguing our world. So we are trying to, like never before, address violence against women comes to mind, or, you know, like domestic and sexual harassment, right? Gender discrimination, that type of thing. We are like never before trying to consider new alternatives to address the crisis of unhoused people. We are like never before trying to do something about the crippling economic effects of student loan debt. We are like never before trying to make people conscientious that Black Lives Matter in the quote-unquote post-George Floyd movement. We are like never before trying to make sure our LGBT fam is just treated like everybody else in the fam, point blank, period, end of story. So to be sitting on some weaponized bullshit about these issues right now, today in 2022, is totally unacceptable to me. And I'm not going to be nice about it no more. I'm not going to be friendly about it no more. I'm angry Black guy. You should expect me to be fucking angry about this shit, and I'm fucking angry about it. It's why I got to cut niggas like Pinecreek off, because they're occupying too much of my emotional, psychological energy, and it's distracting to me. The only reason I sticking my foot all the way up his ass on day number 2 today is because some interesting things came about as a reflection on the things that happened yesterday, and I want to address those things and then make it very clear we're moving on, because I can't be bothered with these people. I got science to do. I got students to teach. I'm trying to get this community on. You know, I want to get back. We gotta get through Rob's book between now and the semester break and the holidays, and you know, I want to get y'all into y'all Avita Ed. Like, a lot of things get sidetracked when I get caught up in these distractions. So, you know, we need to dust this off, and then, you know, next week really get back to the grind. But these things are important, especially because, to be honest, the motivation for me is that so many people that I do feel are friends and part of my community are still Pinecreek fans somehow, and still Pinecreek supporters. So I'm trying to go through this with y'all, like, because we were Pinecreek fans together. A lot of us met each other through Pinecreek's channel. So now I'm trying to say, as a community, I know Pinecreek don't see us as a community. He's not part of that community, in my opinion, and in his opinion, we agree about that. But a lot of us do see each other as belonging to a community. I certainly do. Cameron, Carrie Ann, Jerome, Logan, the people in the chat, So it's like, what do we do about this going forward? For me, it's pretty simple, like unsubscribe, tell YouTube I don't really need these recommendations, and just move on to greener pasture. But the way I deal with things, especially now that I'm a YouTuber, is I like to make a show or two, sort of air it out, as we would say, wax about it. That way, when I switch up on people or I start to say certain things going forward, like I ain't really fucking with Pinecreek, or yeah, I'm not a big fan, people are not going to hit me with the, oh, what's going on? And then I got to tell the story a million times. I could just say, hey, look, we dealt with this. We made some streams about it if you want to check it out. So let's now shift a little bit. Logan said, for me, it started, let me catch up on the chat real quick. Yeah. Cameron said I tried to support him for as long as I could. Cameron, I'm going to be honest with you, man. A lot of times in this positions, I have people like Cameron in mind, but more times than not, I have Cameron in mind. Cameron was one of them people that I'm thinking of when I say, like, damn, we out here together as part of the, we were Pinecreeksters. That's part of how we met, and we've been holding it down. And I know Cameron's pretty much loyal like that. Like, once Cameron's fucking with you, he's not going to just, dip for no reason or just stop fucking with you one day, like out of the blue, but at the same time, it's like we feel the same way about a lot of these triggering issues. And then I know for me, it's like a lot of the people I'm friends with, like, they're just not confrontational like that, or they don't want to be calling people out. And as you can see, sometimes when you call people out like this, you get backlash. So people reasonably don't want to deal with that, one thing Carrie Ann reminded me of last night in Gather was like, I'm built to handle stuff like this. I can handle it. I could take it. I don't always enjoy it or want to be that person, but I can definitely do it, right? So, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying is, and I think that's what's kind of sad about not just the whole situation, but about like Doug's response to the situation, which we'll talk about. That's really what we're here to talk about. But part of his response to what's going on is he made it about me. And I wasn't trying to make it about me. If you look at what I said to him when I called him, I wasn't trying to make it about me. All I was saying from my perspective is like, homie, I'm disappointed in you. But for me, it is about like the fact that if I'm feeling this way, it's other people feeling this way. If I'm feeling like you're attacking this or that demographic, or you're stepping out of bounds in this or that area, to take it and make it like, oh, well, Jay's tripping and being too sensitive, caught up in his feels. It's like, you're missing the fucking point, bro. I'm trying to make you aware that you're stepping out of line, and therefore, it's a whole lot of people that are upset about this. It's a whole lot of people you fucking over. It's a whole lot of people you throwing under the bus. If you saying some shit that's upsetting to your black fans, that's upsetting to your black fans. So if one of them calls you and talks to you about it, to take it like, oh, he's just feeling some kind of way, instead of realizing, holy shit, I might be stepping out of line with the people of color in my audience, but again, y'all, this is all just evidence that, to me, I'm kind of realizing Doug is not really with it. Like, he either doesn't see these things, doesn't get these things, or truly just doesn't care. And I'm thinking it's the third. I'm thinking he does get it. He just don't give a shit. And he enjoys that ability to not give a shit. Y'all got to remember, privilege is fucking great. Privilege is fucking cool, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. Let's be real, y'all. The ideal for almost everybody in our society is to find themselves in a place where they could say what they want and they could do what they want. And they could build an audience around saying and doing what they want. And if anybody doesn't like what they want to say and do, they could go fuck off. So to me, I understand that. I grew up around I'm privileged in many ways. And that's part of the benefit of privilege. You just, and I mean in any context which you have privilege. I'm not just shitting on him. I'm saying that's just privilege in general. I'll give you an example. One of the privileges of being a good musician is you can always find a fucking gig. Always find a fucking gig. You playing for a church or you playing with a little band, they ain't treating you right. They ain't moving in the right direction. They ain't letting you get no shine. Nigga, you step off and join something else. That's one of the privileges of your skill. Your skill affords you that privilege. One of the privileges of being an up-and-coming academic with a tremendous pedigree like myself, man, shit don't work out at my current university. All I gotta do is make a couple of calls, send a couple of emails. Guess what? Some university's gonna be like, boy, we so desperate for black faculty. Hey, Jay Bundy, I heard that university wasn't treating you well. Guess what? We gonna treat you so much better, right? It's a privilege that comes with it. It's sweet. Privilege is great. It's just not equally distributed. So I think with Doug, he enjoys this. Like this is what he wants to do. He wants to trigger the libs. He's comfortable enough in his life that who gives a shit? If he wants to trigger the libs, that's fine. I mean, if people don't like it and it's unpopular, he doesn't have to care about that. If people don't even want to come to play poker with him as a result of it, he doesn't really have to care about that. Maybe he will. But yeah, that's where he's at. So let me show some of y'all some stuff because I see James is out here too. What's up, James? James, you can come through for sure if you want to chat about this. Yeah, and I love this comment. The more influence and reach somebody has, the more actual harm they cause in people's lives. His actions have real consequences in other people's lives, and if he's going to dismiss all such. Yeah, it's just concerns by saying, well, suffering and compassion are just feelings, and feelings are for libtards. What he's admitting to is being a sociopath who also doesn't care about the health of society. Yeah, exactly. Jay, you know he wants to taunt people. I don't know why people are getting annoyed. Just don't get baited. That's not the issue, though, Jerome. The issue is, why are people still watching? Like, so my thing is, for me, it's about calling it out. So he could, and I agree with you, Jerome, completely. I do know he wants to taunt people. So to be honest with you, what I'm posing today isn't even about Doug or for Doug. It's about us. We know he wants to taunt us. Like you said, Jerome. So why are we still watching? Why are we still fans? Why are we still sending them super chats? Why are we still including him in our community? Like, why? Why? There's no reason to. And I'm starting to feel about Doug like I felt about Rebecca. Like, I'm done with this motherfucker. James Apperson has been done with this motherfucker. Never really started. And now we're just trying to figure out, what is it going to take for the light bulbs to go off in the rest of the community? Like, I think Cameron's light bulbs have gone off. I think Lena knows what's up. He's also had he's blocked YouTube Punk. You know, YouTube Punk been calling him out, so I know YouTube Punk is on board. So to be honest, we're reaching like critical mass for me. Where like most of my homies now understand what's up. So this is damn near dead to me. But trust me, I got a reflection on what happened yesterday that is the reason I decided to speak on this again today. But first, I want to establish something. I want to establish that the reason I'm pissed with Pinecreek and the reason I called him a racist is because I think he's a fucking racist. And I'm sick of his fucking playing out of the right-wing playbook and dog whistling to extremists. And to sum up the point of today's stream, and then I'm going to start playing these clips, the thing I'm really struggled with last night, we were watching a lot of this. A lot of this I don't really watch, right? So I called into Pinecreek. I said I'm disappointed, and then I went on about my business. But last night we was kind of kicking it and gather, and we're watching through a lot of this stuff, which, oh my God, we had so much fun in gather last night. Like, I don't know, just everybody was there. Everybody was on the mics talking. We was all hot passing different clips and shit. I don't know. We just had a fucking tremendous time in gather last night. It was one of our we always have a fun night in gather, but, you know, last night felt like, you know, we're stepping up the vibe a little bit. So it really dawned on me that I had a problem with some of the ways our community responded, but that didn't really happen until kind of like I slept on it, and then I was thinking about it when I woke up. All right, so for those of you that don't know, I'm trying to be a little bit better of a broadcaster here. I want to show y'all where some of this goes. Some of y'all know Doug started this all by basically posting some Troll the Libs social media post on, I think, Monday. You know, Cameron mentioned that or whatever it was. And it really bothered me because it was basically a social media post where he's talking about how most of the highest, the cities with the highest murder rate are Democratic-run cities. God, Nate is a beast. Nate is a beast. All right. I don't see it on his social media, but if somebody plays it all, if somebody finds it, I'll play it. All right, but now listen to this call, y'all, because he already set me off. And here's what I'm going to say, y'all. These alt-right wingers, it's all racism, y'all. I'm sorry. The secret ingredient, the thing that really seals in the flavor, as Uncle Bobby would say, is that all of their ideas are marinated in racism. They're like deep fucking put the shit in the freezer bag and fucking shake it up and then let it fucking marinate in the refrigerator, not overnight, but for like 3 or 4 fucking days, and then pull it out and then sprinkle some extra fucking racism on it before you cook it, and then you fucking fry it, and after it fries, you fucking put some more racism on it, and then you stick it in the oven, and when it comes out the oven, you sprinkle some more racism, then you serve it up on the table, and you don't pour some hot sauce on that shit. You know what you do. You get that bottle of Frank's fucking ultra hot racism, you pour some more racism on that shit. I mean, guys, this is how they operate, right? But most of them, they don't come out of it, right? They don't come out with it. They don't take the mask off. They don't really push it to the point where they actually play the race card or they actually show your hand. And so you have to sort of connect the dots, so to speak. But we're going to see here that Doug eventually gets a little bit tired of suggesting. He gets a little bit tired of the innuendo. And so at some point he decides to just go for it.
Oh, go. I got to take off.
Gotta go? I love it. You come on and say, I agree with you, and then you leave.
I agree with you.
All right, so he's talking to this dude. Here we go. Listen to this conversation.
Left is very oversensitive. They're not hard-hearted like us.
You're hard-hearted like me?
Yes, to a degree.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, probably much more to a degree. But the right wing is very insensitive. And I think your comment that murderers are composed of Democrats. Look at the tree. I worked in a prison, right? Interned in a prison. They're all freaking right of Trump. They're in most red states have more murders than the blue states. So I don't mind your position.
So you think that, okay, but your main, the reason why you say.
All right, everybody, let me help you keep track of the conversation. It's pretty simple. Doug is trying to make the point, which is a stupid point, that most of the top cities with the highest per capita murder rate are Democrat-run cities. Okay? Now, people keep trying to tell him, number one, that ain't really saying anything. Number two, that doesn't reflect who's doing the murderers. Number three, it doesn't reflect the actual political leanings, ideology, or affiliation of the people who are doing the murders. It's just a fucking stupid point that has nothing to do with anything, but is basically like, oh, the midterms are coming up, and this is the day after the midterms. And then it's like, hey, look, I really just need to find a way to call the other side murderers, okay? and it's just the sort of lowest, most pathetic and desperate political speech. Doug could have came out with any fucking midterm booster post that he wanted to. Anything at all, any issue, any topic. But this is where he wanted to go. Hey, did you know most of the murders are committed in Democrat-run cities? Cool, Doug. Cool.
Say I'm wrong is because you went to a jail and your personal experience was that?
Well, I've worked with murderers, and it's statistically, if you look, most all prisoners are Christian, and most all prisoners are very right-wing. They're hard asses. They're insensitive bastards. Over on the other side, you get the oversensitive, fearful people.
Okay, you might be right, but...
Mm-hmm.
Jerome, you and I are not on the same page about this. You're talking to me like Doug's cutting a promo, and why did we fall for it? We didn't fall for it. We know what he's doing. We do know that there's no connection. And he got repeatedly called out on the fact that there's no connection. What I'm calling him out on is doing this makes you a shitty person. And I'm simply calling out and exposing this because I want people to stop. I want people to see who he really is so that I can see who people really are. This is less to do with me and Doug and more to do with me and my quote unquote community. I'm trying to lay this nigga out bare so that I can now see who's really with us and who the fuck are just atheists and whatever who are just going to continue to make excuses for this motherfucker. That's what this is about. This isn't about us falling for any fucking bait. Don't sit here and think that Doug has somehow out-clevered anybody. This isn't a demonstration of Doug's fucking masterful interpersonal manipulation skills. No. This is just some very useful tape on how ignorant and pathetic he is, which we're going to go through together so that I can now know for a fact that I've I've now had what I needed to roll the tape on this motherfucker. That way, when people continue to make excuses for him and support his ass, I can just know exactly who they are. That's all.
Did you know that 50% of all the murders in the United States are done by what?
I got to be honest with you guys. I was a big Doug fan, but now that I'm not, I actually find him very unimpressive. Very unimpressive. Very unimpressive.
Graphic.
What demographic?
Yeah.
In like 18 to 25-year-olds, or what type of demographic?
Skin color.
Are you talking? Oh, minority.
Yeah. And we know also that minorities of that skin color vote 90% Democrat.
Yes, minorities
Okay.
vote Democrat.
So half
Here we go.
of
Minorities.
all
Here we go. Let's go
committed-
again. Wait, let's start.
Yes.
Here we go with the
vote
connection.
90%. Yeah. And we know also that minorities of that skin
Pay
color
attention,
vote
y'all.
90% Democrat.
Yes, minorities
Okay.
vote Democrat.
So half.
So this is where he's going with this, y'all. That's what this has all been about, okay? Anybody that thinks this was about, Doug wanted to do some demographic data analysis to enlighten himself on how we can stop murder. Okay, no. No. Doug is looking for a way to just go full frontal fucking, Fox News on us. And his in is, wait a second, I've got it. Most of the cities with the highest per capita murder rates are Democrat-run cities. And if we can just lay out the facts of who is committing those murders,
Half of all murders are committed by African Americans, and
no,
90% of African Americans.
That's where your inference is wrong.
Boom, straight
I'm
to
not-
the African
I'm not making any
Americans.
The
inferences.
murderers of the Democrats who live in Democratic areas, the murderers themselves are not the oversensitive type of people. Like most.
Oh, you're saying they're Republicans
Right.
from Democratic cities.
Because Doug's thing is the lefties are super sensitive softies. Wait, hang on. The lefties are murderers. Well, how does that work? Well, the murder rate's the highest in the Democrat-run cities. So what? It's the overly emotional softies now that are running around murdering people? I mean, this is just dumb. This is dumb. This is dumb. This is political ideology making a person stupid. It's making you think stupid things, say stupid things, come up with stupid ideas. This is fucking stupid. This is stupid. And people should be telling him how stupid this is.
Well, areas, yeah. You look into the prisons.
So if you commit murder, you're a Republican, and if you don't, you're a Democrat.
No, you're a hard ass.
I know,
And
but
most
Doug, listen to yourself. You're saying hard asses tend to murder. Hard ass is more correlated with Republican than Democrat. I'm still manning you.
Here we go.
Okay.
And so therefore, murderers are more likely to be Republican.
Now watch this.
Yeah, if I still
Yes.
man you? Okay.
Yes. That's better than, hey, half the people are Democrat,
No.
half the people are Republican. That's your inference.
So if we were to take
Here we go.
every single murder in the year 2021, and then just find where these people are from, because that's the claim I made, that they're where they're from.
Red states.
Okay, good. Where in the red state?
In
In the big cities, right?
Cities. Yes.
Yeah. And are these big cities primarily voting blue or red?
Hang on a sec, guys. I
They're
thought it was
voting-
up here.
voting blue.
Right. And so that's my claim.
Well, the point is,
Might be right, but did you know that 50% of all the murders in the United States are done by what demographic?
Yeah, this is the part. Sorry, guys. I started us a little bit ahead of this. So here we go. I'm now rolling back the tape to right before that. And here's where, because here's where I'm going with this. People called in to Doug's channel later, particularly Nathan, Sean, and a couple others, And they basically treated it like they weren't really sure what was going on. They're not really sure why I was so upset. And at the end of the day, it was sort of like them maybe acting like they weren't getting why I was calling out Doug for his racism. And so I want to make sure I show you guys, because Doug did a lot of this song and dance, right? He did this song and dance, you know, since all week, right? So it started on Monday with this video or whatever. And then all week he's been trying to walk people through this. Come on, man, let's talk about where all the murders are done and what those cities, which cities they are and what they lean like. And the whole time, this whole song and dance, and this is my point, is leading up to this racist ass point. The whole time. That's what all of this has been about. And most of the time, the people we get are sophisticated enough that they don't push it as far as Doug does. But Doug, again, gets this sick, perverse pleasure out of trying to get everybody into his gotchas to go along with his racist right-wing talking points. And I apologize for sort of, starting us a little bit ahead of this, but I want to go back now because the reason I really played this particular interview is because this is where Doug reveals that he's not that sophisticated and not that sharp, and he gets too caught up in his emotions, and he just needs to push somebody over the top so that he can connect these dots for them. And so we normally don't get people who actually reveal their hand and make this much of an ass out of themselves. So we've sort of got to use this as a very useful example of exactly who the fuck Doug is.
And most all prisoners are very right-wing.
All right, here we go.
Statistically, I've worked with murderers.
Also, you know what? This is a good thing to talk about, too, because this gives you a little bit of this other gentleman's background. And this, again, shows how ignorant Doug is, and it pisses me off. He always mistakes the authority of his YouTube channel for his actual credentials and authority in the world. The person he's talking to actually has experience working in the prison system. The person he's talking to, like a bunch of other people he talked to that day, including myself, know more than him about this shit. We have more experience than he does. And rather than learning from us, he's trying to force us into his narrative. Which, to assume that we should adopt his narrative is evidence of his fucking privilege and ignorance to begin with.
Experience was that?
Well, I've worked with murderers, and it's statistically, if you look, most all prisoners are Christian, and most all prisoners are very right-wing. They're hard asses.
Sorry, Doug, the facts don't suit your narrative.
Over on the other side,
Doug wants to focus on what cities are the murders committed in. Not the most relevant thing. Now you're talking to somebody who's worked in the situation. What is he telling you? You're not thinking about the people who actually commit murders.
You get the oversensitive, fearful people.
Okay, you might be right, but did you know that 50% of all the murders in the United States are done by what demographic?
Boom. And there's Doug's counter. Immediately, straight to it.
Demographic?
Yeah.
What demographic?
In like 18 to 25-year-olds.
And look at the smile. Look at the
skin color.
Skin color.
Oh.
That was it, y'all.
Yeah.
That was it. That was it right there. That was it. That was Doug finally riding the horse, taking out the whip, and making sure we ride this thing on through the finish line. This is all about throwing black people under the bus. The day before the midterms. This is just weaponized political speech. There was no other purpose of this ever. How can you not see this?
In like 18 to 25-year-olds, or what type of demographic?
Skin color.
Skin color. Tell me who. Give me a skin
minority.
color.
Yeah. And we know also that
Here's again for the third time.
25-year-olds, or what type of demographic?
Skin color.
Skin color.
Oh,
what skin color are they?
And we know also that minorities of that skin color vote 90% Democrat.
And boom, and there's the circle. That's how we link it back.
Okay.
That's
So
how how we link it back. Everybody got this. Everybody got the logic here. You need me to draw it out any further for you? Because some of y'all were acting like y'all didn't understand the racial overtones. Some of y'all are sitting there acting like you don't understand what I'm upset about. Is that not clear enough for you? Day before the midterms, we dealing with insurrectionists trying to make racial progress, trying to protect our reproductive rights, trying to get some student loan debt relief. We got a motherfucking pandemic we're still living through. Inflation's off the charts. You know, there's a motherfucking war in Ukraine and shit. So who knows if we can fully avoid engaging in that. I mean, list goes on and on, y'all. They're harassing people at the ballot boxes, voter intimidation. It's a lot of shit you could talk about. Doug's crunch time, game time. Our time is now to save democracy. What does Doug want to talk about? The highest per capita murder rates are in Democratic-run cities. And why does he want to tell us about that, y'all? So he can remind us that it is the people of color in those cities who right on back there, are enabling that Democratic Party in those Democratic-run cities. As if to say there's some collusion between Democrats and murderers who happen to be Democrats. I mean, this just whole chain of reasoning is poisoning the well 101. It is infuriating to anybody who understands any goddamn thing about structural racism, inequalities, you know, the disparities that just come along with urban living. And I mean, I could sit here for hours and talk about the ways in which this is offensive. And the point is actually that I'm not going to. Because I shouldn't have to explain this to you. If you are older than 25 and you don't understand what's wrong with what he's doing right now, you can go fuck yourself too. Straight up. Straight up. If you don't see what's wrong with saying, oh, the midterms tomorrow, let me find a way to whip out the alt-right playbook, throw a little casual micro-racism in here, just to seal in the flavor going into these pivotal midterms with democracy at stake, you can go fuck yourself. Straight up.
Of all murders are committed by African Americans, and 90% of African Americans.
That's where your inference is wrong.
I'm not making any inferences.
The murderers of the Democrats who live in Democratic
All right, well, Jerome, you better figure it out. This is your last pass here. The
murderers themselves are not the oversensitive.
All right, so that's the deal. That's what pissed me off. Now, what's the title of today's stream about? It's really about this sort of effort in here. Now, Nate comes on Nathan, Digital Gnosis, and he's trying to let Doug kind of know, hey, Doug, man, now I kind of understand where Jay's coming from, and, you know, I don't know if what you're doing is the right way. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Now, to me, Nate soft-pedaled it a little bit, but whatever. Him and Doug are friends. But I do think there's a valid point to be made, even in Nate's case, where he knows me. He knows I'm a streamer. He never comes through our channel. He never talks to me. You know, I've come on his channel a bunch of times. I'm a mod on his channel, which I think he did to, like, let me drop links and stuff like that. So I'm not going to sit here and act like he's not very friendly with me, and he certainly doesn't owe me anything. But this is a situation where it would have been nice for him to call into my show and ask me, talk to me about why I'm upset with Doug. Rather than, hey, let me sit down, Doug, and let's all make sure Doug's okay, or see if we can, you know, walk Doug through this. It's a very different response than, say, somebody like James, who was obviously here, and Nidamos, who came through. And Nidamos is friends with Doug, too. Nidamos is friends with both of us. Right? But I think he recognized in this situation that I was upset for a reason. Doug has this pattern of going too far with these type of things. And so I think it's a meaningful distinction that Nidamos decided to, like, come here and see what's up from my perspective or my side, rather than, like, almost making it like you're running to Doug's aid. Because number one, you want to soften the blow of what he's doing. Like, you kind of want to take his bad behavior and, you know, well, let's talk about it as though, you know, well, there are probably some intellectual merits to this approach, and, you know, it's really important to bring those out, and also to discuss that, you know, it isn't going to be effective if these people are just so emotional, right? Like, that's kind of Nate's thing here. He jumps on and he's like, oh, well, you know, if Jay wants to help you, wants to help himself, he's not helping himself if he's just going to jump on here and be upset.
Self and what people who are like share the belief, showing that emotionally, and kind of like I understand why they're upset, right? Given that they disagree, but I think that if they're going to come in and disagree with you, sort of showing that emotionally is only almost going to reaffirm yourself and what people who are like share the beliefs as you think about what's going on. Yeah, that's a good strategy.
You're basically saying,
Jerome, I don't understand why you keep saying worked. What do you mean worked, Jerome? It's really bothering me that you keep saying this. It really bothers me that you keep saying this, Jerome. I think this is a strong disagreement we have right now. What are you saying worked? Yes, he did it deliberately. Yes, he timed it deliberately. Why do you think we're ignorant to that? Like, that's what I'm calling out, is that this is a choice that reveals someone's poor character. Now, I don't know, how is it that it worked because he taunted us? No. He's being called out for bad behavior. So what do? You ignore it? This is the enabling bullshit. Oh, well, when they behave badly, just ignore it because otherwise it's quote unquote works because you're giving them it. No, like, bro, I don't know. To me, it's like, fuck off with that. Like, what I'm trying, we got to call out bad behavior. That's what we're doing. And more importantly, if you would stop blowing through the points I'm trying to make, I keep saying it repeatedly, that this is about a critique of our own community and why we support this person and why we rally to this person. Now, how can I call this out when we get this great example of it without doing what we're doing? So I don't understand what you mean worked. It didn't work. He looked like an asshole. I called him out. A bunch of other people called him out. He got called out in his comment section. Didn't work. He made an ass of himself. But it's important that this person I actually know and has this much of an influence in our community, who a lot of people in our community continue to support, be called out. So that doesn't mean it worked. It's like saying Trump's insurrection worked because there was a January 6th committee. Oh, I don't know why. They just gave him a bunch of TV time and they're just making him even more yeah, well, go take a shit in the fucking middle of City Hall. You'll be on the 6 o'clock news, but is that going to mean it worked? Like, just to me, that's just low discourse, man. It's just like, yeah, when people act out, they get attention for it. That does not mean it's working. I just don't understand what that even means.
Give Doug fuel to the fire. Like you're.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's the fact, like, you know, that everyone who's a Republican, right, is watching Jay say come in, and I like slightly agreed with.
Okay, but Jerome, that's a toxic attitude, right? Again, you are putting. And this is what angers me. You're putting the blame, quite frankly, on the victims. And you're saying that, and this is Doug's mistake. This is what I'm actually here to call out. That us, you know, having an emotional response, being triggered when they set out to trigger us is a bad thing for us to do because it just makes them look right. Well, they're pieces of shit. And this is just like saying black people are fucking angry. They're all angry all the time. So look, I'm going to go around, say a bunch of racist shit like black people are angry all the time. And then when the black person shows up angry, be like, oh, look, hey, everybody, there's an angry black man. If that's your analysis, just save it. Because I don't want to hear it, quite frankly. Yeah, sure, it works. Okay, great, cool. That's about the 7th grade analysis of this. Hey, they wanted you to look angry. Now you look angry. Okay, come back when you want to give me high school analysis of this, which is we got to figure out, we got to call these people fucking out and go talk to them and tell them it's working. In other words, go to Doug's fans. Go to Doug's right-wing enablers. Go to the people in his chat, the people that support him financially, and tell them that he's manipulating them. Tell them he's basically stripping you of your humanity. He's saying hurtful, hateful, discriminatory things that trigger people, and then using the fact that they're emotionally responsive to his bad behavior as, ha ha ha, look. So go criticize them for falling for it. Because I'm sick of this shit. Just fucking sick of it. I got a right to feel how I want to feel and do what I want to do. And I don't give a fuck how other people think it's effective or not, or gets through to who, or if it's the most textbook way. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck anymore. You touch that hot stove, get burnt, bitch. That's it. Get burnt, bitch. You touch the hot stove, fuck off.
With some
go
of the
fuck
things
yourself,
you have to say, right? But everyone who's a Republican is watching that, and they're just going to go, well, look, the facts don't care about your feelings, and that's what Doug's doing, you know, and it's just going to reaffirm them that being a soft lefty is all about feelings and don't care about the statistics and, you know, irresponsible with the economy and all of these kind of stereotypes I think that people have. So that was one thing. And
that's what we're here to talk about. This is gaslighting. Oh, is someone being racist? Is someone being sexist? Is someone making you feel dehumanized? Well, listen, if you just keep getting upset, you're just gonna make this worse, right? This is what we're dealing with. Let's look at this up. First, let's start with the distinction about what a community is, right? Because we're number 3 community, a group of people having common interest, but I don't see like I'm like Doug in this regard. We agree about this. I hate the term atheist community because community to me, the way I use it about my community infers intentional community and deliberate relationships the way a church would use it. But I accept that a lot of people are using the colloquial definition of we're part of the same community because we have a common interest. They're just like, eh. What did I get? I want to pull up the one I got earlier. So I'm not sitting here looking around for days. Here we go. Gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation in which the abuser attempts to sow self-doubt and confusion in their victim's mind. Typically, gaslighters are seeking to gain power and control over the other person by distorting reality and forcing them to question their own judgment and intuition. Now, look. Another type of workplace gaslighting is known as whistleblower gaslighting. This describes a situation in which an employee who reports misconduct at work, such as a toxic environment or sexual harassment, is made to feel that they are overreacting, remembering wrong, or misinterpreting. And that's what people constantly do to us. Constantly. Constantly, y'all. And I'm fucking angry about it. Because I'm sick constantly. Constantly. Oh, yeah, I know they're behaving badly and you're calling them out for it. But hey, Massa doesn't like to be spoke to that way. And he ain't gonna want to let go of your chains if you speak to him like that.
The other thing was, I do think, I think you know this. You've got to be kind of careful with the thing that Jay said about, some truths are sort of maybe saying what. I forget exactly how it was that he said it.
I asked him, should some truths not be spoken?
Yeah, but he said something back like some truths say more truth than or something.
Yeah, well, I don't know how he used a certain word.
Appreciate you, Allison. Thanks for coming through.
I think that what this is you can sort of say something that's true, right, and relatively uncontroversial, but it can imply something, and you might say it to kind of imply that more controversial claim. So this is like when Jordan Peterson said...
But Jerome, here's the thing you're not understanding, Jerome, and please get this through your fucking skull. I don't give a shit. And if you want to make the situation better, you should criticize the people who are behaving badly. Read the title of the fucking stream, Jerome. Support people of color, not racist gaslighters. So when you come to us and you say, well, they're not going to listen to you, and the people who agree with them are not, I don't give a fuck. Go tell them they're fucked up. And go tell them if they can't see the difference between right and wrong, then they're fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots. So if you want to criticize this working, you should be criticizing the people who it actually works on. The people who ignore somebody else's pain because them being emotional makes them look silly. Like literally, you can go fuck yourself. Imagine me as a professor having a student come to me and cry because somebody in their class was bullying them. Somebody made them feel unwelcome. Somebody said a harassing comment to them. And I go, well, nobody's going to really think you're a strong employee if you come crying every time you get upset. Well, everybody who thinks women are weak is just going to see you crying, and that's just going to confirm their theory that women is weak. And so while I agree he shouldn't have said that women are weak to you in the lab, by you just breaking down in tears as soon as he said it, all people are going to see is that women are in fact weak and can't even handle being told that they're weak. So next time, what you do is stay calm, write a well-cited, peer-reviewed, 500-word essay. Make sure that it's in the most professional tone that you can ever use. Make sure you're using all the King's English, okay? And then what you should do is you just gently submit that for their consideration. Sorry, bro. We ain't gonna saddle up to the same side on this.
Remember in the past when pride used to be a sin, right? And obviously the implication of that is, well, we should make it like that again or something. Whereas when someone comes and says, well, that's a kind of bigoted view, he can retreat back. Well, that's just a fact. Like, people in the past did used to think pride was a sin.
Right. Lena's on the money. The fact that they're critiquing me instead of addressing the substance of the disagreement is the problem. And that's what I'm saying. And it gets even deeper. I do have to step to the little boys' room real fast. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna listen to my speakers. I'll be right back.
And it's like this modern Bailey thing where you can like imply the more controversial, and then if someone comes and criticizes it, you can say, well, look,
yes, the Martin Bailey though. Pay attention. That's exactly what Doug was doing.
But I'm like very transparent, or at least today I was, on why I did what I did. My goal was to knock Democrats down a few notches in their moral high horse.
Yeah, I mean, U.S. politics is complicated, right? And I don't know what the right thing is. Whether the right thing to do is to.
The fact is, most murders occur in democratic areas.
Yeah, and I think that the disagreement with other Doug, right? He was obviously saying that most people, the voting intention of most criminals is Republican, or the disposition or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? And you were saying, but the areas that they're in, and then you've got all of these problems for the inferences about like, well, what's the causal effect between the policies? Because you even have lag, right? This happens all the time where a president comes in, or a new, like, I don't know what the local councils and things are called, but then they get blamed for the policies of the previous, the other team, as it were, sort of like implementing their policies. And then there's a lag for the economic effects. And then everyone goes, oh, look, the current ones are really bad, but actually that's the previous people's policies. So it's complicated telling an actual causal story, right, about what's going on there. And I think people who are interested in really figuring that out are going to have to like do a lot of work to get to the bottom of it. I don't think we're going to be able to just like simply go, oh, well, look, like, these blue states, worse crimes. So it's all caused by, being a blue voter or something. I think it's difficult.
Yeah. And I wasn't making any judgment calls of what's causing it. But I read a lot of the comments in my videos section, and I do find it kind of funny that when it comes to something like murder, that someone blames a Republican legislator for that personal of an act. Like, because there's many poor people, many people raised in poverty, many people who, whatever, don't murder. And so, I mean, you gotta, at some point, this is the difference between personal responsibility and corporate responsibility, right? It's, at some point you have to say, that person's bad for what they did.
Well, that is the tough love versus the kind of like victim.
Yeah.
And those are the two ways. I think those are like dispositional.
You're right, Doug. At some point you have to say that person is bad for what they did. Exactly. I'm probably spelling this wrong. All right, the Mott and Bailey fallacy, named after the Mott and Bailey Castle, is a form of argument and an informal fallacy where an arguer conflates two positions that share similarities. One modest and easy to defend, the Mott, and one much more controversial and harder to defend, the Bailey. The arguer advances the controversial position, but when challenged, they insist they are only advancing the more modest position. Upon retreating to the Mott, the arguer can claim that the Bailey has not been refuted because the critic refused to attack the Mott, or that the critic is unreasonable by equating an attack on the Bailey with an attack on the Mott. See, man, this was where Nathan's philosophical training and high-level understanding actually really came into play in this conversation. because it's absolutely what Doug is doing. And matter of fact, it's more than that even, y'all. It's Doug's thing. It's Doug's shtick. It's the purpose of his thought experiments. It's it's his kalam, right? It's his go-to thing when it comes to these political issues. He's always doing this, and he's doing it in this conversation, which is something Lena pointed out last night when we were watching this. I'm gonna go forward, but that was my point with Nate. I actually think Nate behaved reasonably. Like, look, you guys got to understand, he's closer friends with Pinecreek than he is with me. He regularly calls in the Pinecreek show to deal with Doug. He doesn't call into my show. I wish he would call into my show. I don't, people have thrown around a lot of accusations. On the extreme end, they're accusations of prejudice. On the not so extreme end, they're just a genuine but off-putting or weird disinterest. But you guys know how I am. And it could just be that. The way I am is I'm trying to support my mods. I'm trying to have your links in the description. I'm trying to come onto your shows. A lot of you guys know that. A lot of times if I'm live and James Apperson goes live, we're calling in the James Apperson show. Or if I can't and I'm doing something or James is doing his thing and I don't want to interrupt, we're listening to James Apperson. Even if I'm live. James goes live, listen to James Apperson. We're going to support James. A lot of times I let people leave. Hey, James just went live. If you guys want to go watch James and come back or watch the rest of this later, cool, go for it. He's the same thing. So it's weird when you're a mod on somebody's channel, you've called in their show a bunch of times, and they never give you a shout out or help you get some subs or call in and say hi. But I definitely don't. So for whatever reason, Nate's just not that way towards me. I don't take it personally. It's not like he's calling everybody else but me. He seems to mostly do his thing, calls in Doug shit, and that's that. So it's all love. But it would have been nice for him to show me some more explicit support or even make the gesture of calling in and trying to talk to me. And again, nobody was obligated to do that. And I didn't really pay attention to this because after I called Doug, I went live and did what we did yesterday. But when I was watching this back, because we watched it later and Gather after I did the show, I noticed what Lena noticed. It's a little weird to take this as an opportunity to call in and criticize me rather than call in and criticize him or call me and show some support or ask me some questions about where I'm coming from. It reminded me of the situations in the church, and again, I'm being a little bit exaggeratory here, but just, to give you the dynamic, like we've all seen, a lot of us have seen these horrible examples where there's this big come out when a pastor has a illicit affair with a woman, and, the woman in the church is, upset. She tells her story. The pastor gets up. And in those cases, damn, at least the pastor admits he did something wrong and that he feels some sense of shame, right? But then they all rally around the pastor. Oh, pastor, we love you. It's going to be okay. We're here to support you. Sometimes the woman is in the goddamn room crying at that moment. They rally to their pastor. In this case, Doug hasn't apologized, doesn't confess, doesn't even acknowledge the error of his ways. Matter of fact, he's here to celebrate how cool he is. Hey, look at me, guys. I can trigger them libs. Insta heat. So it's weird to again rally to him and then give us the whole plantation mentality rundown. Hey, Master isn't going to really like your message if you don't change your tone when you talk to Master. Yep, that's what we hear. And then here comes Sean. We could skip Rob because y'all know I don't like Rob. I think Rob's the worst YouTuber on the internet. So whatever. But let's hear a little bit of what happens when Sean calls in.
You need to look at more data to really make these claims about whether or not you personally would have made that choice in hindsight. So I think you could look at, for example, like the population group that you're in for your age, and my darkened understanding, you might want to mute. Sorry,
I muted him already.
Oh, cool. Yeah, just because
I think the uncontroversial claim he's trying to make, Jerome, is that, you know, he's got these facts, right? He's got these simple facts. You know, if you look at the top 10 the top 10 per capita murder cities, they're Democrat run. If you, and again, I'm not here to argue whether or not he got the facts right or where he gets them from, because I don't know any of that. I do suspect sometimes he's probably citing unreliable sources and just shit he hasn't looked into, and most of the time probably just cherry picking irrelevant data. But that's the mot, you know, because then he can say that these facts are not controversial; they're just the facts. But we all know he's using this as a wedge to push people towards this alt-right narrative. And then when he gets pushback on that, he goes back to, nope. Well, let's just look. All I'm doing is defending that these are the cities and these are the people and it's just the demographics. And he's pushing the agenda. The agenda is the Bailey. The facts are the Mott.
For example, your risk of having a heart attack, right, in the age group that you're in is significantly lower whilst being vaccinated than if you'd got COVID without it. Or like the effects from long COVID are really bad for the people who develop it. And again, people who are vaccinated before contracting COVID.
But Nathan, my big thing is this. It's everything you're saying is...
Yeah, I get that but look, there's human behavior, right, Jerome? And so the important thing is, especially if you're going to get into U.S. politics or discuss it, especially as a foreigner, don't go critiquing the anti-racist before you critique the racist. That's the problem here. And I'm sick of the burden of being reasonable. I'm sick of it. What do I mean by that? We're the adults in the room, so tell us how to handle them. I'm just sick of it. Until somebody has shown me, and I do mean show me, that you are critiquing the fucked up people, I don't care what you have to say anymore. I just don't. Because all they're doing is making excuses for bad behavior, and it's gaslighting. It just is. It may not be your intention, but it's what you're doing. You are critiquing the victims. You're saying, oh, you gave them just what you want. I don't care. And again, I hate to say this, but some of y'all just apparently don't have the social skills to recognize when you've offended somebody. I find that offensive. So please stop saying it. I get it. You think we played right into their hand. If you want me to be honest, I think you're playing right into their hand. I think when people do this shit, they're playing right into their hand. This works. I don't know what you want me to tell you. If you starve people, they're going to act hungry. Cool. Great point. If you beat someone, they're going to be afraid of you. If your level of analysis is that people can exploit human nature, please understand my perspective that we already knew that and you're not adding anything to the conversation. And I genuinely don't want to hear it. because I'm tired of being criticized by people who won't criticize the other side. So until I know that you are actively anti-racist, criticizing people like this, I don't want to hear what you have to say. That's just me being honest. Unless you criticize Pinecreek in this situation, I don't want to hear your critiques of me. None at all. Unless you're leaving comments on his channel, leaving comments in his live chat, telling him what a fuckface he's being and how his approach is alienating people, I don't care what you have to say.
Could be true. The thing is, do not be scared. We as a population, do not be scared to say something bad and negative about vaccines.
Well, it's not that I'm happy
I
to
agree
say.
with you on that. Yeah.
I'm happy to say something negative in the sense of,
and again,
look, maybe
they go straight to the alt-right playbook. And I want to get into what Sean says when he tags in because he talks about me. But this is another, I was going to talk about this after, but since he went here now, we'll just talk about it now. Doug wants to go straight to pushing everybody to admit on air that vaccines kill people in the middle of a pandemic. You don't believe me? Watch.
The world right now that a vaccine could actually kill you. The COVID vaccine can actually kill you. Be willing to say that.
Vaccine could actually kill you.
Yeah, and so,
but I think what we have to do is not stop the conversation there, right? Because if you only say that, the problem is people hear what they want to hear.
I know, greater
and
good
what
argument.
they need to
I get
hear.
it.
And they need to look at all of the actual, and there is a large amount of data. You know, there's people.
I
who
agree
do
with you.
PhDs and things on these.
I agree with you, but the very first step, like this is what we need to do as a society, is that very first step I just said, and then have the longer conversation. What you're implying later, I agree, but the first step is.
What do y'all mean having trouble with the link? And Peter W., what do you think? What do you mean you think sexism is bad? We all think sexism is bad.
Maybe you're right.
Republicans, say something negative about other Republicans. Democrats, say something negative about other Democrats. People who are for the climate change, environmental stuff, say something negative about the research you've seen or
You know, I fucks with you, Jerome. You know you're good here. But yeah, I think the short videos were bad. I didn't see most of this stream. That's almost why I'm reacting to this today, because I called in. I saw the interview that I showed you guys earlier. I saw him say his bullshit. It kind of just sent me over the edge. I was like, all right, I'm done with Doug. That's literally all this was, guys. I literally made up my mind. I was done with Doug. I unsubscribed, turned off notifications. I actually told YouTube to stop recommending his shit to me. I had done that on my one channel prior to going live. I did it on the other channel live. And that was it. But then later, people were asking me if I had seen some of the stuff that happened after I called in. So we watched this late last night and gathered. And then there were some things I thought about wanting to share. And again, at this point, just to be clear, I wanted to speak about what Doug did. I wanted to show what Doug did. But the real focus of this conversation is to talk about the quote-unquote community rather rallying around Doug rather than rallying around me. And to be very clear, I don't think anybody needed to rally around me. Let me be clear about point number 2. I didn't need anybody to rally around me, right? This isn't a situation where I'm saying, oh, everybody should have called me. This wasn't about me, y'all. Let me repeat that. It wasn't about me. It's about Doug saying stupid, unacceptable shit, me no longer being a fan, me being disappointed, and honestly feeling a bit used. Like Doug put me on his list, and he put my one black friend on his quote-unquote list of black friends, but he doesn't consider the feelings and perspective of his quote-unquote black friends. And I don't consider him a friend anymore. Matter of fact, I don't think he ever truly saw me as a friend. But I think he thinks it was useful to be able to drop some black friend names. Like, I feel like Herschel Walker to this nigga. I'm Herschel Walker to his Lindsey Graham or whatever. But I observed that had it been the type of situation where I was hurt to the level of needing some support, although I definitely appreciate the support I got from, my friends and my community, the people people that are with me day in and day out. Everybody was on the same page, so do appreciate y'all. But then I started thinking about what I saw last night, and I was like, wait a second. It's weird that these people rallied around Doug in this way, rather than even hitting me up and trying to get some clarity. And you'll see here in a minute why it's weird.
Way it's been handled.
Where it got
Say
weird.
something negative about vaccines. Say something that, don't be scared. Don't get caught in this in-group bubble. Get people who love you to be mad at you for what you say.
So this is the issue though with
Herschel Walker's a famous football player who's a fucking moron, but he's being run for senator from the state of Georgia. The balance of the U.S. Senate may hang in the balance in that race, but Herschel Walker is a tool of the right-wing racist Republican Party who just think it's useful to have a black celebrity that can help them keep control of the U.S. government by making sure the Senate seat in Georgia stays red for the Republicans. So I just said in that sense, I don't think really Doug ever treated me like a friend, and I doubt my one black friend would say anything different himself, but I think he found it useful to have some black acquaintances he could name drop as his black friends. When I see clearly now, he's not willing to meet the actual bar of friendship, which at a fundamental level requires perspective taking. If you can't come in my life and at least make more effective efforts to take on my perspective and act accordingly, I have no use for your so-called friendship.
How people consume their information, right? Because the main way people consume their information is through social media, where either short clips, sound bites, and tweets and things like that. Where what's informing people's opinions and how they're finding in groups to feel to polarize alongside, right, on various issues. And so people aren't generally actually ever having that longer debate that with the nuance. People are just consuming the sound bites and things, and that's because
Yes, Jerome Robinson, America is tapped. Our system is broke. Broke.
These kind of social media sites, YouTube, Twitter, etc.
Also, I'm a big Dallas Cowboys fan, so I was super happy about those championships. Herschel Walker and I had some good times later in his career in Dallas, but he fucked all them memories up.
They're made to grab your attention. They're made to, capture that short amount of focus and not have the nuanced discussions. And so that's why I think it's harmful. And maybe I don't know. Maybe what you're saying is right. Maybe if people say that one bad thing about the people they like before they have a conversation, maybe that would help. But I also don't know if the sound bites do a lot of harm.
Yes, Sean is my darkened understanding. And the other issue here is, this is what I mean about Doug, and the enabling. He does this thing, right? All right, fuck it. I'm gonna be honest. This is totally fucking unacceptable. This is a fuckface move. Go fuck yourself, Doug. You're literally gonna bring on a panel of fucking YouTubers and force everyone to say the vaccine can kill you in the middle of a pandemic. Weaponized anti-science rhetoric for someone who's supposed to be some kind of, have some kind of degree and training in science and always represents themselves as representing the scientific perspective. Hey guys, it's super important that we admit that the vaccine can kill you, right? Hey, everybody admit that the vaccine can kill you right now.
Doug Dean just gave me a great idea. I've never tried weed in my life. It's true. That's true. I've never done weed. And he's saying maybe I should try some for my head.
All right, so let me see if they get Sean in here now.
I think.
And this is what again I think will enlighten some things.
Hang on. You're muted.
Yeah, I think Doug. Yeah, because I could hear him.
Because when you first came,
I'm sorry, Doug.
When you first came on.
So I think Doug's talking. You're just talking about an honest position, right? Like, so if I say that the COVID vaccine can kill people, sure, that's to me that's an honest position to take. And if I'm not,
is Sean gun runner? Yeah. All right. Let me get the link is in the description to call in. Let me see. I got to change my TV up. All right, so I've got. All right, so I'm in the cafe. Let me pin the link real quick too. That tends to make things easier. I probably should have done that earlier. I wasn't sure if anybody was actually going to call in. Pin message. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, guys. I just think, man, I hope you guys aren't this naive, but again, Jerome, that's wrong. I think what Doug is doing is wrong. I just, nope. I'm sorry. That is the alt-right playbook at work, Jerome. What you're saying is right out of it. That's he's just asking questions. He's just getting us to admit basic fact. Nope. It is not okay. Not okay.
Like almost, or have killed a couple people, right? Like vaccines kill people. We went through. There's the polio one killed like 2,000 people.
We shouldn't be having this conversation.
And with politicians, they're not looking to be honest. They're not going to talk shit about their own kind because that's not the game they're playing. That. In my opinion,
no, let's not
like
get too cynical. That's my job.
Do those politicians take the vaccine as well, knowing that it can kill people?
Oh, look.
Well, that's the thing is, so from Doug's point of view, maybe it's the people who are vaccine conspiracy theorists need to say, yeah, the vaccine kills people. The virus kills people. You know, that's what Doug would be saying.
There you go. And that's the only thing to talk about.
The vaccine, I don't know what's going on with my voice. The virus kills people.
The moral obligations. Here's the landscape that I need people to understand. The moral stakes of your rhetoric change. Having a healthy skepticism, critical thinking conversation about vaccines most years throughout most of humanity, good to go. Having this conversation in the middle of a pandemic when you know the weaponization of the vaccine misinformation is killing people, unacceptable. Unacceptable. This is a time where, again, if you are not part of the solution of pushing us where we need to go with COVID, you are part of the problem. And Again, Jerome, if you want to critique people for quote unquote some bullshit working, you should be critiquing the motherfuckers in front of us who sat up there and thought it was a good idea to have this healthy skepticism and talk about how the COVID vaccine could kill people. It's just reckless and irresponsible. And the only out for these people is that they're fucking amateurs. They're not scientists, they're not medical people, they're not researchers, and so whatever.
It's honest about what?
If you get your medical advice from YouTubers, you're a fucking idiot.
I can fire a woman because she was a bad employee, right? Experience fire you on her. I think a lot of companies are going to go in that people, but he's gone full force into like anti-Christian.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Right?
So here's what he starts talking about me.
That's got
to come when AI takes over.
Oh fuck, Nathan. But look, the case in point is you've got someone like Jay Bundy, right? That's got a fire up his ass to like, if you look at his channel, at least to me, right? Like, and I've had great conversation with him, and I've seen him have great conversation with other people, but he's gone full force into like anti-Christian, like everything.
Oh,
he's got an act.
Yeah,
Doug, let me make this one simple point. When you were talking about businesses, there are lots of black people that come on here. There are lots of liberals that come on here. There are lots of people that come on here and absolutely enjoy their conversations with you. Jay is one of the first few people that I've seen come on here and be like, fuck you, Doug, you're a racist and a bigot and all of this stuff.
He didn't say that to me, at least to my face.
Yeah, he didn't say he got wound up, but he didn't say it like that, I don't think.
The thing is,
what's his stream say right now, Nathan?
The thing is, even if he did, like, it doesn't make a dent.
I'm done with racist fuckface.
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. Oh, he's saying he posted this somewhere.
He's got a live.
Hey, and you know what? Don't give him any
Oh.
advertising. Like,
I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't mean to.
Doug, you should be more dead inside, Snowflake. Can't handle a little channel drop. Can't handle. Doug, you got almost 17,000 subscribers, bro. You make thousands of dollars a year off your channel. Everybody knows it. It's public. You brag about it. Dog, I got under 400 subs. Don't mention his channel. I just can't take it. It's too terrifying.
In that sense, I just was like, what'd you do?
I see. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I thought you meant like he said
and
it.
I think let's make this a little more interesting. Like, getting back to the Democrat-Republican thing, I think a lot of.
All right, so I think Sean's in the cafe, so we'll wax over here. If you guys want to join the conversation, pop over to the cafe with us. But yeah, this is kind of good timing because this is where I was basically going with this, was to show you guys that this gang knows I'm live, right? And to Lena's point, it hit me a little funny when I'm sitting there. So wait, you see that I'm live, you see that I've got this title, but then it's like you jump on to rally around Doug instead of coming at me like, yo, Jay, what's up? Which is why I started off today's stream by showing what he was talking about. All right, I got to get over to the cafe, so here's how we're going to do this. Oh, fortunately, there's not a lot of people in here with me, so I'm just going to back out of the ranch. Pop into the cafe. Join up in this bitch. All right. But yeah, if y'all want to get in here, go ahead and pop into the cafe. A lot of y'all have like direct links and stuff. Oh, I thought Sean was in here. I don't know where he went. He was in here, but then he dipped. Oh, he's coming back. All right. All right, let me check my settings real fast. 3434. Turn the camera on. Boom, there we go. Hey, what's up, Sean? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. This is so odd.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, dude.
How you doing? You got it going. Look, simple. It's easy. It's nothing to it, man. It's just like Zoom.
Well, yeah, it's got kind of like a Mario-esque type thing, which I do like. But hey, look, so a couple quick things. So one, trying to get him to address like what's going on, right? Because like you've got to be easy with Doug, otherwise you get the boot. Like if he's the king of like nothing phases me, but a slight insult or you call him a name, which has happened to me in the past, has gotten me literally like booted. Like, oh, my feelings are stone cold, but like if you're not like, you know, kneeling to the fucking king on his channel, you get booted. And like he booted Sample Pack and myself even yesterday on stream because he's got a lot of weird shit going on outside of the politics, right? Like, and I don't agree with his politics at all. Like, I think I like the anti everything you've got going on. That wasn't a pejorative when I was on stream saying that. It was literally like the fact that he wouldn't engage you and like the way that he tunes you, it's just, he's got a lot of stuff going on, I think, with like his personality issues, like you said something brilliant that I brought up to him a long time ago and he was like, oh, you're fucking stupid, which was his religious upbringing playing into his politics now. And he's like, what are you talking about? It doesn't have anything to do with that. And bullshit, to tell me you were raised conservative fucking Mennonite or whatever. And no, that plays a huge part into it, as does the black card with his fucking wife that he likes to play. Oh, well, I'm
it's weird.
Because Jay, I will say this. So I'm doing some work, but I want to stay and interact. But I'm going to let you do a lot of talking. But the one biggest point among a ton of others that I'd like to address, but first and foremost, is what Doug likes to do. If I had to guess, his wife looks at African Americans as lesser people. I bet she is so racist. I think they're both prejudiced towards African Americans because he's like, oh, well, I got a black wife, I can't be racist. Dude, I've met Jamaicans that are like that I've worked in restaurants my whole life, right? Like, and I've met Jamaicans that are like, that talk shit about the poor black culture in Atlanta. And it's like, wow, that was the same way like Mexicans, Hondurans, El Salvadorians, how they can be prejudiced towards one another. And Doug, like, and you broach that subject and you get booted real quick too.
Yeah, I actually agree with you about that. So this is something that some of us have actually talked about, right? Because again, it fits into that narrative. I can't be racist. I have a dark-skinned wife. But I have experience that matches yours, which is a lot of those of us who know dark-skinned people from different parts of the world, they don't identify as African American. They don't identify with African Americans. And some of them, it is even in a derogatory way. And from what I've heard him talk about her, she fits that mold perfectly. Doesn't identify as African American, you know, seems to be sitting on the same talking points about the problems with the culture. So, yes, I 100% agree with you there. Also, want to say, Sean, I don't have beef with you. It was just something I saw as just sort of like where we're at, right? like there's a certain, I don't know. It's almost like gravitational pull, right? To where, you know, Doug just has a much bigger platform than I do. And so when something like that happens, there's just a lot more going on his channel than there is on mine. And in some sense, addressing these things on his channel might be more important than on my channel, or at least more to the point, right? Because I was taking issue with Doug. I just called in as a person who has an issue with what he was saying, and presumably other people are calling in, you know, with their own take on that, right? So that didn't bother me. So much as I did think about it and go, almost like I wonder if that was a missed opportunity for some of us, right? And the thing that I felt when you called in, which again I didn't know about till the middle of the night when we were watching it and Gather, is almost like I didn't even know you knew I was live, basically, right? And then I also
I follow you, so I see when you're live.
Yeah, I know. You never know. You never know, right? It's YouTube. Like, you don't know who's got noties on, who knows, who doesn't know.
Right.
And so then it was sort of this one kind of like interesting real-time example where, you've got multiple streamers. And by the way, there's no right or wrong answer there, right? Like, we all know it's YouTube and, a bunch of people go live and you're just going to pick one, right? So again, it's like nobody's obligated to watch me and not Doug. But there was this sort of contrast because, we did have somebody like Nidamos who like saw it and called in and then called in here instead of there.
Well, Jay, I saw you on Doug's channel and I saw that. And this all goes back to Robert Price because when he had Robert Price on, that's when I first jumped on. That was my first time getting on YouTube live.
Oh, and, interesting.
And so a lot of what you said last night resonated with me. Like, Doug was a big part of I didn't really have a deconversion, so to speak, but he was a huge part in me, going through this process of mental gymnastics of how the world is and know Jesus and all that stuff.
Right.
But all that aside, there was, This is what's fascinating to me, and maybe I'm just not smart enough to figure it out. But he said and he won't address it. He wouldn't address it, or at least I didn't think he did. He says all these murders are happening in Democratic cities, therefore Democrats are killing people. And I'm like, look, it doesn't tell us who's killing people, right? We have no we could all day we could posit who's killing these people, but we know it's happening in Democratic cities. But we have no idea who's doing the killing. And he's saying, well, obviously it's the Democrats doing the killing. And it's just another, he's like these fucking conservatives. And when I watch Doug say certain shit like that, and he's, and I think that's what's entertaining. But to say oh, well, I'm just being a contrarian, which he likes to do, fuck him. He's not, because he's got some serious issues going on. And I'm not saying the Democrats are innocent by any means.
None of us are.
None of us are.
Yeah.
But he uses this I'm a contrarian or I'm dead inside as a guise to literally spew his fucking bullshit when it comes to politics. I like his religious stuff sometimes. The Flying Man's kind of I don't like it, but the short of it is his politics, man. I don't really watch him that much anymore. I jumped on because I saw you and Nathan was there, and of course, Rob, hoping it would go down the religious rabbit hole. But I don't like his politics, and it's gotten. And I think the entertainment quotations, the entertainment value for Doug, the religious is not doing it for him anymore, right? He needs this hit. He needs a bigger hit.
Yeah.
And the politics do it, man. And he can stir up because he knows most of his atheist audience is going to lean. Because look at the two guys he had on. One's waving a fucking AR around the screen. The other with the no Brandon or fuck you Brandon shirt.
Right.
The other dude's some who was the other guy? But he was conservative, religious dude as well. And Doug's that's his real team, I think.
Yeah, I do. I think I agree with you. And it's funny you mentioned the Robert Price thing because we were talking about this last night, and I'm glad we got you in Gather. And I gotta, do you have Discord, Sean?
No, I need to get on the Discord.
Yeah, please do, just because I'll get you set up in the actual Gather. So we have a Gather, we hang out in. This is our, you use call-in shows or whatever. for us, this is like the sort of guest room where we have a public link where like we meet people for call-in shows. But basically, we're in Gather almost 24/7 in the different setup like that you see our virtual office, and it's password protected and everything. I'll get you in there. But it's really cool because like YouTube's really difficult to deal with, you know, like you always got to worry about copyright. There's always trolls, and kind of what we do in Gather is more like like a group stream, but we're all just hanging out together, and we're literally in there every night. So we watch sports in there, we can watch pay-per-views, we watch TV shows, and then we play movies overnight, and everybody's playing different games. That's cool. Yeah, it's like a super cool hangout. So please do, you know, when you get a chance, no rush, drop, you know, check us out on Discord, and I'll get with you for that. But yeah, so and by the way, I'm really glad you called in, because I appreciate you saying we've had good conversations, because we have, and I actually really enjoy talking to you. And to be honest, I see you almost like I saw James or something, where, you know, you're somebody that some of us are kind of getting to know through call-ins and stuff. But you know, it'd be cool to see what you did with your own channel, right? Have you thought about it?
I don't know if I'm interested, because I typically am so I do woodworking for a living. You know, this, look, and yeah, we can. So while I've got you, because in a little bit I'm gonna have to sit back and listen more than I can actually talk.
No worries.
I'm hoping that like Nitty comes in. I was waiting for Nitty's stream at like 11, because I can like truly jump on there and just be like. But anyway, the short of it is oh shit, I lost what I was saying, because you were talking about.
Sorry, we're going to Pinecreek.
Oh yeah, there was another point that I thought was really relevant as far as something. I lost it. I'm sorry.
So I'll ask you something real quick.
It'll come back.
So the thing for me is this is also a pattern with him, right? So just to highlight a couple things that frustrated me. So one thing is that I really wanted you to know is I didn't know how much you knew, right? So I'm guilty like you are. I'm busy, I'm working, I'm doing stuff in the background. So it's hit or miss if you even know what someone's responding to. So part of my feeling when I started today's stream was a bit of frustration of feeling like I don't even know if people know what I'm reacting to, right? Or did they just see me calling a Doug disappointed, and now they're calling in a Doug like, yo, Doug, what's up? And so Doug's putting his spin on things, but maybe they didn't actually see or quite know, right, the full, you know, scope of my frustration or what I'm thinking.
Anyone, myself included, Jay, that watches Doug's stream knows exactly why you're pissed off, right?
Okay.
And so
that's fair. For sure. Go ahead.
For me, the only way to get him to interact after seeing like the whenever he plays that music with like people that aren't entertaining him, or like your feelings or this or that. And that was one of the points I tried to make at some point, is like he's saying like, oh, well, I'm impervious to anything. You can do anything. But I guarantee I either would get booted. I get booted very quickly before he got ramped up, but I think anyone could go in there and stomp on Doug's feelings fairly easily, right? Because regardless of whether you're Republican, this idea that Republicans don't have feelings, right? I have plenty of conservative friends that are going to get upset if you're an asshole to them, right? But Doug's like, oh, well, you can say anything. It all rolls off my back. Well, if that's true, that makes you a sociopath, right? Like if you have no feelings whatsoever. But I don't think that's true of him, right? Like I think he does. I think you could.
Oh, absolutely. And you touched on something, even mentioning my channel, right? He's super sensitive about self-promotion. Oh. If he thinks anybody's promoting on his channel, that blows him up. YouTube Punk also said...
Jay, that's what I wanted to mention.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Like, if he's so big, like, I don't... He did that to Derek, and I was like, holy like, you and Derek on the same show, he's like, don't fucking promote. And I'm like, hold on. Derek's got one of the biggest streams out of all of you guys on YouTube, and Doug's giving him grief about literally just mentioning the channel, and you did the same thing. There's no promoting, just mentioning it.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
So everybody has their different perspective on this. Happy to have the conversation with you, but I'll just admit it's something that's come up and people have different ideas. So some people think it's he just has a sort of selfish mindset about this. It's all about his channel. He doesn't want, or maybe he's had a bad experience. I'm not sure. Other people think it might even borderline on prejudice. I don't think so. I think the fact that, like you said, he handled pretty much me and Derek the same way tells you it's not personal. It's just a kind of blanket thing with him. Some people think it's like a professional thing, right? Like he gets a level of financial support from this, so he's just not trying to promote his competition.
Well, hold right there, because there's two things that you said that I think are important. One, the financial stuff, he's always said, well, I don't need money because I make, all this money. Like he's always been, look, the level of like arrogance that Doug has. Right. And this is just me calling a spade, and probably never go on his channel again if he sees this. But I would, I'm happy to say this to Doug. And I think when I've called him out before for certain things, you immediately just get like the nice boot, right? Like he kind of pushes you out the door.
Agreed.
But the prejudice thing I think is hard. But the financial, he's always said, oh, I don't need the finances because I make more money than whatever. I'm the best financial advisor, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But I think it touches on, there's a level of for me, when I look at Doug and having followed him for so long, you've seen like the progression. I find it hard to believe it's anything other than look at me. Right? Like, yes. Oh, no, don't come on here and talk about, no, look at me. Look, we could easily go into the way that Doug keeps himself up, the way like he does his hair, or he makes the black clothing he likes to wear, so he's svelte, and I've got nothing wrong with that. We're all vain. I look in the mirror, we're all like that. But there's a level of him that I've always thought that like, whenever these issues come up for me, I'm like, man, are you really like that full of yourself that nobody can say, hey, I've got a channel too, or this, like, are you really part of the community, or are you really? And he said it before, man, maybe he is totally honest and this is just entertaining for him, and it's just like the dopamine hit, and we're just literally seeing the progression of like what he needs to get that dopamine hit. And for a conservative, it's stirring the fucking pot.
Yes, and I think you're absolutely on point about literally everything you've said. Could not agree more. And what you did in the sort of last bit there was you actually touched on one of my important theories about why he's that way, which is he's just not about community. And your sort of look at me is the same way. And I don't even mean that in a negative way. I'll give you an example. I stream twice a week with a colleague named Cliff. We do Digital Evolution together. One of my most serious colleagues. He's like my coding mentor. He's a good friend of mine, like love him to death. He's totally happy to stream with me because I'm like, hey, Cliff, I want to stream our meetings, right? But he really doesn't care, right? And even now, he likes interacting with the audience and stuff. And I'm like, hey, Cliff, you could get your stuff. He just doesn't want to. And then when I'm like, oh, dude, part of the thing that's so cool with this is like you're building community. He's like, I don't care about building community, right? Like, he just, again, he loves streaming with, he started to enjoy streaming with me, right? He likes interacting with the chat, but that's just not part of it for him. You see what I'm saying? Again, I'm happy to stream with him, right? You know what I mean? Because he's contributing to the community, whether he sees himself as a community builder or not. And I think Doug is like a more advanced version of that, right? Where he's got this big stream, he's built this build channel, like you said, for himself, for his entertainment, and he's moved into different things, right? He has phases. He had the why no longer to go to church sermons like these phase, and he has his video response phase and countering particular arguments phase, and once in a while he wants to throw a debate in there. He started to get, he started to do the podcast call-in thing. Go ahead.
He stopped a bit. Yeah, you've seen the progression, and when he first, like when I first found him, 3 or 4 years ago, like the conversations were much different in the street epistemology. And I mean, the dude, look, make no mistake, dude's super smart, right? Like, and I always, and he's, I think he's even given me the boot for telling him the flying man's just, I no longer, the flying man doesn't do it for me for this simple fact. The Christian's always going to say, yeah, but you don't have the special sauce, which is Jesus. So we can prove where you buy into the story or but that doesn't matter to them, right? Like, because Doug's best work, in my opinion, is before the Flying Man, when he would hammer home like why people, like where their tensions were, like where they had a little bit of tension with the belief, or where they had a little bit of doubt. And he would kind of hammer that home and say, well, hold on a minute, why do you think like this? Like, why is this problematic for you? And those were the streams that really like brought me to like the critical thinking, brought me like how to address some of the arguments, and not like from a point of like pugilistic sense of like how do I beat up on a Christian, but literally like how to address the argument, like how to like what they're actually saying. Yeah, so he's done like I mean great things. And then for me the turn was, and the reason I no longer really watch Doug that much, the turn was Robert Price, right? Like this old dude comes out and you could just, Doug was oozing with like he apologized for him, and that was like, man, like, and that's when it kind of came out. And if you look at his streams ever since, but he had no choice. Like, this is who I am. I am a conservative, right? I share these beliefs with Robert. I share, like he shares those beliefs. And when we say, like, when I say, hey, am I and he said this on stream yesterday. I said, look, the point is anyone that says that, oh, I'm not a racist, I don't think they've thought about it enough, because I think we all have, and in America we see it as black and white, but that's not what racism is. That it's after a whole, I mean, sure, that's there, but like the point being, if you've ever thought, right, like you're innocent of racism, I think you haven't put enough thought into
absolutely.
And
that
like,
doesn't matter, skin color, nothing. It doesn't matter. All of us, literally all of us. Yeah.
I think so, and it's hard to. And once you, and I truly believe, like, once you realize, like, holy shit, like, how much of a racist, like, how racist am I is a question, then you can actually start to put in the work. But I truly believe that Doug's one of those people, and I've had friends like this in the past that have had, oh, well, I've got a black friend, I've got a black business partner, I can't be racist. And I'm like, whoa, right? Like, and Doug uses that, and I guarantee, and nobody ever, and I always get kicked off stream before, I guarantee if we hammered home, he doesn't consider her black the way that we talk about like African American.
He said as much. He has said as much. So I totally agree with you. He won't hammer on it, but he's pretty much said as much, and I completely agree. Go ahead. Yep.
No, that's the short of it. He doesn't consider her black in the sense that most Americans, or when we talk about American politics, that we consider like black in America, right? Like black Americans. And I guarantee she doesn't. I guarantee man, if she doesn't, I would be very surprised, because like, but then again, like, who knows? Like, you know, when you don't sleep in the same bed with somebody, or you're doing this, or he's like holier than now about like, oh, well, I have the best relationship in the world with my wife. And you're kind of like, man, I don't know, dude. Like, you know, when you sit back and listen, how good of a relationship can you have with somebody when they are, and regardless of like, you know, what they do in private, but when you have an evangelical wife and you're as much of an intellectual atheist as Doug is, to say like you have the best relationship, how could you? To me, like, how could you possibly? Right, like this poor lady.
Yeah. I mean, I admire the couples that make it work, and anybody can make it work. I'll give you an example. James talks about a psychiatrist, a psychological researcher, somebody who basically realizes that they're a psychopath when they're actually doing research on sociopaths, right? Or maybe psychopath, whichever one, right? And they realize, oh crap, now that I know this, I could either, you know, let my freak flag fly, and then I'm going to lose everything, because now I'm understanding why these bad things keep happening in my life, or I've got to play it straight enough that I don't lose my job, and don't lose my wife, and don't lose my family, and don't lose my standing in the community, right? And they basically commit to, you know, maintaining behaviorally reformed, right? So that they can keep their normal life. And their partner, as James tells the story, right, accepts this, right? Like, I know you won't ever truly love me the way I would want to be, or you won't ever really feel the things, right? Like because they don't feel the thing. Like if something bad happens to the kids, psychopath doesn't really feel it, right? You see what I'm saying? But they basically say to them, hey, as long as you can behave and play the role well enough, I'll accept you. And I think what you're getting at is that I admire when a Christian and atheist make it work, but at some level, we think that, or maybe if you're thinking about like me, at some level they're accepting each other, playing the role of partners sufficiently to a level that they'll accept, rather than being able to achieve that true personal, emotional, and intellectual intimacy that you probably can't do when you're fundamentally that far apart on something so critical to your identities. Yeah.
Well, you're also talking about some dude that literally spends so many hours a week hammering theists, right? For fun, for literally fun. How do you make that transformation? In my opinion, like how do you sit after hammering on theists and just being like, and then whether it's a stream where. Well, hold on. The stream where he like literally is hammering on some, like let's say a super evangelical or a precept, and he's just at the end of his stream, we've all seen him frustrated, like you've got to be kidding me, like ugh, I'm just so done, fuck it, I'm out. And then he goes and sits down at the table with his wife. Man, I'd be like, oh, I just wouldn't, and maybe that's how he's a better human being than I am, because I wouldn't be able to take that lens off. I'd be like, are you really as stupid as everybody else out there? Like when he calls, like when you see how frustrated he gets with like theists and like this is just dumb, right?
Yeah.
Like how do you sit down at the table with your wife and it not bleed over?
It almost could be the outlet for that, right? Like I know for me, there is a certain level of frustration with the religiousness of my family, and my YouTube serves as an outlet for that. But to your point, I don't think that's ever something they can deal with or celebrate. I don't share my stuff with my mom. I don't think she's gonna be happy to hear it. But yeah, I think it's really interesting. So so that
my mom puts a sign out the door that says on holidays like literally like no politics or religion.
Yeah, which I think is weird, right? Because I think it's one of those rules that's mostly enforced by the people who have the worst positions in those areas.
Oh, for sure. Well, she, I try and we used to. I'm in, fucking Georgia, and she was, the COVID's a hoax for a while. She's a big Fox News watcher or listener, or whatever you call it. For the longest time, she was a fan of Trump. She was, I just wish he'd shut his mouth. And for me, like the difficult position for her is when she says that normal, like, love Trump, but just wish he'd shut his mouth. And I'm like, well, how much can you love somebody when you're constantly like, shut the fuck up, dude? Right? Like, I mean, why do you want him to, have you ever thought about like, why you want him to shut up? Like, what do you like about him? Right? Like if he's constantly if he's constantly making you think, anyway, she's not a dumb person. She sees how terrible he is, but he's it, right? Like where he was it. I think, DeSantis is probably now her go-to. But he was, for the longest time, it was it. Like, even if she saw how terrible or whatnot. And, hell, Doug was even, you remember when he was on board with a lot of Trump and anti-COVID, or not anti-COVID, but like anti-vaccine.
That was
shit,
weird. He seems to be circling back to that, right? That bothered me. And again, I got where you were from, and I often have this weird situation with friends where, you're out here trying to make content on YouTube, let's face it, right? And, these things happen where, your friends are caught up in an example or useful as an example, or they jump on and disagree about something. And then you're just like, oh, God, I hope they don't take that personally because, I really like that person. So I totally felt for the position that you were in that conversation. But I did blame Doug for sort of hammering home this, hey, can I get you guys to say something bad about the vaccine right now? Like, I got that, again, like you said with Doug, you just got to play along, right? Or else you're going to find yourself in this.
But Jay,
thing.
this is. I'll say this. So he says it for different reasons, right? Because we all know that there are bad things about vaccines, or when the vaccines are coming up, or we can stay. But Doug wants you to say it for a different reason, right?
Right.
In my opinion, because when you hold the position, because I don't hold the position, right? Like I've had vaccine booster, I've had vaccines. You and I've talked about this before. Military brat, right? Like I've had every shot known. Hell,
they shoot you up like nothing. Yeah, they shoot you up.
They line us up, and you have no idea what's going in. And the simple position with conservatives, especially like conservative friends, would be like, oh, don't listen to the media, blah blah blah. The fucking media. I listen to my doctor. Who's telling your doctor's telling you not to get the shot? No, you're listening to the media, man.
Facts. Good point. Great point. That's
like my doctor told
point.
me, like, yeah, Sean, you can get the vaccine.
That is a fantastic point.
And that's literally like Jay, I had a friend that went full, like he still thinks Trump's going to come back and win and blah, blah, blah. But whatever the short of it was, he literally is like, yeah, he's the one watching media, but telling me not to watch media when all it really means is you're watching the wrong media or you're being like a sheep and blah, blah. All these just like right-wing slogans, talking points are coming out. And I'm like, dude, I got it because my doctor said, yeah, Sean, it's okay. That's who I listen to. And if she's wrong, and sure, whatever. But again, for me, it wasn't really any kind of thought because I've been shot up my whole life. I've had every vaccine since I was born in the 70s, right? Like,
and for me, it's
that's looking.
Okay, good. I was just gonna say, like, for me, the point of me even mentioning this is to say that is what I find unacceptable, is that he knows what is happening in this moment, right? And so to choose now as the time to, force everybody to admit on air that the vaccine can kill you, it just, to me, has to be totally out of line, if for no other reason than it reflects incredibly poor taste and judgment. Because I don't know how it's not insensitive. I don't know how it's not completely insensitive given the fact that we're living through this.
I agree, but I agree with what you're saying. But for me,
go ahead.
I would have loved to have someone come on because look, so for me, and talk politics with him that knew what they were talking about. Because here's the short of it is, right? So one, I can be a conservative. I can lean conservative in a sort. And one of the ways that like I could easily, that I'd love to just have a real conversation with Doug and be like, look, do you vote? Like, do you actually vote in the United States? And I'm not sure if he does. Because, part of like the conservative thing was if you don't vote or you don't do this, then shut the fuck up. And for me, that's like, why are you so concerned with American politics if you're not voting? Or like, why did you move here? And that's part of his conservatism. That's why he doesn't like Canada, right? Like Canada's too liberal for him, I think. So he comes down here and he can get in and feel that like team, his team, and he gets involved in it. But so I'm sorry, this is a very long-winded way of me getting to, I wonder how Doug feels with,
you're good, bro.
Because feels with what happened, right? Because that stream happened after the red wave was, if you use that stupid whatever.
It didn't happen.
Like the red wave doesn't happen, right? Like we see like all of, like we see his team take a serious slap to the face, right? Like unfortunately, we know Florida's, it should be literally like trenched off and pushed off the fucking continent some days. Georgia's the same way. We knew that. Like we love living here, but we knew that nothing was really going to change. Like if Herschel gets in, I'm really going to be surprised, and it just goes to show how stupid people are, in my opinion, right? Right. But Doug is team conservative, and they took a huge slap in the face. And I wonder, like, how much of this is him, like, wanting to, like, stir the pot and, like, wanting to feel not vindicated, but, like, feel like it's, because he's maybe you could better about, like, what's going on psychology-wise there. But literally, like, dude is on stream going, oh, well, the vaccine's bullshit. Like, Democrats this. And It's literally like your team took a huge hit, so now you're on air taking shots at Democrats or taking shots at the liberal side.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people talking about that, right? Because there was a sort of bravado going in, expecting the red wave, and now everybody's got to figure out how to cope with adjusted expectations. And I think ultimately they might very well win Georgia, and
Well, I don't know. Warnock won the last one, so I've got hopes in that.
Me too.
Herschel
Me
really
too. Me too. He's really
Herschel's
bad.
problematic for even the. Herschel's got to be problematic for even the
ultra conservatives. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I think you're probably right on about that. Let me ask you about a couple things. So one thing I just wanted to touch on. Did you see where he actually pushed that caller about skin color when it was related to the Democrat murder rate conversation? It was, I think, the caller before me.
No, I didn't. You were the first one, and I saw that when I popped up in YouTube. I listened to you.
All right, so this is what I was. No, I was just going to say that this is kind of what I suspected yesterday, just because I heard what you're calling like much. It's always like this, right? You didn't hear what I heard before you, and then I didn't hear you call after me. It's just the way it is. So the guy before you before me was where to me Pinecreek almost went full mask off, because people have been kind of dancing around this issue of, why are you talking about this? This doesn't have anything to do with anything. The connections aren't there. It's weird, blah, 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 blah. And to me, it's all about him just pulling out that right-wing commentary. And he actually pushed the guy, because you know the whole narrative he's been saying, right? The most murders are coming from the Democrat-run cities, and, and so he actually pushes the guy by saying, well, what demographic, if we take all the 2021 murderers and we pull 10 of them out, what demographic are they most likely? And the guy goes, 18 to whatever. And Doug's like, no, skin color. What skin color are they? And he's like, minorities, yes. And then, and so that was, all of Doug's stuff is triggering for me, but that was where I almost felt like he got sloppy, because he was just so enthusiastic about drawing these connections for people. And so that to me was him slipping up and revealing that that's where he's wanted to go with this whole thing. That's the circle for him. And so this whole thing is so that he can do the right-wing thing, which is find a way to throw black people under the bus. And in this case, it's via, let's just take a gander at what the highest per capita murder rates are. Happens to be those big liberal cities where who's doing those murders? You guessed it, bunch of black and brown people. Okay, Doug, you can go fuck yourself. Do you want to get on YouTube and make racist talking points?
Right. No, I totally understand that from you. And there were people that got on, and I wasn't able to follow too well yesterday because after I got booted up, I had to do a couple things. But right, but there were a couple people that came on, and I think Nathan included. And it's funny because Nathan's so in tune with like American politics and whatnot, because he's, like he said to that one dude, he's like, over here I'm a low C conservative, which makes me, in your eyes, like a radical liberal. And so Nathan brings up a couple things, and they talked about like why inner cities can possibly be like, and these are the statistics of it. And this just goes to your point of, Doug doesn't want to have anything to do with that conversation, right? He wants to talk about yeah, it's hard for me to make that line between, okay, well, he wants to just say black people, right?
Right.
Because I don't think it's a big leap, Jay. I'm not saying he's not. Again,
sure. Yeah.
I'm in the camp, and I'm in the camp, and I'll have this conversation with Doug any day of the week. but I don't think he'd be willing to, because we'd have to have somebody like yourself, and maybe even get like someone that's from the same place as his wife, right? Like, or a couple other people that we may know that are going to be dark skin color, and say, yeah, I'm prejudiced against African Americans. Say the same thing. Like, I agree with you, Doug. These blacks killing people in America, it's a terrible thing, and it's because blah 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 blah. When you can see, right? But he's going to say, no. I can't be. Sean, I can't be prejudiced. I can't be racist. I'm married to a black woman when it's convenient. But have you noticed every time that comes up, he says, oh, well, she's not African American. She's such a...
Exactly.
And what I hear is, no, she's not black.
Absolutely.
She's
100%,
Dominican.
Yes. We all hear it. We all know it. It's the same thing. And all black people, I don't think most people know people like this. If you know somebody from the Caribbean or even somebody African, right? If you know somebody who's from Africa, they don't identify as African American. Guarantee.
Well,
they don't. They're like, I'm from Africa.
Experience.
Right? Go ahead.
I've never had the African, but I've had the Jamaican, and that was my one. Like, so I've always seen like, okay, well, obviously, like different cultures are prejudiced, right? Like that's just the thing, because if you've ever traveled or you've ever been an army brat or you've ever done this, all these different cultures are coming together, and you have this point. You're like, wait a minute, how can you be pissed off at this dude because he's whether black, Mex, brown, or whatever? Aren't you brown? And the dude's like, cuz, and it's, some fucking El Salvadorian kids, pissed at like the Mexican kid, and they get in a fight, and you're like, or in a kitchen, for God's sake, you're like, they fucking hate each other because that's just the way they've been raised, and it's racist, right? But this Jamaican dude I worked with at a fine dining restaurant, big steakhouse, and he was Jamaican, and we're talking Atlanta, so a lot of black people, a lot of African Americans, and this particular gentleman, man, he just would not wait on them, because they typically, like, the African American clientele that would come in wouldn't tip as well as most of the clientele as a whole. And man, he was just like, and that was one of the first times. And, after talking to him, it's not all Jamaicans, of course, but it's like, look at Hawaii, right? They're like, anybody that's not Hawaiian is if you've ever been, I've never been, but I've known a couple Hawaiian people, and man, they're racist towards anyone that's not Hawaiian. Yeah.
So that's definitely, that's definitely there. And yeah, I think that it seems to me pretty clear that
card doesn't work.
Definitely feels
my wife's
this way.
Black doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. And you know what I was going to say? It's offensive for a number of reasons. Right. But one that people don't often think about is that you often feel that tension and dynamic in an interracial relationship. So you might have situations where, because I've dated interracially most of my life. I was only about kid in an all-white school. So you have situations in which you're dating somebody and they could say, oh, I can't be racist, I'm dating this black guy. But I could say stuff like, yeah, but I still feel like you're prejudiced against black people in a way that manifests itself in our relationship. For instance, your inability or unwillingness to address racism towards our relationship and your family.
Well, Jay, this is going to sound terrible, and it is terrible on a couple ends. But back when we were kids, you would be considered, like, and I'm sure that you've heard this before, but you were the whitest black kid on the street, right?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. Of course.
Even, I'm sure you've got black friends that are like, dude,
Oreo,
what are you talking about?
Black on the outside,
right,
black on the inside.
Right, you're so, even just like listening to some of your streams of like your background and whatnot. Like even today, you said something about like going to your dad with the politics and stuff, and to say that you haven't experienced a level. This is another thing that falls into Doug and that I was thinking about. Right, to say that you haven't experienced this level of privilege, right, and that we're talking about. And Doug likes to say, "Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know if Doug's ever said that." But there are a lot of conservatives that hate when you bring up the word privilege, right? It was fought so hard to say that we're not privileged, we're not this, and it's so fucking obvious that right? Like, if you're having these conversations about like going to a state dinner or like struggling over which skis I wanted when I was like 14 and 15 years old, when I was on a ski team in Germany to say that. Like, obviously, I'm fucking privileged in that sense. I mean, we weren't rich by any means, but we took advantage of some of the government programs that when my dad worked for the government in Germany, we had access to. And you got discounts through the army and all of this stuff. But to say that we weren't privileged, you just have to be dumb. It's what it comes down to. To say that, like, right, like you've lived your whole life in a gated community and you don't have privilege that people that are on food stamps, and regardless of race, creed, color, or whatever, right? Like, to say that you don't have privilege, and that's a conservative point of view, right? Like, oh, well, I'm not special. Bullshit, right? That's your whole platform.
Cameron said he doesn't like to talk about privilege, or privilege has, or the privilege he has, I should say. Yeah, and, you see that in his thought experiments, right? That was the thing that annoys me about his thought experiments. So he does the thought experiment of, well, what if the government had a program where we screen couples to make sure they're socially, economically, and psychologically fit to be parents? And it's like, yeah, okay, we could think about it. Yeah, thought about it. Awful fucking idea. It's a terrible idea. Try harder. But what does it say about him? Well, it says, of course, he sees himself as always in this created world of his thought experiment as the type of people who pass that test with flying colors, which also speaks to your point about his black wife not being black, because if really conservatives that ran the government did get to decide who gets to reproduce, the application he submitted with his dark-skinned wife might get rejected. They might both be in for a rude awakening about how America sees dark-skinned people, irrespective of whether they want to identify as African American or not.
Well, Jay, you don't have to go down right. So look, that's a wonderful point, right? So, and that's at the base of a lot of people that just don't, and it's on all sides. This is just a human, I'm special, right? Like, in this is a common theme, whether it be in, all of us with the religion, like the whole thing's based on I'm special, right? Like blah, 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 blah. Point being is I think Doug's smart enough to know, though, right? If he doesn't, I'm not going to speak to his relationship with his wife, but all I can think is he's got this lesser human sleeping in another room next to him that I have no idea why he's still married, right? Because, like, if you take it, like, the way that he talks, these same people, like when they're voting, like the simple point is, when it comes to the conservative or the party that he teams with, they're going to throw his wife in the exact same boat they're going to throw you and any other person that is black to them, because what's black to them doesn't have anything to do with African American or South
Caribbean,
African or
Jamaican,
Caribbean.
None of that.
They don't care.
Doesn't matter.
Because I tell you what, when the N-word comes out with the white evangelical conservative racist motherfuckers, it has the only definition is skin color, and it doesn't care where you're from or how you're raised or who you're married to.
Absolutely.
They see his wife as just as much of a lesser human being as they do that some poor bastard that's been living on the street in downtown Atlanta with the same skin color.
Right. And
they don't see her any different.
And then some of the other things was, even yesterday, he said, he did another one. He said, well, because people were talking about labor. You were right. You were talking about running a business, and okay, I think the law here is I could hire and fire who I want to, so it's on them to say, oh, I think he stepped out of line and didn't fire me on the merits of my work. Pretty simple. Okay.
So it came from, because I listened to a stream with him and T-Jump talking, and Doug, as usual, and this gets into the transgender. So when Doug says they have this overarching, and this is where I lean, I hate to use the word conservative, but this is where I lean conservative, or what used to be conservative, not like now when we say conservative or I'm a patriot, or these have different meanings now than they did 20 years ago, right? Like when I was like what my father would consider a conservative, like how he was a conservative, or my grandfather was a conservative, right? Totally different meanings. And that being said, Doug says, oh, well, how can you fire me for not calling what clearly is a woman a woman when she wants to be called a man. And to me, I say, what the fuck are you talking about? The issue is that company says if a transgender person wants to be identified as such and such, you're going to call that person such and such. Otherwise, we are going to fire you because that's the company. So for me, his conversation about transgender is moot in the sense of, I don't believe the government should have their business or their hands in my business. So if I set a rule that says, hey, as long as it's not discriminatory, right? But if I set a rule that says, hey, they're going to call whatever, that's who's doing the firing. And Doug wants to have this conversation of, why should I call a woman a man, a woman that's clearly a man? And he used in the workplace. And I'm talking, you're a conservative because that's not what you truly believe. You believe that your employer has the right this particular relation.
And then,
but he knows if he says, he knows, I'm sorry, Jay, one more.
No,
the
your
last thing is, and I think this is the most important, he knows if it's not done under the guise of, oh, well, can I get fired for this? If he simply says, why? Because what he wants to say is, he simply wants to say, why should I have to call a dude a woman?
Right.
Right? Obviously, it's right. I waited on, and the reason that I waited on this gentleman that came in one day wearing a dress and huge, like beefy mustache. Dude was like 6'2", 6'3". And I say, dude and man, up until this point, when I approached the table, and she is now a she, right? Like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, what would you like?
Yes.
And the further relationship when she, and now I refer to her as a she.
Hang on, you're breaking up a little bit. I think you probably moved somewhere different with your phone.
Am I good now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. But why, like, that doesn't bother me. It's never bothered me. It's never been an issue. Like, I was lucky to have the father that I did, and none of this has ever been an issue. But Doug wants to say, obviously, that's a dude. Why say yes, man, for trust?
You went robot again.
People in the workplace getting fired.
Yeah.
Give me a minute, Jay.
Yeah, you're good. So yeah, I absolutely understood his point there, and I thought it was a really good one. All I was gonna say is, well, one, again, it's an example of taking on that agenda in a way that is just really bothers me. But then he followed it up with, well, first off, because I was talking about how he always puts himself in the privileged position in his thought experiments. He says, well, I tend to identify with an employer more than an employee, which sounds to me the way like a 12-year-old tells you they're going to be the boss when they grow up, right? Because even a person who happens to be in a supervisor or management, executive position, owner type of position now, understands that, by sheer numbers, even a decent sized company, let's say, has one boss and 50 employees, the average person who should be our concern is always going to be, we should be thinking about the employees, even if you do have that perspective. But he really took it to the plantation mentality of, well, if now I can't look at a woman the wrong way and not be accused of sexual harassment, and if now I can't hire a black guy and then fire him whenever I want to, why even bother hiring people? So again, we're right.
Yeah, that was it. Can you hear me better?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you hear me better?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. All of that's a little. I think that, again, it goes back to, obviously Doug's got quite an ego, and I don't think that's necessarily like.
Yeah, it's
I don't think
character
it's a great thing, right? Like Christians
yeah.
refer to it as pride, but he's been successful in life. I think he was born with an ego. He was told he was special. I don't know what the Mennonites are like, but I could probably assume that they obviously think they're better than the rest of the Christians, especially when, you know, like the Mennonites or the lots of like these smaller like branches of Christianity, like, you know, that keep to themselves. I feel like it would be hard not to think that they're special, right? Like,
right.
I mean, like we have the true Christianity. I mean, they all think like that, but man, as small of a group, they wear the right clothes, they do the right, excuse me, rituals. But so I think there's a lot of ego there for him, but that was a weird, I'm not sure why I said that. Excuse me.
Yeah. You're good. Actually, so I just pulled up YouTube Punk's thing. I'm gonna hit a commercial real quick, only because I need to hit the little boys' room, and so we'll be right back. I want to thank everybody so much for joining me. Please like and sub if you haven't already. Really having a great conversation with Sean. Always think he adds a ton to his stream. So I want to thank him for calling in. And I'm not going anywhere. I just need to run off for a second. I will be right back. Actually, I'm going to just hit the be right back so y'all can hit a little OG Roddy music interlude.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stunt, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Hit the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bold is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list of approved devices in the in-flight information section.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stunt, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners.
Carrie Ann is vicious. Carrie Ann is like, hey, everybody, I got a great idea. Y'all want to get down with us? Here's a good idea. Just gamble all of your pocket change. All of it. Give it a whirl. All right. So yeah, man, this was fun. Yeah. So it's really all a weird thing, and I think too, for me, the thing I guess I should touch on here is for me, it's always a community thing, right? And so we're always trying to figure out how to approach things collectively. And so, like so many of the other figures that we interact with, as our perspective or feelings about that person changes, we're trying to go through the feedback and the tape together so that, people are kind of understanding where we're coming from. Because for me, the thing that I'm trying to avoid is a situation where people start to think I'm giving Doug the cold shoulder. I don't want to show Doug any love. And then people are like not understanding what's going on. And then they're thinking that I'm salty, or they're thinking that it's.
Well, I mean, Jay, it sounds like you're a little salty, right? I mean,
No, I am. But I just meant not about certain things. Like, so some people might know. I don't think he's done a lot to support us. And I think that that's weird in a way. And it's something that we've spoken about, but I didn't want people to think that that's what this is about. Like, this is about, I just needed to be done. Issues. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Me too. But yeah, I just think after what I've seen about these other things, it's about the politics for me. And for me, it's just like enough that it got to the point where it's like, I'm just out. Like, I don't want to, I hadn't been watching them a lot. I'm kind of like you. I kind of tuned out, and, but tuning back in from time to time recently has meant realizing that this is his, this is so much of what he's about now. And that, to your point, this is what he enjoys, right? This is he was having fun with this. Go ahead.
I think what he enjoys is I think he's honest in a lot of ways, right?
Sure.
And I think being a contrarian is one of those things that he's extremely honest about. That one, this is entertainment. Two, like it's, he's been forthright with he is a contrarian, and he likes that. So, and you see, like when he's done the open theist, like we all sign up for Doug to talk to a theist, right?
Right.
That's why we sign up. We want Doug to talk to a theist, and we want Doug to prove not only to the theist, but to us, like give us good reasons of like why we don't believe, why they don't believe. It enforces, hey, like we are making, good intellectual choices,
right,
of why we're not theists, right? Like I think that's why we watch the debates, we watch any of this shit.
Right.
To our in group, the thing with what I think is important with what we've seen lately is there's not a lot of theists that are tuning into Doug shows anymore, right? I mean, that's just you get to the bottom of the internet. He's been on it for like 4 years, and man, if I were a theist, I wouldn't call it his fucking show.
No, I mean it's tough out here for any of us.
You'd be worried about like him making you look foolish.
Yeah, so you get that I've been dealing with that in our own with our own channels, which is just like you're gonna get the Otangelos, the Rebel Nazarenes. You're gonna get the kind of the extremists, I hate to say it, or the people with the fringe positions, or the people who are looking for that antagonistic confrontation type interactions. And then every once in a while, you sucker in an innocent, old lady who just is been filling a pew their whole life. Okay, cool. But yeah, I agree with that, and I think and I think he's also just leaned into the right wing thing, like, and I agree with you that maybe for a lot. So that's what we're here talking about. I think a lot of us were with you in the sense that we know he's been about this. Robert Price was a turning point, right? And then we've been picking up some of these crumbs since Robert Price, the LGBT stuff, a lot of the. The other talking points on these other issues. And then now for me, it's just like, okay, cool. This is now where I want to put my cards on the table and be like, yeah, I think I understand what's going on here. I'm done with this person. Now, and that's the thing. I don't know.
It's no different than Derek dropping Robert Price. You got to do what's best for you, right? Like if it's literally toxic, like if someone's toxic for you,
right.
And they're going to, again, I made this point, and you have become, for whatever reason, whatever has gone on in your life or going on or whatever happened, you've become a huge advocate for everything that you believe in and hold dear to you, right? And I think that's all
absolutely wonderful.
Appreciate you.
But I can understand how, like, when someone like Doug could be toxic for you, whereas for me, not as toxic, right? Like,
absolutely,
because I would
100%
I'll
agree.
go on it. I can listen to him and hope that I could get on the stream and like have the conversation about the wife at some point, or have this conversation.
Yes.
And maybe listen for that opening. The same way that, but I understand why you would have trouble. And at some point, that's just, if it's constantly enraging you, and maybe if you'd have approached it differently, but I don't know, man. I'd like to see, I'd like to see the two of you engage on an actual intellectual level where he wasn't allowed, like there was no more music, like it was legitimate. You sit across the table from one another on YouTube and you say, hey, bro, I think you're a fucking, well, I mean,
just
and
off.
Forgive me, I
Just
don't want
think
to put
you're
words in your mouth, but right, like, hey, I think you're, because the politics are one thing, but like if he truly is racist or bigoted or any of these things that he really seems to be, I'd like to see him have to defend that or defend that. And I think his point is, no, I'm not going to defend it. I'm going to play some music and tune you out.
Yes, and
because
I also
obviously,
think
right.
I would do it. You know, I'd do it here, there, or a neutral platform. It'd be better if we could, you know, because Doug's pretty particular. He doesn't go a lot of places, so he mostly only does his channel, maybe Nate's once in a while.
He goes to, he doesn't go to too many other places.
No, he doesn't.
You know why that?
Yes.
Why I think that is
The control.
because he doesn't have control. Yeah, absolutely.
And so yeah, I think that'd be interesting. And yeah, I don't mind anybody that keeps engaging with him. I just felt like I was at a point where I wanted people to see what I'm seeing now. Okay, look, this is what I'm seeing. And the thing with him that makes it kind of interesting is I do think that it is a little bit more of a stinger because I liked him and I know him, and you know, it's harder to watch. It's also problematic for me because it's now on top of all the stuff I felt about the sort of community thing. So I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about this, but I started on Twitch, was on Twitch for a long time. It's tough to get going as a streamer on Twitch, and it's really important to be interactive with your fans, and we all fall short of that ideal, but I noticed things like if fans came up with a t-shirt or a graphic for him or something like that, he didn't really use it or play it a lot. If fans sent them videos they made, he didn't really promote them or show them a lot. And I always thought that was, one, really disappointing as a missed opportunity. But then I started to feel like it's just a bit weird. Like it's weird in this modern YouTube culture to like not celebrate the fan culture and fan community around your content. It's like a weird way to be. Like it's almost like an old school TV mentality, right? It's I mean, even most television shows, right?
It's that they don't offer anything that you like. Again, I think it goes back to, for me, Jay, it goes back to ego, right? Like, you know, this weird, like, don't talk about your channel on my channel. You know, we're only going to talk about what I want to talk about, or you're getting the fucking boot. Like, don't come on and agree with me. Don't, like, it just, any of the weird, like, thing. And again, you know, we're seeing the evolution of Doug's channel and, like, who he is.
Yes. Couldn't agree more. Yes. Absolutely.
And it's disappointing. It's no different for me. I love the interaction of YouTube now. It's become like an interactive, like where you can interact with your favorite TV show.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we can talk about like the gamification of this kind of thing all day long, but just to stick on the point of like Doug and community, I think he's honest. I think it's not about the community for him. It's about his own personal entertainment.
Right.
And the whatever the conversations with theists weren't, he wasn't getting the ones he liked or this or, but again, you have to wonder if the conservative, they got slapped around a little bit, in my opinion, or at least they didn't get what they thought was going to happen. And the next day he comes on and it's like, oh, fuck these liberals. What, you know what I mean? Just take it.
Well, I was just trying to make sure it started with the video, and I think the video was actually the day before the election. So I think to your point, part of what happened yesterday was he, like a lot of conservative, was doing the chest pounding thing almost on the way in. And that's what also bothered me, was that, number one, I have enough experience in politics that, like I say, it's okay to talk about it as a game, as a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But when you treat it like it's just a game, like, you know, like somehow politics is poker and let's score points for our side and cash in all our chips when the time is right, rather than understanding that we're dealing with pretty much the only mechanism we have to materially affect the way our lives are governed. So in some sense, I find it offensive the way he treats it all like it's a joke, or it's all a game, or it's all, hey, you know, like it's all sport to him at some point. People who think that way, I think, are very dangerous, especially because it's not okay to think that way in the political arena to me, because there's so much really at stake when we talk about politics. And it's easy to overlook that, and I don't want to get on a big soapbox about it, but it's a particular, it's a problem for me, because if you're trying to take it all seriously, you can't do this like this right now. And then the timing of it all is so terrible, because he basically more or less said, oh, I don't even remember what made me do it or why I was doing it. Oh, yeah, you know, I knew the midterms was going to happen the next day. So, I thought this would be fun. So that's kind of, again, like I say, hey, it's Sunday afternoon. It's game day. All the world is watching, and it's time to get out here, and it's game day. What's the game-winning play? And it's crunch time. And this is the time, if Pinecreek is going to really tell us, hey, I'm anti-racist, and hey, I'm not bigoted, and all of this stuff, then you should use this as an opportunity to speak to the things that are really important to you. If you're gonna make a YouTube short about the election, and again, I was making content about the election. I was talking about my experience with voter harassment.
Well, Jay, but he doesn't want to commit to that. Like, he's not making political content per se. Like, I mean, because then it's the same thing. He wants to have the conversation about the transgender person under the guise of, well, why should I get fired if I say something like this? Not what really the conversation he wants to have, or that they all conservatives want to say, because they all do it under the guise of something else. They all want to say, why should I have to call you a fucking woman? Obviously, you're a man.
Right.
And they're just bigoted, whatever. But it's got to be done under the guise of something else. So that's a you're doing something that's important to you. What's important to him, is his entertainment, and what entertainment entertains him. And maybe there's a little bit of like vindication from, he thought, but look at the way his show ended up yesterday. Watch the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of it. Yeah. And that's part of the thing with me, is it's just like okay, I see you now. This is because this is important stuff, and you had a chance to throw your voice into the dialogue, and that's what you went with. And yeah, it then bothers me. I'm then like, yeah, and I'm here to shut down people who that's their play. Oh, cool, that's your play? Cool. Consider me full-on opposition of people who make that play on game day. Like that, you know what I mean? That's what it is. I'm on the other team, I'm wearing the other jersey, and I'm here to intercept that pass and run it back for a touchdown, because that was some bullshit.
Because we never talked about the team before. The team was always theism and atheism, I think, or critical thinking,
right,
or epistemology, or something. The political, like his politics, look, he's been this, he's conservative. His politics have always been conservative. They stem from his religious upbringing, in my opinion, which he'll say, oh, well, it doesn't have anything to do with my politics. Of course it does. And it's funny to see someone as intelligent as him not to be able to see like what he's doing, or like the mistakes that he draws, that even someone that's not, as intellectually, I guess present as a lot of you guys can see, like, a little bit from looking outside, like, dude, come on, I mean, but anyway, the short of it is, like, we were all a little bit, like, for me, the turning point was Robert Price, and you're hurt because, like, one of your heroes comes out and you're like, wait a minute, you're just an asshole.
Absolutely. Yeah. Also, Peter W. Yeah, let's chat in Discord because he's right. I'm glad to hear you play Pinochle. I'm looking for Pinochle players, and it is similar to Bridge, somewhere between Bridge and Euchre. But yeah, I'm a huge fan. So that's what we're doing. We've got a little Pinochle lounge in the Gather. That's the Pinochle school. So yeah, it can help you get caught up. But yeah, Sean, I think the Robert Price thing stung for a lot of people. The Pinecreek thing stings for me, and yeah, and I was just kind of adding that I do think there's a certain level of interpersonal disappointment that he isn't more community oriented, doesn't care to do stuff for the community, and then that had already shifted my approach towards him. Like, I'm not as enthusiastic of a fan or a supporter, right? Because if I compare that to somebody like Derek has a big channel, Pinecreek has a much bigger channel. They could both help me in similar ways. Derek has always gone out of his way to help, to show love, to extend friendship, right? Not just, I'm going to name you as one of my black friends on air, but Derek will call me. Right? Derek will call me.
Oh,
I just finished the stream, bro. I expected you to be live so we could hang out. Why aren't you live right now? Derek, I'm not live because I was just watching the stream, fuckface.
Well, not to put, and I don't think it should be maybe on air or even ever talked about unless he wants to talk about it, but it would be interesting because Derek's known Doug for a long time. It'd be interesting to see how he
his take
Doug,
on it.
because he had such a, and look, for me, Doug wasn't crippling. Like, if I want to be completely honest, and I watched every show Doug ever did, right? Like, all of them, and just, religiously.
Sure.
Price was the big kick in the teeth, right? It was like, because this guy I listened to, I would go to sleep at night listening to, like, the mythicism and him talk about, like, the alternative explanations, and this dude's just, like, this genius. And then you hear, like, him come out as, like, the drunk conservative uncle that comes out and just has one too many at Thanksgiving and starts talking about, the terrible shit.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Right. Like the true colors come out, and everybody's like, "Shut up."
Right.
And that was kind of like Price, and like that was a real kick in the teeth, because you think,
yes.
How could somebody like who you thought? And the other thing, I think the big part of it, Jay, too, is you look at Doug and you look at him, not only is there are two things that go on, and I think this is where you would say, Doug, I'm disappointed in you, but I feel like we're friends, blah blah, and Doug's gonna look at you straight in the face and be like, we're never friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
That I know.
Absolutely.
I guarantee that's a fact. That's just a conservative, and when they get pushed back, they'll cut ties, and because their conservative position means so much more to them than any kind of like pushback on it, right?
Absolutely.
Like, it literally,
Absolutely.
like I've had this happen. Like, somebody that I thought was a close friend, we had an argument one time, and he's like, we're not friends, and that was the blow. That was the kick in the teeth.
Right.
For me, it's like, this dude literally was like, we're not friends. Do you think we're fucking friends? It's like, okay, and it was like, wow.
And
I'm, and that's the one thing about Doug. But the two is, you look at this dude that's intellectual, right? Like, you've respected for so long, and then he comes out with some stuff and so it makes you think, right? Like, Nathan talks about this a lot of, like, is he gaslit? Like, how Nathan's like, holy shit, am I being gaslit? Like, what's going on here? Like, am I crazy? And I think of this a lot, like, whether it be politics or especially where I live. Like, wait a minute, what am I missing? Like, am I on the wrong team? Because I'm empathetic? Like, because I don't see, should I see something wrong with, like,
right? This is what I mean. Like, I literally was, it was like, he literally was going on the whole thing about what a sucker to have hurt feelings over, stuff people are saying on the internet. And it's like, dude, that is, that's what we talk about. You gotta come to Master's table with the tone of voice that he would like to be addressed with, so that you can negotiate your surrender. And it's like, it's just not gonna go down like that. Wow. But that's the we call it the plantation mentality that they have. But yeah, it is insulting, gaslighting, because it's making you feel that confusion. Oh wait, now I'm wrong because I shouldn't have got upset. God.
I wasn't meaning
to you're
say that Doug is gaslighting someone. I'm saying, like, in the sense of, like, it's maybe a better example is I had a friend that left he was Christian, he left his wife and 5 kids, and for some girl he met while he was out running in the woods, right? Like, and the whole community is like, whoa, right? Like 20 years of marriage, youth pastor, like huge in the church community, left his wife. He goes home one day and his neighbor just curses him out, like just calls him the spit of the earth, and it's just like cursing him out. And I said, dude, the reason is because they look at you and they say, well, if this could happen to you, how am I going to get through this? And I think with that, there's a lot of, like, when someone like Doug comes out and you're like, wait a minute, like, you've got terrible fucking ideas. It makes you think, like, holy shit, like, what am I missing? Like, how much could I, like, in that sense of, like, it makes you rethink, like, someone as intellectually, like, present as Doug, like, if he's right, like, it makes you second guess a lot of things. And I think that's problematic for maybe people like you, myself, Derek with Bob Price, maybe, I don't know, maybe I don't know if anybody else, like Nitty, like, he seems to, maybe if it's problematic for those of us.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think it's a really fantastic point. You can't help but it. And that's the thing that bothered me too, was you feel like you're kind of in a lonely perspective. There's only so many African-American voices in our perspective. So it really meant a lot to me to see in the chat Cameron be like, oh yeah, and then all the white boys laugh, because that's what it felt like. It felt like, Doug does that, he tunes you out, and then, all the conservative white boys in the chat, chuckle it up with them, or, give you their spin on the talking points. And so you're going, oh, okay, so this is what happens when I put myself in a vulnerable position in this quote unquote community. I get laughed off stage, and then everybody chuckles about laughing the black guy off stage because he was offended by the prejudice of the content. And so it meant a lot to me to just be seen in that way, because that, to your point, that's the thing, because then you go, oh, I wasn't supported in, speaking up against the thing that was disappointing me. I was actually chastised for being upset. So, I guess I got to figure out how to not be upset. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it just has you second. And then you're like, well, what else should I stop being upset? It has you second guessing. It's
Jay,
frustrating.
I think with what you're concerned with is, I think, like, there's, I think, one, to say that anyone was laughing at you, I don't necessarily think that's the case, but I also think, like, when it comes down to it, the only person, if anyone at all, would be truly Doug. And maybe that's a persona he spins online. It's by spin, I mean SPIN. Like, he spins to people online, like, this is who I am. And maybe he goes and he feels bad about that. I doubt it, because it's just, I think people, like,
you'd know by now
that are, well, you think, or I just think that, with YouTube, I think people are generally going to be more of who they are than not, because even though we're out in the world right now, we're kind of not, right? Like, I can say whatever I want. Like, I can't reach across the thing and slap you, right? Right? Like, I mean, in that sense of, like, a table. Like, if we sat down at a table and some people said the things they do on YouTube, you might get smacked.
Right.
So it's a difference. That's all I mean. Like, because you're in the universe, but it's not as, like, blind as Facebook, where people are just fucking just deplorable. Right. But it is in the sense of, like, there's no real repercussions, right? Like, what he's going to do to Jay Bundy and your 1,000 fucking followers, he doesn't care about that. Like, it doesn't bother him in the least, right? He's not going to lose any sleep over that shit at night.
Right. Absolutely.
That's the way I think, until he proves me different.
And that's how privilege works, right? You can just afford to generally be insulated from the ordinary repercussions of particular behaviors. But yeah, the other thing is he's really tactical, right? Because he's essentially good with the counter-apologetics. He's good when he turns his mind to this in the sense of, you know, the tactics, calling people in, getting them to agree to the facts, and then, you know, pushing them a little bit further. So it's just, yeah, it's just something I got sick of. But I actually appreciate the fact that, you know, I think we've teased out some of this, because that's actually what I was thinking when I said support people of color, not the racist gaslighters. It was some of the, you know, unknowing ways where, you know, we could do more for each other, because I felt that thing. Like, I felt that thing where, like, you get in a fight with somebody and then, you know, they're sitting up there spinning their side of it, and you're sitting there going like, well, wait a second. Let's make sure people are clear about what I reacted to, right? It's cool to see, you know, I think a bunch of people saw that and so they got what happened. But yeah, Sean, thanks so much for calling in, man. I want to make sure I get some work done here myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before I end the stream, but yeah, definitely I'm glad that you called in. And like I said, when you get a chance, man, call in anytime you want. But yeah, also please hit me up in Discord so I can get you going with us and gather.
Now, do I just find that, is that link in the chat or something? Like, if
yes, the Discord, it's in the description. Yeah, yep. Or
okay.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'll go ahead and put the Discord.
Well, I've got to like sign up for that or something.
I'll drop it now.
But maybe I'll do that tonight.
Yeah, I put the link in the chat.
I'm going to try and get on with Nitty later, because I'd like to say, because the last thing I'll say is this about the community, Jay. You know, it's for me, it is about community, and I think for, you know, somebody like Doug, it doesn't need to be about community, because why should it? But because there's so many wonderful people that I found maybe through him or around him, and then you keep going down, and the community kind of shifts, right? Like, it's ever evolving. It's ever, just like life, right? It's organic, and it changes and does a lot of different things. But like, I found Nidimus, you found Mark Reed. There's a couple.
There's a lot of people, a lot of good people. Yeah, for sure.
A lot of good people that you can shift over to that you don't. And, you know, that's as much as I'll probably, you know, tune in every now and then to Doug, like I have been. I make it a point to tune into other people still, where my time can be better spent, like, right? Like whether it be with like some, because anyway, that's all I want to say.
And I'm sure from time to time somebody will share something with me that I'll check out, or if he does something that the community's buzzing about, I'll, you know, check it out. It's not an interpersonal hatred. It's more of a, you know, I don't think I want as much of this in my YouTube diet as I used to. And then, you know, I don't hold anybody else to that standard. But me personally, you know, to your point, I have to focus on being one of those other spaces that the community can go to, especially someplace the community can go to where that, like you said, being a community is what it's about for us. So yeah, I'm happy that, I'm just happy to know there are other people that are, you know, on that same tip, even if I don't have the opportunity to talk to them every day. You know what I mean?
Well, you feel the difference in the stream. Like, when you go onto Doug's stream, or you go onto your stream, or Nathan's stream, or you get on a stream with like Mark Reed or anybody else, actually, you feel the difference in like, oh, this is an actual dialogue, and there's not really, like, depending on what's going on, or
right,
you know. And look, no shot at Doug for this particular point. If he's there for entertainment, and that entertainment is gotten by, you know, for him maybe beating up on Atheist, or recently the political thing, for me it's just no different than any other dopamine hit. He's not getting the dopamine, and he's got to get it somewhere, and that somewhere seems to be politics. And you see, like, a lot of people now maybe aren't seeing the same things that you and I, or Nitty, or any of the other community may see, because they don't watch him as much. But what they are seeing is like, hey, is this is this now a political channel? I've seen that in his chat quite a bit.
Yeah, and we might be on the same tip, because I've always been telling people over in this channel I want to move more towards like politics and social issues. I find it more dynamic and interesting than religion, because let's face it, until we get a new Bible, we probably won't get new innovations in apologetics, but at least current events stays current. So the news next week will be, by definition, different than what it was last week, and I find that a lot more appealing. It's easier to make up content this way, right? And have interesting stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm probably...
But the problem, I think, is... The only problem I'll say with that, Jay, is that for me, is where... I'm not sure where you're located, but where I am in the South is they are so intertwined as far as like your...
Oh, I agree. Yeah. So I almost think it's a natural extension. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 100%. They're voting because of the religion.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah. And I think even people who won't admit it are. So I think even people like my mom and my stepdad, essentially black, liberal, softy, love of Jesus Christians, that worldview plays very heavily into their politics and who they vote for, even though they don't want to admit it, right? They want a slick talking preacher to come in there. They want them to be on the blue team, right? But they if they get a chance to vote for evangelical preacher, Jesus loving type, cross pin wearer, over a secular liberal, they're going to do it every time. They're going to go.
That's always the case. I'll say the one thing about the politically that we've seen here that I think is really like someone like my mother that leans way conservative, right? Like I got her to say that she may not even vote, because for me now it's like say my partner and wife, so for the longest time you could be pro-choice, right? Like you could be pro-life, you could be pro-choice, and it wasn't that big of a deal in this sense. Now to vote pro-life, because it's been kicked down to the states, and my mother and I had this discussion a month ago. I said, look, now when you go to the poll and you vote for this person, especially in Georgia, you're voting for Sarah, for my partner, not to be able to have her own bodily autonomy, to have no control over her own personal bodily autonomy.
100%.
And my mother had never, and I think a lot of people haven't thought about that, right? Because now when you used to go to the poll, it doesn't matter. Like, oh, I'm pro-life, but you weren't voting to literally take away a woman's bodily autonomy. And now when you go to the poll, because it's been kicked out.
Right, so it was it was a free religious stance to have, and you could even vote on it safely because there was no real chance that vote was going to trigger the pro-choice mechanism. So it was a signaler. It was just a signal wave. Hey, vote for us. We're conservatives. But now you cash that chip in today. You're trying to pipeline directly into our uteruses. Iris, I need you to mute just mute the stream when you call in. Yeah, just mute the stream when you come back in. No worries. But yes,
Jay, I think that's the biggest point is like now you're actually trying to take a woman's choice away, like over her own body, right? Like and I told my mother this. I said, someone that you love like a daughter, you're going to go vote. And if you vote for Kemp, especially in Georgia, right? Like Georgia is going to be one of the states that takes it away, right? That you won't be able, Georgia is, if we're one of those states, right? If they can get women, right, it will happen. So you might have to go somewhere else to have that abortion. And she'd never thought of it like that. She was like, you know what? Well, maybe I just won't vote. And for her to say that, I was like, that's huge. And I think that's what they're seeing, right?
Yeah. And I think they need to vote our way instead of not voting. but it's a step in the right direction, right?
And that's what my partner said. She was like, look, well, they need to vote. And I said, look, step in the right direction, because every person, like the thing with Trump, they lose so much ground over people that say, fuck it. whether it's they think it's all the Trump supporters that think it's rigged and they're not going to vote. I was like, hell yeah, let them not vote. But there are lots of people out there that are stupid bastards. Oh, it's rigged. Oh, now you're really
stay home.
But then there are Trumpers or there are people that support the thing that are like, oh shit, like that no longer do. Well, I'm not going to vote Democrat. That's for sure. So they don't vote. And then you of course have the people that for like Herschel are just I don't understand it. Like dudes on stage with like a fake police. I like it. It's just like, oh my god.
Right. Well, yeah, and I was giving you this too because I'm just saying, like, man, I'm about that life, and I'll tell people this, like. People know I did like community organizing in Newark, New Jersey, right? I come in, I feel like I'm a second generation political person, right? I'm a person who's not a political figure because that was too easy for me. It was too obvious. That was the too obvious thing to do. Follow in my dad's footsteps and you know what I mean? So for me, but what does that mean? I take it very seriously. I take it very seriously. And in Newark, it's very much literally what I would call a street fight mentality. That's how politics is in North Jersey. Everything's a war. You're fighting like cats and dogs over every seat. City council, school board, dog catcher, doesn't matter. Everything is at play. And so with somebody like Pinecreek, it's almost like he activated that mode in me. He activated you want to go there? Oh, cool. Yeah, I want to go there too. Yeah, matter of fact, it turns out I don't want to stick my foot all the way up the right winger's ass. You know what I mean? Like, and it's unfortunate that you put yourself in that position, but you've just asked for it now. So now you have this coming to you. And that's how I feel about a lot of the things he does, even with the vaccine, the LGBT, the classism, all of the different things that he spins on his channel now. It's just you touch the stove, and you should learn that you get burnt when you do that, and it's your own fault because you wanted to.
Yeah, the anti-vax thing is just for me. The anti-vax is just so strange. Like now, it's so strange. Right? Because like because you had people that were like they're always. I just don't. They're pushing it back, and it's because you've got news networks like Fox that are. I mean, man, they pushed it for so long, and then. I don't know why it's a thing.
Do you think Doug watches Fox News? Do you think that's where he's getting this from? Like, where do you think he's getting? Where do you think he gets his news? That's come up.
I mean, I think he watches some sort of conservative outlet too. I think he's as far right as like where he's dangerous. But again, I honestly think the biggest question for Doug is, does he vote? Right? Like, is he a legal citizen in the United States? I don't know.
Oh. Interesting.
I mean, I guess he has to. I know his kids are, but like, are they citizens? Like, because he's Canadian.
Wow. Yeah. So that'd be interesting because it's kind of easy to play it from a long perspective if you're not even a voter. This is all really interesting stuff, man. But yeah, I'm
well, that's like how much of a dog do you have in that fight? But,
exactly. But yeah, but I think the conversation you had with your mother really highlights my perspective on these things, is that the urgency of the moment is created because we are trying to actually deal with these issues. Like you said, no, you're really trying to vote for the anti-abortion wing, and or you're really trying to interfere.
Well, no, and now before it wasn't a thing, right? Like in my eyes, it wasn't a thing. Now that it's kicked down to the states.
No, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. Yeah, but I'm saying that I think the same type of thing could be said about a number of these issues. Not because there's sometimes it is on the ballot. Sometimes LGBT is on the ballot right now too, right? Sometimes gerrymandering is on the ballot, and in Michigan we had reproductive rights on the ballot. We had financial transparency for elected officials on the ballot. We had public safety, and we had the right to vote, right? We had to, extending, like a permanent absentee list and extending early voting. All that was on the ballot.
Jay, this was like where we live, like, and we even on the way, like later that day, I guess we sat down at dinner and heard all these people say, like, I guess Colorado had, like they legalized hallucinogenics or something, or they had all these like stuff on their ballots. And like where we're from, literally it was like, should farmers get a bigger tax break? Should road workers not have to, like, literally we had none of this stuff people talk about. It was all just like, we had like 4 extra questions.
Oh yeah, and they were all just like, should we put up sign here?
Yeah, exactly. Should agriculture get like a better tax break?
Yeah.
Should a farmer get this? It literally was like nothing. There was nothing versus anything else.
That's
kind of like where we.
That lets you know what's up. Yeah. Man, I had a quick question pop into my head and it slipped right out of my brain.
Well, I mean, I'll come back next time.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you so much for calling in. Thanks again, Sean. Always pleasure to have you on. All right, have a good weekend, man. Appreciate you.
All right, brother. Talk to you
later on. Yeah, man, that was super fun. Let me get back to the ranch with the gang. So we'll go back in here. I'm gonna switch it on up. Let me throw on some heady lo-fi beats. Let me touch on a couple other things that really bothered me in terms of the gaslighting. Pinecreek also went on, a lot of it was trying to offer this critique of, I called them out, I told them I'm disappointed. Like I told y'all, there's that sort of idea of whistleblower gaslighting, where you're doing this type of thing to somebody who's called something out or who's confronted a bad behavior. But then he went on to basically insult me and run me down, right? Accuse me of name calling, which again, me calling out someone's consistent prejudice and their routine efforts to throw black people under the bus, racism, is not name calling. But he responded to it by basically saying, oh, well, I'm never going to be able to effectively affect positive change. And, I don't have good communication skills. Excuse you, fuckface, when was the last time you defended a dissertation? I don't have good communication skills? Doesn't make any sense. Sorry, I'm a university professor. What are you talking about? What do you mean? And it's a little type of thing that I just wanted to let people know I saw, I noticed, and I'm going to speak about. I see what people do. I see how people treat me. And again, it's not okay. You get critique, take the feedback. Why I got to be incapable? He sound like Sal. That's what Carrie Ann said. Pinecreek sounded like Sal Cardova. Oh, these people are deranged and they don't know how to communicate and you can't even talk to them. Nah, we just think you're sitting on some bullshit and we calling you out for it. But again, it had to be running me down, y'all. Just running me down, and that's what they talking about. You calling somebody out, hey man, that thing you're doing, that's not cool. Oh, well, you're being too emotional, and you can't communicate, and nobody's ever going to like you if this is how you talk to people. Why gotta be all that? And what happened to being dead inside? And then the funny thing is, he followed it up with a conversation about, okay, well, I'm not calling you names, but if I wanted to retaliate, I could just say mean things to you, like you're hurting people and you're harming people, and because you're such a liberal softy, that would really destroy you. Because you're one of these liberal lefties who can't handle the name. That was his point about bragging about me calling him a racist doesn't make a dent. Because people like him who are dead inside and immune to feelings, don't respond to being called names. But if you were to call me names, that would just destroy me. No, it would just make me realize you're an idiot. And one, I wasn't really calling you names. I called you a racist. I think you're fucking racist. Call you a gaslighter. I think you're fucking gaslighter. If you don't recognize the difference between name calling and an accurate description based on someone's behavior, maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. But then he took it to, well, this is what you can do if you want to hurt someone on the left. He literally took it to, this is what you do if you want to hurt someone who's pro-LGBT. And again, Uncle Bobby spoke about this, but other people have as well. It's important that we call out this type of thing. Yeah, everybody's got their... if you can dish it, you should be able to take it. You know, make sure both sides are being held to the whatever, the blase and the flavonoids. Please understand, none of that is relevant right now. What we're talking about is why on earth would you want to hurt people who take positions that there's no reason to oppose? This is what I mean. There should not be opposition to everything. Part of this postmodern, post-truth, everybody's entitled to their own reality bullshit is motherfuckers running around being like, oh, well, if you don't like the pro-LGBTA agenda, here's how you take down the pro-LGBT folks. Why would you want to do that? So what he's basically revealing is that this is a lot of what it's about for him. He wants to trigger lefties. Why? So he can hurt people's feelings. And if you want to be cool like Pinecreek, he's happy to teach you how to do it too. So yeah, Doug Cordova, what the fuck kind of sense does it make to be out here like, hey, if you want to really upset those people who are trying to fight for LGBT equality, here's how you do it. Are you sick of those pesky anti-racist libtards? Here's how to hurt people who want to advocate for people of color. Are you sick of those fucking socialists telling you that the working class should be treated better, who want to raise the minimum wage and improve the average living conditions of most of humanity? Here's how you make those people feel like shit and cry into their pillows before they go to bed at night. Are you sick of all these soft fuck faces who are advocating for women's rights and insisting on equal pay and a woman's right to her own reproductive decisions? Here's how you make sure these fuckfaces who want to protect women absolutely hate themselves when they wake up and look at themselves in the mirror every morning. Again, like, exactly, Iris Gaming, he's advocating for a theocracy whether or not he knows it. What is wrong with you? Like, bro, seriously, what is wrong with you? These people need help. You need to take real deep stock of what the fuck is going on in your head, where you literally look out and all the problems you see in the world, of all the things you could talk about right now, you're like, you know what needs to be addressed? People are advocating for marginalized people. I really hate that. I'm really sick and tired of all of this advocacy for marginalized people. So I'm going to teach you how to bully the people who stand up to bullies. Like, oh my Lord. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? So, listen, I think the solution for me and for a lot of other people is quite simply, we're going to excise this cancerous motherfucker from our diet, from our system here, from our corporate body, and do away with his ass. And, if some people want to from time to time still, hit up the Pinecreek or let us know about something interesting going on over there. I mean, whatever. Go ahead. I mean, I'm not gonna lose my shit over it. But just kind of uninterested and unimpressed, to be honest with you. But yeah, man, I think we dealt with it, man, and I'm actually glad. I felt like this was a great stream. We really got into it, and I feel good about where we're at with things. Let's try to get some sounds going here. Some good old lo-fi. Ooh, guitar. Yeah, let's do that. All right, then let's make sure we're set up and gather. I guess I could work from the Pinochle Lounge. That's fine. Because then I won't have to move. Actually, you know what? Go up to the office where my Ironbout is. I'm not done in the office yet. I'm in the office kind of late tonight. Also, I kind of want to set up something like this in the Pinochle Lounge. I really like this. I want to work on something like this. This was my original idea, was to make the Pinochle Lounge kind of like more feature than poker. Now, yeah, that was kind of the original idea. I gotta see. Maybe I'll make a smaller room. I don't know, y'all. Cause I really like the way this is set up. Make a bunch of these in there. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working, man. Keep working, man. I love Gather, man. We're having such a good time. I was tempted to just take poker out of here, but I want to make the Pinochle Lounge special. Although it might make sense because then people could explore all the other games and stuff out here. But I think eventually other people are going to be streaming from the game room. So I'm going to leave it open. Maybe put some spotlight tiles in there. Carrie said just replace the poker with Pinochle. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then I still have to build a bar in there and everything. I kind of like the way the Pinochle Lounge is set up now because it gives us like the bar and everything. So I think I might just be able to make some of those areas in the Pinochle Lounge.
I'm taking the gloves off.
But yeah, we'll see. What's up, AR? Appreciate y'all. I'm in here in the Captain's Lounge if y'all, or what's Captain's room? Let's hit a quick smoke break and then get to work. We'll do a late night work session.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
Because we have a powerful cumulative case. I gotta be honest with you. If you're an atheist and you're on the left like me, and you like empiricism the way I like empiricism, y'all already know where this is going.
Going to hell.
We really do have a powerful cumulative case. You know? And as far as there's a reason why this world's going to hell, can we just say that whether you're a Christian or an atheist, we can all agree that the reason the world's going to hell is because Jesus is the reason for the season. Amen, hallelujah. Yep, see, got him. Got him. The Christians got to get with me on that. Everybody agree. If you're an atheist, the reason why the actual world we live in right here and now is going to hell is motherfucking Jesus himself. And if you're a Christian, you think ultimately the reason why the world is damned and everybody's going to hell, that would also be Jesus. Checkmate this. Jesus sucks for everybody. Been trying to tell y'all that. Oh, y'all hear that? Y'all hear that whirl percussion? That's what we call that, whirl percussion. Them fucking bongos, them congas right there. Them hand slaps. You can hear the hands. Them hands is calloused. They're chapped. With fat fingers. It's a fat fingers with fat hands playing that percussion. A lot of padding on the palms. Yeah, slapping them. Oh shit, Melody Joy isn't gathered. We shooting some softcore. We would be, but I don't think Jay's Clown Girl is here right now, so we might have to start with a talent search. We might have to start with a backroom casting session. Don't act like you don't be watching them casting sessions. I know you be watching them casting sessions, them couch pornos with the casting sessions. Y'all like that type of nasty shit. Shit, that's how you mix it up. You gotta find some new talent. The mailman. Oh, what's up, UC Love? Let's see what we can do here. Alright, look. Boom. What the hell's going on in here? Alright, what I'm gonna do. Oh, we've been working in code. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's copy this actually, because I'm gonna break it. something else. I want to make a new directory. All right, see that MABE updates random. I want to make a new version of it. Updates dev. I kind of want to do this all in the same directory so that I'm not creating more project directories. Let me see. Yeah, remove. Well, let me think about this. Because when I want to recover... Yeah, I want to just go back to that updates random. All right, so look, we'll do this instead. Let's get rid of that. Let's go remove. We'll remove that roulette thing. All right, then we'll go into random. All right, so this is like the directory we got from Cliff where everything was working out really nicely. So I just want to make a copy of that directory. And I want to call it dev. And that just means development. So that'll be an indication that, that's the development version that I'm working on. All right, we'll go into our work directory real quick. We'll show you everything's working real nicely. Ooh, but you know what? This is interesting because I didn't run the right command. Should be setting star. And to be honest, that's not the right command either. Because that seed sucks. It's the one with the seed command built into it. Random seed. I gotta actually, this one. MABE F setting star global random seed. I think the seed should be 110. All right, now you guys see how crazy the fitness is getting right here. All right, let's kill that. I want to see how long that ran previously. Here, let's go explore. I don't think this is from... Wait, what is this? It's 10,000? Yeah, I don't think this is new. Let's see. We're gonna sort the data here. Yeah, we got the playful Freaky Friday crowd in here tonight. It's all good. Appreciate y'all and hero support trying to get some work done. Y'all know we gonna meet with Cliff on Monday, and we wanna keep moving through this shape mating project. Oh yeah, we didn't get these guys shapes. Okay. All right, so this is everything. So then, what's their thing gonna be? They score, I guess, is their fitness. All right, let's see, where's score? this does not make any sense. Yeah, this is old. This has to be Markov brains. Yeah, these are Markov brains. And this looks like we were doing tournaments still. Yeah, I don't think we ran the roulette shit. Yeah, and they're not eating foods. Or they're eating a little bit of foods. So I don't know what this is. All right, let's go see. Don't save that. No, I don't want to do that. All right, let's see. Let me go see what these settings are. All right, I think this is what we want. Initial population is 500, and the mode is run. Yeah. The random seed, we're gonna set 10,000 updates. Snapshots at 1,000. Yeah, we have that 1.5 power thing. All right, now, world settings, let's try these out. All right, 1, 2, 3, switch cost is high. How many food types? Only 2 food types. Yeah, just give me 1 snapshot actually at 1,000, that'll be fine. Because their max and shit's already off the charts. I don't need this to run for 10,000. Oh my goodness, it just blew through that. I don't think it printed a snapshot. Oh, maybe it did. If it's printing them. Oh, I was just printing them all along. Yeah, okay. Oh, the optimized value, I think, is... Okay, they're eating foods, but they're... What? Let me sort by the optimized value. What? All right, all of this is making sense to me so far. It eats food too. Things don't really seem to be eating both foods. They're eating one or they're eating two. All right, cool. What I want to do is now try to get shape mating going in here by basically copying over our shape mating from the previous function. All right, so to do that, I need to actually add in some other code here. Oh, wait, no. I got it up in here. Code, optimizer, tournament optimizer, here. All right, so what I got to do is first copy over all the variables I'm going to need, and then try to basically copy over the code. So this is lek mating with shape. I'm gonna need this code. Select mom, select dad. Take care of the selfing. Go through lek mating. Oh, I kind of don't need the force stuff. Where's the shape mating actually? Let me see if I could just add the shape mating stuff. If shape mating, reproduction chance. I don't even need if made similar. And then I can just go reproduction chance based on making sure they have shapes. All right, cool. So I just want to make sure that I get us debug and shape mating. So a couple things I need to do is one, I need to go up here and make the parameter available. So for instance, this is just a command that just makes this parameter available, right? It says, oh, we're going to start with the thing called shape mating. It defaults to true. If true, fecundity of the pair is determined by what we call counter shape. All right, so we want to take that and add it to this code in here. And matter of fact, I just want to remove this from the workspace. How come I can't remove this folder from the workspace? Alright, whatever. Alright, let's go into our code. Optimizer, roulette optimizer.cpp. Alright, so I just want to compare those two pieces of code. So in this case, the tournament optimizer. So you have your include, then your custom, where your shared pointers go. You have your include. There's no custom thing here, but we'll probably put our stuff up at the top so that it's easy to find. All right, now that should give us a shape mating parameter. Let's see what else we need. We need reproduction chance, right? I don't know if we have to declare that here. No, just the shape mating option. All right, then there's also a header. And we've got to register that with the header. With this line here, and also this Boolean thing here. All right, so let's go roulette, header, public, let's add ours at the top. All right, and then the actual value itself is a Boolean. We never have reproduction chance here. Interesting. I might have to do number of parents.
Hey, Jay.
What's up, James?
Just wanted to say hi, see how you were doing.
I'm chilling, man. How are you?
Doing okay. I see you're. I heard you talking about your coding a second ago, and are you adding incel bots to your program? Is it a big now for evolution?
I really need to. Yeah, that'll be interesting actually if we can get into some more like social behaviors.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about, the evolutionary consequences of this type of shit. I don't think it's natural, really. I think it's a maladaptive phenotype, maybe the way to describe it, right? Well, I guess let's say it's effective, but I think it's effective because it's like maybe it's more of like a power grab for, like it works for the dominant males, right? It's like the church, like they get everybody else to not fuck anybody, and then they fuck everybody, right?
Right. True.
So it's a matter of perspective.
Yeah, I got such a grift. I never even thought about that aspect of it, but yeah.
AR said, "Can we program racism into the code?" We're kind of trying to. because we're actually trying to make them use the color to determine who to mate with, so that they mate with someone who's the right shape. So we are trying to get them to discriminate based on color. But yeah, man, what you got going on?
Oh, not too much. That one channel I told you about yesterday, Godless Girl was over there, and so I listened in for a minute. Then I listened to what other people were saying, and I don't know, a lot of people are saying that the whole thing's faked. That it's some really good actors where the woman pretends to be an extreme victim who doesn't know she's a victim, and the guy pretends to be an extreme psychopath who doesn't know he's a psychopath. And then there's this really cute blonde girl that pretends to be their daughter, who has this sort of wink, wink, nod, inappropriate dynamic with her dad. And people are telling me the whole thing's just a show to generate. They want trolls, they want controversy, they want people to come over there and talk sexual shit about his just turned 18-year-old daughter in front of him. The whole thing's a setup, and none of it's real. And if that's true, man, that's devious and meta, and apparently it's working because their channel's growing really fast. So I don't know. I'm not even going to talk because I was yeah. So I had originally sent a friend's request to the lady because I'm trying to hook her up with some support services, right?
Sure.
Because, you know.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Because people are just getting really genuinely concerned for her.
Right, and I thought, she needs to talk to somebody. It doesn't have to be me, but she needs to talk to somebody. And told her it could be a therapist, it could be a survivor, and she hasn't responded yet. But then when I saw Godless Girl on their channel tonight, because she noticed them too, and she's given them hints about how to manipulate people and what the limits are, and be careful about this and that. It's just people figuring out how to milk the community and intentionally stir the pot just for views. And we're not above that either. We've done that shit too. So
sure.
But then other people were talking, and I'm like, holy shit! I think, the whole thing's a fucking setup. None of it's real. I'm like, it's genius, but that means that I got all upset and felt feeling bad for this woman yesterday for no reason at all.
So do you now buy into the idea that it's a work?
I think it's just so extreme. It kind of has to be. Because even they got these two younger kids too that live in the house supposedly, and you can't have that kind of stuff air, and then have it go to protective services, and then think you're just not going to catch heat for it, and that just makes me think the whole thing's staged. Because it's so extreme that there's no way Child Protective Services would leave kids in the house. It has to be staged.
Yes. Also, somebody was reporting in the chat to not update Gather because the update will lock you out. So uninstall and reinstall it. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck is with the updates for the Gather app. Just don't update it. I made this mistake on my other machine, and I got to do the same thing.
Yeah, I just reinstalled everything on my computer today. Everything.
Oh, it's just a pain in the ass.
Well, people were hacking my stuff, and I'm like, nope, can't have that. So,
the trolls out here?
I don't know who was hacking. It could be somebody I've never met. I have no idea how anybody hacks anybody. I don't know how to hack people, but people were accessing my Windows on both my tablet and my PC, and I'm like, nope. So I reset the tablet to factory default, and I changed all my passwords and all that shit. So reinstalled everything just in case I had spyware. So that's what I spent today doing. So then when I got back on YouTube to see what's going on, I saw Godless Girl over there. I'm not going to hate watch these people. I just listened to her for a minute to see if she was talking about me, because she watched the show where I've been on.
Okay.
And she didn't comment. She didn't mention me by name.
Right.
It's cool. It's whatever. It's just, it is what it is. But the more I think about it, it has to be staged. It is so over the top. I hope it's fake. I really hope it's fake. But I'm not going to spend any more of my energies on it. There's just no way. So they can do whatever they're going to do. I don't care. When I was younger, I always felt like I had to save people. I just go around saying I got to make the world a better place. If I see somebody in distress, I got to save them. Literally, there's never been a car broke down on the highway or the road or whatever that I haven't stopped to help. I've literally stopped to help every car I've passed my whole life.
Goodness. Oh my goodness, James.
I've always been one of those kinds of people where I'll be late for work if I got to be late for work. I can't let somebody be stranded in the middle of the road. You know, not no more. Now I'm like, good luck. Good luck with that.
Yeah, best of luck. Hope you're cute.
Yeah, I've regretted so many times where I've helped people, so many times. And
yeah, it's part of the indoctrination that you have to do for others, and you don't.
No.
You don't. Yeah, and I think it's a burden to a lot of people. It's a liability. Yeah.
It is a liability for a lot of reasons. People don't really appreciate it as much as they say they do. They just don't. And I don't know why they don't, but they don't. And I just got so tired of feeling cheap and used and crusty, you know, for like denigrating myself in that way. Going out of my way to help people that are like, yeah, whatever, thanks, buddy. And it's just like, why'd I even stop then? You know, everybody's got a cell phone now. Back in when I was young, people didn't have cell phones.
Right.
Everybody got a cell phone.
It was almost an unofficial thing of the road. Somebody had to stop and help somebody out, or else you'd just be stuck there.
Yeah, but it's not that way no more. I don't stop at all. Ever.
Yeah. I totally understand. What you got going on this weekend? Do you want to? We should do the dating thing.
Oh, I would love to.
Can we do like maybe early in the evening Saturday so I'm gonna get some work done?
Yeah, just message me whenever it's a good time for you all, and I'll make time to jump on.
All right. If I don't, tomorrow we'll start it next week. Just because I got some shit I want to do. Yeah.
Yep, roll with it. Let me know.
All right, appreciate it. Do you have any streams planned?
I mean, I actually was thinking about doing a stream about dating, and then, if you're going to be available, cool.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, no worries.
We'll see what happens. Let's wait. If you and I don't hook up tomorrow, I might have a short one on Sunday.
Yeah, no worries. And that's what you think about talking about?
Yeah, well, it actually came up when I was on that fake family's channel yesterday, and even though he was just trying to get a rise out of me, it did make me think that, I probably haven't been clear enough about what I mean about certain things that we've talked about in our community, and maybe it does sound different than I meant it, and so I thought I'd have a stream where I clarify some of the things I've said. But if you and I are going to do a stream on dating, I'm just going to wait. There's no hurry.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and I think just getting out here and do it, I think we'll eventually get some more perspectives. But I think when it's kind of hard, mating dating, that's what I call it. It's when it's hard. I think it's hard when it's just hard to get people on the same schedule and stuff. So eventually, just start doing something, and then people will show up. So yeah,
that makes sense to me. So, in the meantime, I don't know. Like, I got a lot done today. I'm pretty proud of myself. So, I don't know. Tomorrow is just going to be some paperwork, doing housework, and I'll stream about something. I have no idea what. But I didn't renew StreamYard. I'm going to be trying to work with OBS again. I just felt like $35 a month with all the extra storage I was paying for. It's just not worth StreamYard if I can do OBS for free.
Now... Yeah, I guess you don't have a ton of people watching you on Facebook or something, so you're mostly just trying to stream directly to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think especially if you keep your setup more or less the same. The thing that'll be tough is if you want people to call in, you're going to start to figure that out. So I think that's the issue, because you might end up using sort of a redundant StreamYard screen capture just so that people can call in. So you might have like a second scene where you can switch to your screen capture of StreamYard for when people call in.
I'll tell them to go and gather. I'll figure something out.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd actually much prefer to do it the gather way. Yeah. But so that would be the same thing, right? They're just gonna have to use a link, and then you're gonna have to
share
that screen.
Yeah, that's fine. So one thing I do want though is I want a better microphone, because this one sounds too distant, And the
Okay.
tablet is a pain in the butt to hold the tablet at a certain angle the whole time I'm talking into it.
Yes.
So I'm open to recommendations. I've got the Shure brand for the microphone, but it's the cheapest one that they've got. Like, I spent $100 between the microphone and the box I plugged it in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on how much you want to spend. I mean, I'll send you some links.
Yeah, Black Friday's coming up, so I'm going to be looking to buy something.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Because if I'm
actually need
gonna-
a new mic. I don't like this one's for vocals. It's not really for podcasting. I'd rather have a sort of a podcasting style microphone.
Yeah. So the best thing I've got going is my voice when I bother to speak in my good voice. And if I've got a crap microphone, it negates the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's and you don't sound bad, but yeah, I mean, I always think, you're always trying to upgrade your signal path, and if you're voice dominant, that's good. It might also make sense to get a little bit of a mixer because then you could dial in a little, EQ or compression.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Well, if you think of one you'd like to recommend that's not super complicated. let me know.
Yeah. I think there's smaller versions of the one I use.
Yeah.
Yeah, Captive Dave said he has a Blue Yeti. I like the Yeti. People still use them. I mean, it's a classic go-to. I think there's sort of there's definitely other options that are really good in that price range now, whereas there used to be a time it was sort of the gold standard in that price range. Still a really good microphone, so kind of can't go wrong with it. And then it's ubiquitous to have serviced, and it's got nice features on it. That's sort of thing, and very functional. So it's nice to have gain knobs, mute buttons, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'd like to get one. I'd love to get one that has not only a mute button, but a green and a red light, so I know when I'm muted and when I'm not. That would be really handy.
Yeah.
But I mostly want one that carries my voice type well. So that's going to be the tricky thing.
Yes. Could also Sound on Sound normally has good, or Gear Sluts normally has particular recommendations because it's where sound engineers will trade gear recommendations.
So I might do a stream on that family eventually, but it's because I'm not going to do a hate stream. I'm going to be more like this is genius. I can't believe I fell for it, but it's funny now that I realize what's really happening.
What is should I check out do I even want to know what this channel is?
So Ben Thorpe, THORP, Godless Girl was just on there a little bit ago today.
What was she doing on there?
She just noticed him. I don't know, YouTube algorithm let her know about it. Ben Thorpe.
So did she call in, or was she just...
She went on the stream and introduced herself. Yeah, that guy, Ben Thorpe, a.k.a. Abel. The hater vid is the one they're streaming right now.
You said the hate stream?
Reacting to our first official hater vid, the third one down.
Is that
she's
the
one that
daughter?
pretends to? She's the one that pretends to be his daughter.
Yeah. But I should probably invest because of that.
Hang on a sec. Let me. I got.
No, that's not bad. That's pretty good.
I got that coming out of too many places.
So yeah, I was on there yesterday. He tried so hard to make me lose my cool and it didn't work. And then he got angry because it didn't work. But now that I realize the whole thing's an act, it puts it into a whole different light. I'm sure it's an act. It just has to be.
This is some weird weird stuff.
It is.
I think he does. I think he emphatically sort of accepts his fate as a soy boy, but the one qualifier is that he is the Giga Chad soy boy, because frankly, when I have a lot of these like traditional religious guys come on my stream, it ends up, he ends up kind of
So does she have her own channel?
outmanning them a lot of the time. So
She's only on this one, but
All right.
they talk a lot of
the
shit,
title,
like a lot of sexual.
Giga Chad, Soy Boy. It'll kind of balance things out. But yeah, he does seem like the type that's really, into his emotions, So, hopefully he'll grow out of that. I think that can be damaging in the long run for guys.
somebody said you look like future him. What do we think? I don't know.
Yeah, looks like future Ryan. All right.
Oh, and we also got a nice little thing. Watch out, Grace. He looks ethnic.
Yeah, I'll stay out of the sun. I'll stay out of the sun, and maybe I'll look a little more like him.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question? Are you Jewish?
No.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying that's what everybody in this fears. Okay, wait, hold. Oh, okay.
She's gonna go on the stream. You're fine, I'll let her on the stream.
Okay.
You can comment on that.
My mom's gonna go on Coder's stream.
Well, this should be good.
Yeah, we can comment. on it. So how'd you find us?
YouTube family?
I think it was on the Crucible.
I'm kind of family, but yeah, it's a YouTube. That's the theme: a YouTube family with severe dysfunctions.
Wow.
Like low, inappropriate wink, wink, nod, nod dynamic between the daughter and the dad, and super abusive, like horrific to the mom who's all like abused. So like the dad pretends to be a psycho that doesn't know he's a psycho. The mom pretends to be an extreme victim who doesn't know she's a victim. The daughter just makes sexual comments all the time. They do take cheap shots at black people sometimes. And then they had a guy on there that's like, you guys are racist. And he's like, well, tell me, do you like black people? And he's like, I'm not answering that question. So it's just constant bullshit. Like the whole channel is just bullshit the whole way through.
Wow. All right, James, do you sub? Do you not sub? What do you do with this?
Oh, I'm not gonna watch it now that I know it's fake, but I am. The only thing interesting is that I got tricked by it, and that almost never happens. So that was the only thing interesting for me, is that I bought into it and felt bad for this mom for a whole day before I realized it was bullshit.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's clever.
Gene. Hi, Gene.
Hey, Lena. How's
Hi,
it
Lena.
going?
How are you tonight?
I'm well. How are you two doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Did I miss? Were you guys discussing something important that I interrupted?
No,
we were done.
Fake family.
There's a fake family that's got a new and upcoming channel, and Godless Girl was on there earlier, and congratulating them and giving them hints and tips about how to manipulate both the algorithm and the audience, and it's just YouTube grifters like sharing inside tips, and it's whatever. I think Godless Girl figured out already. That's listening to her talk is when I started realizing, oh shit, the whole thing's fake. And people were saying that before in chat, but I never took it seriously till tonight. So there's just a fake family that pretends to be, where the dad person, the dad actor pretends to be a psychopath who doesn't know he's a psychopath, like super narcissist evil guy. And then the lady that plays the mom, or maybe she's the real mom, I don't know, but she's
on YouTube.
Yeah, and she pretends. It's called Ben Thorpe, Thorp, aka Abel. So Godless Girl was on there earlier, and that's when I started realizing that the whole thing's a setup. But until then, I was clueless. So that, I got to give them kudos for that. I might actually go back next week and congratulate them for actually pulling one over on me, because that's pretty hard to do. Like, I'm really good at reading people. So
they do live streams. Interesting.
Yeah. So I was on there yesterday, still taking it seriously, trying to be helpful, and he pretended to be super outraged that I was being helpful. And I mean, now I get it, right? But I didn't understand at the time. So yeah, it's just different. It's selling, right? They're gonna be a big deal because they're just climbing and climbing and climbing, and they're networking between the different channels. So what's those debate channels? Modern Day Debates, and what's the other one? Crucible. So they're networking.
That's the one I'm seeing on here. There's they were talking about the guy from the Crucible.
Yeah, so they end up with, I don't know how many of their flame wars back and forth are real and how many of those are staged. I have no idea, because if I buy into it, then I can't be the only one that got tricked.
That's part of the issue with right-wing trolling.
Right.
So who's a troll or who's just seriously confused?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Now, they don't play a far right-wing family. They play Catholics, but they play centrist Catholics that are very sexually crude.
Also, they pretend to be sexually prude with just a bunch of innuendo.
Oh, well, they boldface talk about shit like, he's like, and some guy was on here yesterday talking to my daughter about how he wants to fuck her in the ass, and then when he pulls out, his like jizz is gonna be like dripping everywhere, and I'm like, dude, that's your daughter. You're talking to her. She's right there next to you. How could you be saying this shit about your own daughter like on a live stream to us? And it's just like they just get super crude. They get super crude. Like, I shouldn't even have told you that much. Like, I feel.
Yeah, thanks.
But no, but how do they get super prude? How is that prude?
No, crude.
Crude. I thought you said prude. I'm like, how is any of this prude? So there's sexy Catholics?
Yeah, well, there's an inappropriate sexual tension between the dad and the daughter, and they have openly disgusting conversations, but blame it on other people. Like, they say they're quoting other people that I've never seen say this shit, and
they're quoting other people saying they want to bang, like Donald Trump or whatever.
Yeah, like, you'd have to watch it, but it's just they're always looking for excuses and always talking about conversations they've had with other people who said all these disgusting things, and I'm like, okay, but why are you repeating it in graphic detail, word for word, if it bothers you?
Right.
And then, and it's just, the whole thing's got to be staged. It just has to be. And I feel stupid and entertained at the same time for having bought into it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a post-truth era of social media.
Yeah,
like attention grabbing.
It's all about just making a channel people watch so you can get paid.
I could go into a whole thing about this just being one of many symptoms of unsuccessfully decommodifying the internet and the privatization that occurred post 1995, and I genuinely think we need to decommodify the internet like many other key industries.
How does that work with relation to this?
Huh?
How does that work with relation to this?
I mean, it would be a more free internet. People wouldn't be on the internet to make money. Profit wouldn't be the main incentive that underpins everything we do on the internet, right? The whole reason why we hate YouTube as a platform is because of a lot of these underlying issues, and so it would help democratize the internet and make it actually the free marketplace of ideas that we would want it to be.
I want it to be a free-ish marketplace of ideas, just to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a problem with people making money on the. So I guess, how do we do something like that?
I
so
guess
you
gotta get some really good
re-centralize. You have to fight against the privatization and monopolization. That it already is, right? Like, there's 5 companies that own all the internet. Comcast, Google,
right?
Right. So they have that.
But you know the ones.
The net neutrality bills that they were trying to pass, like to decide who's going to own the internet and all that stuff. But,
yeah, I mean, but that seems to just be minor details within a framework of privatizing the industry, and so it has to be like a more radical. We're going to re-centralize this, nationalize it, and then eventually decommodify it, where it's no longer something sold for profit. Like it won't be viewed as a profit-seeking thing. It'll be more like universal healthcare or road infrastructure, right? Like it'll just be a public good.
I like the idea of it, but I think we all know the future is just going to get rid of normal politics, and the two parties you can vote for are going to be Coke and Pepsi. It's just they're just going to get rid of the whole pretense of actually being government. Corporations are going to just openly own everything and everyone, and that's just it. It's like which company do you work for? Which one pays your
So
bills?
is it Coca-Cola's pro-life and Pepsi's pro-choice, or is it just not even about that anymore? It's just
I think they haven't decided which one's going to take which position, but they don't care, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing's just a grift. It's just to get people to vote one way or the other and invest in them. You know, got to invest in us. You got to support us to help thwart our enemies, our common enemies. You have to give us money to support our cause against the enemy.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, most of the corporate interests are going towards conservative funding and conservative media.
Well, sure, because conservatives are openly for that. They can't wait to have a world that's just dominated by corporations that pay us pennies on the dollar and get away with it because they all imagine that they're going to be one of the rich people in charge. One of these days, their ship just hasn't come in yet, but one of these days they're going to sell enough cornhole games or like moonshine from the back of the pickup truck that they're going to get big, and they're going to be one of the people telling us how to live our lives. So
that's so
why.
true.
That's a whole lot of doomerism from you, James.
It just is what it is. You know, money talks. You know, but I tell people all the time, I'm like, look, just buy your way out of the system. Just buy your way out into a better place in the system, or buy your way out of it. Right? Because the technology's there now. You can live off grid. You can travel around the world if you want to. You can own a piece of property so far away from the cities that nobody messes with you. You can have green energies, water, solar, wind, geothermal. You can have vertical hydroponic farms, and you can have. Pretty soon, we'll be able to have like major expansions to supply lines from big giant Amazon blimps delivering things through drones, right? Like all kinds of places you just couldn't get things before you'll be able to. And I'm like, there'll be no reason to have to live in the city anymore for most people. And you know,
to be clear, most people can't leave the city right now.
Sure, right now.
Most people won't ever be able to. Like even living down by the river is going to be it is a privilege for many people.
Sure. But the point is that, you know, with the future the way that it is people are going to be working from home, and people are going to be able to afford to live further and further away from the cities if they want to. Not every single person, but I tell people that's why you have to buy your way out. You got to focus on money. Now, when I was growing up in this religious household that I was in, they were like, they shunned money and shunned college and shunned all that shit, which really set my life back. Like, it really, you know, I had a lot of catching up to do. And you know, so I just tell people, don't buy into that shit. Prioritize money. You know, hustle, side hustle, everything, whatever you have to do. Put it above love, put it above sex, put it above everything except for, like, if you got kids, you got to prioritize them. But other than that, put it above everything, right? You got to hustle. You got to make your money, because otherwise you're going to be stuck living wherever you can afford to live and on the terms that the government says you can live by. And the government's just going to get worse and worse. So, I mean, not every single year, right? We'll have some minor victories along the way, but,
right.
You know.
I hear what you're saying. I don't see make more money as being like a realistic solution for most people to deal with their personal situations. And I don't. It's certainly not a solution to fixing any of the systemic problems.
No, it's not.
Nope.
But good luck with that.
Well, that's what I need more help with. I'm not. Yes, I would love to be able to save myself from this broken system and go live down by the river and be comfortable enough with some small sum of fortune.
Sure.
But I think I would rather live a life of poverty and actually try to do something to fix the system, and then if I fail, then I won't really see it as that much more of a loss than buying out. Like the cultural buyout to me just feels like a sort of moral failing.
Well, I mean, I've got lots of those. I've got other ways. Let's discuss them. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, James, because I just don't. I'm not a sacrifice yourself for the greater good. I just think that's religious ideation under a different name.
Yeah.
It's just I just don't think that's. I think it's unnatural, right? Organisms are evolved to take care of themselves, look out for themselves, to seek as much comfort as they can and avoid as much pain as possible. So I definitely.
It's certainly abnormal. It's arguably mushroom induced to some extent.
Yeah, it's like yeah, I think it's literally like, and it's like ascetic, if that's the right word, right? Like
aesthetic.
Ascetic.
No,
like,
ascetic,
like a monk, like
ascetic monks, ascetic Jews, like they keep to themselves and they just.
Yeah, you live off left,
severe
eat
self-discipline.
humble, severe self-discipline, right? I'm gonna, it's a conscientious lifestyle, this choice to, go against sort of the material inclinations of, other people.
Yeah.
It can be, yeah. And
I just tell people
think that can be rewarding in its own right. I mean, maybe not as rewarding as living comfortably and having your basic needs met. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure. So I just tell people, I'm like, look, your life's journey has forged your psychology in whatever way that it has, right? And if you're one of those people where your true self, that the way that your brain has developed, your neural net, right, is such that you're one of those people that'll, hunker down and like find a way to change society no matter what sacrifices you have to make. And even if it takes a whole lifetime, then go do that. Go do it. And if you're one of those people that feel like, nah, I ain't about that. I'm not going to live a horrible life just on the off chance that humanity does better as a result, and then I tell them the same thing. Well, then go do what you're right, whatever you're built for.
Sure. I don't think anyone's necessarily one or the other. I think it depends on the sort of experience you have.
Sure.
It's something I'm still trying to wrestle with, where it's like, okay, how much and to what extent do I need to meet my basic needs, and then when can I start focusing selflessly?
Right.
And I think that's a balance that everyone tries to do. Possibly one of the sort of delusions that's underpinning this like radical self-discipline is the idea that helping the group, the collective, to like the whatever broadest extent you can imagine it, is ultimately a selfish act. Like I'm really just paying it forward for myself. If I can fix humanity, then whatever spoils will come down the line for our descendants will be something I would be able to take part in. Like I'm not convinced of the whole eternal oblivion concept of death. Like I think that there's a good chance that what we do and the world that we leave behind is going to have some sort of impact on the afterlife. I think that's a reasonable claim.
I mean, I have a different theory about that. I don't know if I want to hit you with it because you're not asking me, but like that's a fine theory. I like it. It's not mine.
Well, I also call it a delusion, so
Hey, it's important to pick
Whatever
our
gets
delusions.
you through.
Whatever gets you through.
Whatever gets you through the day.
I mean, that's what relationships are, anyways. So
yeah,
you pretend somebody loves you, they pretend you love them. Everybody's happy.
Well, that is the idea. Is that the love that we have for our children and our society and for humanity is going to carry on down through the generations, eventually reaching a civilization that has the technology and the capacity to bring people back from the dead. Why not? Seems it's something I would do if I had the technology and ability.
Well, I mean, my thought was maybe I should find a way to irradiate my body with some like exotic radiation or something, so that if there's ever a time traveler that comes back and like looks for like human remains in the apocalyptic disaster that becomes of humanity, like maybe they'll find mine. Like make sure I glow. Pick me, res me.
Yeah. Well, my hope is that you don't even have to do any of that sort of thing. Like the fact that you exist is already enough of like a timestamp, and they'll be able to. They'll just pull up their computer, access the database of space time, and just pinpoint your location. And
Sure. But here's the thing about that. No, everybody that ever thinks about what they would do if they have a time machine, who they go back and meet or whatever, it's always famous people. Because nobody knows anything about Jim Bob McCoy that lived in the Old West in some little town nobody ever heard of, right? They only
but if you have a time machine that can bring back everybody, like it's not a time machine where you go back into time, it's a time machine where you're taking all of these consciousnesses that are deceased, and you're reconstructing them in time, like in whatever reality you happen to be in.
Yeah, that's a fun thought. I mean,
so you die, right? And your consciousness ends, and then you rot in the ground for like 1 million years. And then our whatever distant creatures that happen to live and have technology are gonna find your consciousness and bring you back, hopefully with upgrades.
I like the idea. I think you should make a movie about it. I don't
see that happening. Yeah, well, I don't see why. Like, I would have no reason to bring back people from 100 years ago. Even if I could, they're like, "Oh yeah, you want to bring back all the people from 100?" No.
I'd be like 99.9% of the people were assholes. What are we gonna do with them? Like,
fix them.
How you gonna fix them?
Give them a nice narrative.
No, well, why would we want to? Why would we want to increase the population size that way? It's not. It's not evolutionarily. It makes me uncomfortable from an evolutionary perspective. I always tell people this. I'm sorry, but you don't want to live forever. You wanting to live forever is selfish. Why should you, an organism from the past, take up resources from organisms in the future?
Well, hopefully the idea is that there's not a resource issue.
But even if there's no resource issue, that's a resource issue, right? Like you're just like it's the food's got to be created somewhere. People have to sleep somewhere. They got to shit somewhere. They got to get medical care somewhere. And just so that we can arbitrarily soothe the sort of what's the word? Existential dread of organisms who don't exist anymore. Like,
that wouldn't be the reason, or that might not be the only reason, or like that might not even be the main reason. Like it could be a complete byproduct. They could just be running some sort of computer program that happens to resimulate you in another experiment in order.
Hey, I just hope they resurrect me first, so I could talk them out of resurrecting anybody else. Because every time I wake up in the morning, I look outside and I see all the people going by in their cars and walking their dogs and flying overhead in their airplanes, and I think, you fuckers are still alive? God damn it. It's like, I'm not a fan of humanity. And people worry about humanity going extinct. I worry about the suffering involved in us going extinct.
Right.
I don't give a shit about humanity no longer existing.
Extinction makes us as part of nature.
Yeah,
no, I am concerned with not existing anymore, because the problem with not existing anymore is that creates more potential for things to start existing and suffer.
Well, that's the reason why.
Wait, hang on a second. What do you mean?
like I think if you really want to avoid the suffering of life, it's better to gain eternal life than to die and risk having to go through the process again.
No way, no. You're just wild, Lena. You're just wild. Oh my goodness.
Because if you die, right?
No, I'm not coming back.
Like you were born the first time, so it's, I don't know. It just seems like less of a risk to live forever and to eliminate pain in that regard than to throw yourself into the
potential,
the wind of whatever you happen to evolve into after you die. I don't know.
All right, go ahead, James.
I mean, I would just go back.
Or not you, but like whatever does evolve. Like it leaves the potential for pain to just exist, even if it's not your consciousness.
Right. So,
right, like whatever the matter and energy that was you, and what is in the universe. You're allowing the potential for it to rearrange into all sorts of painful experiences.
Right.
So it would be better for you to reorganize it all into a cohesive, painless living system.
Yeah, I think if I was in the far, far distant future where time travel becomes feasible, just use all that knowledge and all that technology to figure out a way to like destroy the universe, just to get it over with. Like, go back in time to destroy the universe, so none of this.
You're such a nihilist, James.
Yeah, but I'm a proactive nihilist. I'm not one of those who sit around and complain about it once. I'm like, let's get shit done. Let's go back in time and destroy. Shit. Let's go back in time and prevent this shit. I'm talking about.
Oh, James, you just go back to the beginning. You just say, let's just delete all of us.
Yep. And if we could delete the whole universe, let's do that too. Like, just like, why stop? Or the multiverse, I'd be for that too. Like, just get rid of everything.
Just boop. Just gone.
Yeah, but you have to. Is your goal to guarantee that nothing can exist again?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. We're getting it right with God should have done the first time.
Yep. And this is exactly the point. And this is the thing that I disagreed with Christopher Hitchens about and so many other atheists. I'm like, look, you can't sit here and say, oh, God was horrible to let things get, create a universe with this much suffering. He never should have done it. And then say, oh, but we should keep going.
Yeah, I don't think there's a contradiction there if you don't believe in God.
I think it's the mortal flaw. Like, in other words, I think James is right from a logical perspective, right? And I think Lena's right from the perspective of once you happen to have the unfortunate disease of existence, one of the side effects since you evolved is that you exist in this body which programs you to desperately want to continue existing. Like it's a flaw built into the program. Like once you done fucked up by the original sin, that's the real original sin is up. Were you born? You done fucked up because now you want to keep living, right? But it is in fact probably, again, and I think that that's probably the thing with life in general. Like on balance, even all of the life is beautiful and wonderful and sunshine and rainbows, I think those are really the few and far between us paying attention to the hits and ignoring the misses, because we have to literally to keep going in a way that, is psychologically bearable for us. But the truth is, on balance, if we'd have just all never existed ever, like that would have solved the problem. But I done fucked around and been born, and now I don't want to die, and it sucks.
Sure, but I think that's a symptom of the way in which we evolved, and not necessarily a symptom of just life in general. Like I can imagine existence in a way that's not constrained by those.
Right. Okay. So then now we're existing and we've tipped the scales. And we've tipped the scales such that now, at least for most humans, life is actually more bliss than suffering by a long shot. Because we've eliminated or conquered most of the ways that bring the most suffering. That's an interesting thing. I haven't really thought about it like that. And of course, I do think about it from an evolutionary perspective. Like what, right? Like what you want the population to do is turn over, right? Like that's the whole name of the game. If nothing else, because it prevents adaptive sweeps, right? So the larger the population gets, the more likely it is that beneficial mutations and phenotypes arise, right? But the less likely it is that those beneficial mutations actually sweep through the population, right? Because this population so big that it has to have a really huge advantage, or else it'll just die out due to drift, because it won't reach a critical mass before it goes away. So it becomes really, really hard, right? And so what we're doing is we're tending towards an infinite population size, which is just an awful idea. Now, somebody could say, but wait, what if we theoretically get rid of all the resource limitations? It's like, yeah, but now you got a whole nother fantasy. You gotta actualize before, and then that becomes unobservable. Like we've never observed a system that exists in the physical world that doesn't have resource limitations.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So it's almost like a religious idea, right? It's like heaven. It's just like it almost is what they were saying with heaven. Well, God will just bless us one day, and eventually we'll be so blessed that we just won't die no more, and we'll live in the perpetual blessing of eternity. And it's like, sure, sounds nice, I guess. You know what I mean? It's just.
But if humanity keeps up, like that probably will happen. Like we're not too far away from the first immortals, at least in like a biological cell deterioration sense. So like the idea, it doesn't seem too far fetched.
But then it seems scary, because then it's like now that we can live forever, now we almost have to, right? Because again, now once I'm born, and y'all are like, well, look, swap them out, right? The same way they circumcised us before we could say, please don't touch my penis. They now have to, you don't want to be the weird kid that's going to die. So your parents, just for the sake of keeping up with the Joneses, as soon as you come out of the womb, they're like, all right, you hot swap all the degradable parts, right? So as soon as the baby's born, snip to the pee tip, and then swap out the heart, the immune system, the brain, right? With all of the new fucking shit that never dies, right? And so now we're all born, and then now the original sin is you're a fucking cyborg who never gets to die.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you think about the process and you just extend it outwards really far, you're no longer operating within like the same biological paradigm. Like you're not being born. It's more like you're getting programmed or something.
Yeah. It's some Terminator.
Like we wouldn't. The population would not progress in the same way. Like the
and then
the path of evolution would no longer be. It wouldn't. Like that's just not how change would occur in this new system.
Yeah, okay. And then I'm gonna say, and then we're building a Tower of Babel, because you've got to literally house vertically an ever increasing population.
Unless they keep making.
Well, there's no housing issue. That's the thing.
What do you mean there's no housing issue?
Because there's no resource scarcity. Like there's
So you don't need to sleep. You don't need a house. You don't need a space. You don't need.
Right. It would be some sort of like metaverse.
You're
right.
like
it would be
like
some
a
sort
free
of
roaming kind of. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm like that though. If it gets to where it's like some metaverse, virtual reality shit, and I guess if I don't have a choice, I'll just be ushered along into the eternal.
Well, look, I don't know what the choice thing's about. I mean, you guys are just carrying these suicidal ideations.
We are. I am. I'm trying to get up out of here, Lena. It hasn't been a smooth ride.
I feel that.
The driver sucks.
I remember when I heard the story that my grandfather actually wanted my mom to have an abortion when she first got pregnant with me, and my grandma said, "No, you can't have an abortion." And ever since then, I've been like, "I'm gonna make that bitch pay." She made me be born. There's gonna be hell. That's it. Because I don't feel okay with it. Honestly, if I had my whole life to live over again, like if I was going to live for 300, another 100 years or whatever,
Right.
I'd spend every minute of it learning every science I could to figure out a way to discontinue humanity. Make everybody sterile so they couldn't have kids anymore or something. Right?
Yeah, AR, this is no longer the cult of the flying man. This is the cult of the Kool-Aid. All right, let's.
Kool-Aid. Here's the thing. I look at it from a very just zoomed out lens. It's all based on compassion, because right now, and the same as next year, the same as 20 years from now, the same as 50 years from now, there are people suffering absolutely unimaginably and in inescapable ways. Right? It's like that lady last year that melted into her couch after about a decade of being horrifically abused.
Please, no specifics. We understand suffering. We don't need to.
Okay. So the only way to rescue all those people is to make sure that can't happen. And the only way to make sure that can't happen is to make sure people can't happen. And so if that means sterilizing everybody on Earth so they can't make more babies, so that this is the end of the shit show where there are always countless people suffering horribly and they can't escape from it, then that's what we have to do. We have to take that stand that we take when Christians talk about Sky Daddy and about how wonderful it was that at least this life exists, right? Despite all of its nightmares and horrors. If we're going to take a stand against that and say it would have been better if he'd not made the world, that's the more ethical thing to do, then we need to honor that by being consistent in our own value system to say, if I did have a switch that I could pull that would make it to where humans couldn't procreate anymore, I'd do it. I wouldn't hesitate. I wouldn't think about it. I wouldn't deliberate. I wouldn't put it to a vote. I'd mash that button so hard I'd break a few fingers.
Sure, no, I hear you, and I want to be sympathetic to your personal experience and your emotions. And I might even.
I've never melted into my couch, just to be clear.
Huh?
I've never melted into my couch, just to be clear.
I'm glad. I hope you never
I do think that's a really interesting way to think about it. I've never really thought about it from the perspective of being consistent with the idea that God should have never created. I do think of it as more like, people could easily just say, hey, this life thing is something I'd have been like, nah. And if I would have never been born, it would have been the same. If it would have just been the same. I would have never known, of my non-existence, and honestly would have avoided all the suffering of life. So,
so there's a few problems though with James's logic.
No, there's not. But go ahead anyways.
I think there is. First of all, you said that that's the only way to avoid suffering is to get rid of humanity. And I would correct you and say that's the only way we can think of currently. But you agree with me that it is not confirmed to be the only way?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not interested in what we could maybe do in 1,000 years, right? If we knew for a fact that the world you've imagined will happen in 1,000 years, but it's going to take us 800 of those years to at least make sure nobody ever reaches a certain level of suffering sustained, right? Or even if it's only going to take another 100 years, it's too high a price to pay. 100 more years of this, 20 more years of this, too high a price to pay, because
but that's separate from getting rid of everyone being the only solution to suffering.
It's the only
regardless of how ineffective
it is the only
disappointing
solution we have access
is.
to. We're nowhere near the technology for what you're talking about. So it's the only way in the next 20, 40, 50 years. It's the only way.
Well, so that's why I said it's the only way we can think of right now.
If somebody thinks of another way tomorrow, it's still going to take us at least 50 years to develop at minimum.
Right, but just fundamentally, what you're saying is, there's a problem, so toss out everything, and I'm saying
nope.
That's one solution, is to toss out everything, and then there's potentially the solution of just tossing out the problem.
We can't get humans to cooperate with anything. We can't even get them to agree about whether or not a politician should lie to us.
I know. it's not. I'm not trying to prove that this is an actual process. I'm just saying, like, out of all the solutions that we can imagine, one solution is to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Another solution is to maybe just throw out the bathwater, but we don't know how to do that, and it's the reality and like the nature of existence is such that we can't throw out just the bathwater or something. Like I'm sympathetic to that, but
that's kind of I kind of see where he's coming from. Like all we know is existence is shitty, but we don't know that existence has to be shitty.
Yeah, like you could just have the baby and not the bathwater. Maybe, like I can't guarantee that's a possibility that there is life without suffering. It's just what you're saying is the only solution is to get rid of everything, and I'm saying that is a guaranteed solution. But here's the other problem with that, and this is maybe where it's not a solution. You have no guarantee that that's going to work, right? Say you get rid of everything and everyone. How do you know that that's going to lead to no suffering? Like, have you actually proven that from nothing comes, or that's somehow a solution to suffering?
To be clear, we would then need to salt the earth, right? We'd need to make sure, whether it was radiation or whatever, that nothing can evolve here again, right? We don't want the shit show starting all over again after we're gone, even though it takes 1 million years or 1 billion years or whatever.
Yeah, but you got a bigger problem than just one planet. You've got a whole universe and possibly
we
a
can't reach
multiverse.
we can't reach the rest of the universe. We can't reach the other planets, so it's not even an issue. If we could, then
we also don't have a button that can just end everyone. So these are all
we don't, but it's within our.
hypotheticals.
But being able to make it to where people can't procreate anymore is scientifically feasible within the current generation's lifetime. We are that close to that tech. We're not even remotely close to any other kind of real solution to suffering. We're not.
Yeah, I still think we're more likely to develop immortality than we are to get everyone to stop procreating.
No, you can't.
Like, we might have the technological capability, but that's
that's
more or less
why
irrelevant.
that's why you don't put it to a vote. You do the damn machine and you press the button and then have people just start noticing in about 9 months that nobody's gotten pregnant lately. They look around saying, anybody know why nobody's getting pregnant? And you just go, nope, I have no idea. Well, I'm going to go home now. See ya. You just don't tell them, right? You ask people if they want to volunteer for that shit. They're going to say no.
Yeah, but you're not going to make that machine. You're not going to be able to...
Somebody could, right? Somebody it's way more scientifically plausible, like within our reach, to create some kind of like...
But again, you said you have to scorch the earth. So, like, even if you created a
device... No. After we're gone, like just put it on a timer, right? Like after the last of us have died out through natural causes, just make sure that.
Well, what if that doesn't happen? That's my whole problem. Is like, what if you can't actually stop the process that's started?
If we can't, then we can't. All I'm saying is, if we could, then we should. And it's a lot more feasible to it's at least a feasible goal to work toward. It's scientifically possible and plausible within a generation.
From your perspective, that makes sense. But can you imagine that from a outside perspective that's not the best thing to do?
Not the best thing to do? Well, sure, there are people who are less morally aware than I am. Of course there are.
Yeah, like it could be that actually the best moral thing for you to do is to not destroy everything.
No, not couldn't. Here's the thing. Like, it depends. Like, if you ask a sociopath or a psychopath what the right thing to do is, they're going to completely disagree with me. Because they got ambitions, bitch. They got ambitions. They don't care who's got to suffer in the process of them meeting their ambitions. They don't care. And I can't think of a reason they should. Because I feel things they don't feel. I care about things they don't care about, right? It'd be like trying to explain to a horse or a dog, even if they can understand English, why they should care. They're going to be like, they just drop a shit turd right there and say,
yeah, but I'm not a psychopath. I mean, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Thing. Well, how is that hard though? Because I'm just talking about. Because I'm not talking about like blowing people up. I'm just talking about if we had a way to make it to where they couldn't procreate anymore, and they had no way to stop us from building the machine that would make it to where nothing procreates anymore, right?
I would say we are too in the dark to be able to make any sort of actual moral assessment.
How do you
like
think?
you're playing God in such a drastic.
Well, here's
I think it's too hard for our monkey minds to come up with any sort of moral assessment.
I disagree. I mean, if that's true, if what you're saying is true, then we need to shut the hell up at Christians. We need to stop saying that the idea of a God creating this universe, knowing how much suffering would continue, even knowing it was a risk, let alone a certainty, is inexcusable. We need to, if our monkey brains are incapable,
that objection relies on the tri-omni dilemma.
No, it just relies on the idea that a God did it. That somebody made this universe knowing it either would or could result in this much suffering.
Oh well, maybe we disagree on that then, because I'm only in opposition to the God with the tri-omni properties when it comes to the problem of evil. Like if someone worships an evil God, I don't really have a problem of evil to address with that.
So here's the thing, like I'm not even using the word God. I'm saying that if we're going
We're just talking about Christians.
If we're going to take the position that a super intelligence intentionally creating this universe, knowing that this much suffering either for sure would or even possibly could result, and that they either wouldn't care to stop it or wouldn't know how to stop it or wouldn't whatever stop it, they just wouldn't stop it. Like it could happen. If we're going to take the position that that's morally unacceptable, that it would be better never to create this universe than to create one that unfolds this way or even could unfold this way. If we're going to take that position, no matter if that supposed entity has tri-omni properties or not, if we're going to suppose, if anybody's going to propose that such a being exists, and our response is they couldn't justify morally making this world, better not to make one at all. Then in order to be consistent, our position about this world continuing needs to be the same. Better it not continue.
I agree with that. Yeah, I wouldn't take that position. Maybe I'm curious why you do.
For me,
for the same reason that pretty much all other atheists do.
For some reason, I feel like this is pretty easy to resolve for me. Although maybe it's says more about me. But to me, it's sort of like I feel about death. I'm not afraid of death. Matter of fact, some can say a lot of times I'd prefer to be dead, but I'm not afraid. But I am afraid of dying, and that's a condition of being alive. Like like Sam. Like if I literally make Sam, if I start choking him, he's going to fight for his life, up to and including attacking me. Right? Like he just can't willingly choose to die, right? It's actually what scares me when I watch horror movies. I'm not really into horror movies, right? But the one reason I think they work every single time is if you are willing to suspend your disbelief and have fun sitting there munching on popcorn, you just buy into it. Because if this scary ass axe murderer thing was chasing you, you'd run for your life. You just would. We wouldn't have no choice, right? Right. And so that's where I think the resolution is. It's like, if I could click it again, if it was like this computer program, right, where I could just like find a variable, change a 1 to a 0, and make the universe disappear, that might be the most moral thing I could do right now, right? Mm-hmm. But since it would imply sterilizing people, or, salting the earth, which would include destroying lots of environments and animal habitats, and even just, the act of telling people taking this choice. Because again, part of people's innate desire to live is their innate desire to procreate, right? Which is why it's like cruel to tell people, no, sorry, we're just going to sterilize you. Because even if it's almost like the same thing we talk about with the abortion thing, where we're like, well, what if we needed to gerrymander or sort of capture your body real quick because we've got to save the world's most important, surgeon or whatever. I don't know. You guys know how this hypothetical goes, right? But it's like a lot of people say, no, I don't care if you had to save the most important person that ever existed in the history of the planet. You don't get to use my body without my consent. And so to me, similar to that is like, I wouldn't, as much as I support the idea of everybody sign up for a program where we sterilize humanity, I don't support anything where we take that choice from people, because that's inherently cruel to a living human being. And so as long as a solution like that would require an unconscionable surrender of an actual person's, autonomy and integrity. It's like we're stuck in that middle where, yep, it'd be best if we don't exist, but fuck, we already exist. And now we got to accept that people want to continue to exist, including, making these fucked up ass copies of themselves.
I get all that. I don't completely agree with it, but I understand the principles behind all of it.
Yeah,
my position is that it's not more cruel to do that. The more cruel thing would be to let things go as they are if we could prevent it.
Oh, now it's almost like the greatest good for the greatest number of people. So like we could take responsibility for shutting this down now. It would suck, but boy, we'd present God knows what suffering lies ahead.
Right. So allow yourself to picture it. Pick any horrific scene. Pick any place on the earth. Pick a year from now or pick 10 years from now. Just picture it for a moment. And now picture one of two things. Either that person is somebody that you love so dearly you couldn't stand the thought of them suffering so horribly. Or if there's nobody that comes to mind that you care about that much, picture yourself.
Right.
And the only way somebody can prevent that is to make sure that you never exist. And then I know I would want somebody to make sure I never exist if that's going to be my fate.
I got to tell you guys something. I was just going to say, this is a good ass YouTube debate right here. I don't know what else we've been sitting on, but this is the type of shit we need to be discussing. This is so interesting.
Philosophy. This is the stuff you said you didn't like.
Yeah, but this is interesting. This ain't that bullshit Christian apologetics philosophy. This is generally interesting. I appreciate both of y'all for sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead, James.
Go on, James.
Yeah.
So I'm exposing myself as this potential super villain.
It's all good. Hey, baby, heal energy. It's all love.
I feel good about it though, because I've had a chance to think about it. I've been thinking about it for years. What ifs, right? Because I just love thinking about what ifs.
Well, and that's not where you're coming from. You're coming from a consequentialist. You want to eliminate suffering. Like it's not from a.
Yeah, you're not trying to be a terrible person. You're trying to.
No, I don't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
If there was a way, like if I had God powers, like all of a sudden there was a God and it was me, like maybe I had amnesia and I was God all along and forgot, and all of a sudden I get my memory back. I wouldn't go around saying, time to get rid of the universe. It'd be like, time to fix shit. I'm going to get Lena on board.
Yeah, wouldn't you pick heaven over nothing?
I would fix shit. If I had God powers, Tri-Omni or whatever, I would fix shit. I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's my argument, is that heaven is better than nothing. And since you don't know what we can do about the situation, it's best not to try for nothing.
And I think some of your ideas have potential merit. Like, if we made it to where people could photosynthesize, then the sun would be a food source, and we could just emanate gas that doesn't stink, just lots and lots of it, right? Like carbon dioxide.
We're getting off of the whole biology that's dependent upon.
Yes. I was going to just say, if we could go like a GTA world, right? But it's really virtual. I mean, even to the point if you get in the shootout with somebody, you just come right back or whatever the fuck. You're like, oh,
right,
fuck.
Yeah.
I would, now all of a sudden, you could just argue basketball and pinochle and science. And I would be like, you know what, though? If there's no disease and heartache and whatever, because it's all we're all living in some fun simulation, I'm actually leaning towards that's better than nothing. This is where I'm really caught between the two, because I'm really feeling James. Like, look, James, and that's why I thought the computer's a great analogy, right? With these organisms, that's literally when I talk about sexual coercion in these digital organisms, right? I get to say literally no ducks were harmed in the raping of this virtual computer program, right? It's painless. You see what I'm saying? So if I could literally,
I think we all agree heaven is better than nothing.
Yeah.
And here's the other main summarizing disagreement, and I realize it has nothing to do with God, Tri-Omni, or otherwise. It's simply the disagreement that I don't think, or at least I'm not convinced, that it would have been better for nothing to have happened at all. Like, up to history, like space-time as we know it, I don't know that I or anyone else can adequately back up that claim.
That it'd be better.
Yeah, It's just it's such a huge proposition. Like there's so much moral calculation required.
I don't think there is. I just don't think. I don't agree, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
because you're not considering the pleasure too. Like you're looking at all the pain, and you have to every time something gets eaten alive, something else enjoys a fine meal. It's it's hard to parse it out, I think.
Right, so if I get attacked by a lion, horrifically eaten alive right in front of you, you'd be like, well, I don't know,
that lion had a real good meal. That lion had a great time.
So I appreciate. I'm never going on a safari with you, but I appreciate.
Well, I'm not going to be pushing you off the.
Oh man.
Why not? It's 50-50. Why not push me off into the lion's den? Why not?
Oh, well, because you're more loving to me than the lions.
You don't know that. After they had a good meal, they might want to cuddle up with you.
No, I'll take James Apperson over a lion any day.
You say that.
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah, now I'm really questioning the psychopath in you.
Also, like I'm sort of a. How do I say this? I'm sort of a. What's the word I'm looking for? All right, let me think. I'm looking for a word.
Gigolo?
Yeah, I don't remember what I was gonna. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. Thinking of it like anthropology, like I'm such a monkey, right? That like I have a hard time conceptualizing a grander picture because all I can do is think of from this perspective, which sort of makes me vulnerable to like what James is saying, right? Like it'd be better to just never exist. But what Lean is saying is that's such a fucked up little insignificant perspective that it's hard to even think about.
So closely.
Yeah. But it is. Like I said, this is really interesting stuff to think about. Why don't we have more of these conversations instead of? Is it because we're typically finding atheist versus theist discussions, so we have to have the dumb versions of the big debate or whatever?
I don't even know why. We just get distracted with the usual shit. That's what I think.
Well, I think the pathway to, like, I think if there's any hope of heaven in reality, it's gonna have to like come from the things before. Like it's gonna have to be part of the causal chain of events. So it's gonna come from humans, and this is where I'm a humanist. It's gonna come from humans solving human issues. Jesus ain't coming back, right? No one's coming down from the sky to help us. If we want to end suffering and initiate endless bliss for all, we're going to have to terraform the universe. And it means we're going to have to get off this planet and establish a intergalactic species and get into the metaverse or whatever. It means that we have to fight these political battles and deal with religion, and that's...
Yeah, and so we've got to go for real Star Trek Voyager up in here.
Well, I mean,
yeah, and we've got Elon Musk instead. It's just
not a good trade. But just so we're clear, I mean, Jesus did come back. He's in my basement eating my Cheetos, playing Call of Duty. He's got post-traumatic stress disorder. He can't stand all the crosses. Can't even see that shit. People are just gonna nail him to a cross all over again. He won't come out. And so I'm trying to
come on, Jesus, you got to save the world. Heck no! Have you seen those radical races?
It worked. Why was it working?
I'm not coming back.
He's like, shit's worse now. Like, fuck that.
That's a great short story. Like prompt is like God sent Jesus back, but he's not about humanity. So he just like becomes a stoner and just like mooches off someone's couch or something.
Couldn't blame him.
Yeah. It'd be a good show to make. So yeah, I mean,
go ahead. You're good.
I get it. Like it just this isn't the way people are used to thinking, right? And just to hear this shit sounds, because then if you ever watch cartoons or movies about that shit, no matter if it's a cartoon and Batman's going up against them, or it's a TV series and Doctor Who's going up against them, or if it's some other like big sci-fi movie, anytime there's a person talking about ending all of existence, they're the villain. And then the good guy is the one that's fighting to make sure that things continue how they are.
Right, maintaining the status quo.
The status quo guy. Right, the status quo guy. He's the good guy. He's the savior. Like, everybody's like, thank you for our status and our quo. It was like, okay. And it's so stupid because it's just meant to manipulate people into the state of mind where they're like, you know, they emulate that. They're like, yeah, I remember when I watched Batman and when I was a kid and it all made sense to me, and I got a little older, watched Doctor Who, and the same kind of shit happened and that made sense to me too. And I just hope that if we ever need somebody to protect the status quo, that they'll show up to help protect the status quo, because that's what we need. That's the hero. And I'm like, no, it ain't. No, it ain't the hero. And it's a thing. This is a thing I think, what I've been thinking about for voting lately. When you look at how much voting rights have been lost and how much extreme evil nonsense has been happening on the conservative side,
right,
you would think that would motivate people to show up in such record numbers. Then that it's like,
oh yes, this is actually like, so you're speaking to the real disappointment of people not even really trying to meet the moment,
right? They're not, and it's so bizarre to me. Like, they all claim to be outraged about the stuff that Trump did and the stuff that the Republicans are doing and all the rights that we're losing and how close we came to a theocracy and all this other shit. But then on voting day, we get like, what, maybe 10% more than usual showing up, if that.
Yeah.
And we get these close-ass votes that are like 1% difference.
Yeah, we can't, I mean, to be honest, we can't even take an effective majority of the government, right? We can't even get a filibuster proof majority.
Right. And this problem isn't new. It's gone all the way back since the Civil War. And one of the guests at Mythvision talked about this. The South did not lose the Civil War. This is a complete misnomer. The South did not lose. So we merged.
Tell us about this. Yeah.
Well, we merged the North and the South in a left and right government, and we gave the South.
Negotiations were made. War is an endless process. Politics is just breaks in between war, as they say.
Well, it is in a way still war, right? So, Civil War was never decided. It hasn't ended. We're still embattled in this bullshit because our leaders at the time didn't have the balls to finish the war. Right? They should have just finished the fucking war. Instead, they're like, no, too many people have died already. And I'm like, hey, I get that. I do, but...
That's how I felt about World War II.
Well, that's how I feel about Russia right now, because, look, everybody's talking about how maybe we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine anymore because it's
expensive. What do you mean by finish the war? Sorry, I hope it's not something not uncomfortable saying, but...
No, I'm going to say anything. Like, I got nothing
to lose. It's not like we're going to get demonetized.
Sure, guys.
So, finish the Civil War. The Civil War was never decided. There was no victor. We called it a stalemate, even though we were the North was in a superior position, and we pretended that we won. We didn't win. We surrendered. We're like, you know what? Let's just quit having this war and join a joint government, build a joint government where you guys get your way off a lot of the time. Yeah. Let's just like agree to disagree in the form of a government. And
because slavery continued. Right, for a long time in the South.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people don't understand that Abe Lincoln didn't fight against slavery because he hated slavery. He fought against slavery because of the economic reasons, because of the cotton gin and other things. Like machinery was coming out that made it to where it just wasn't economically advantageous anymore to maintain that particular economic system, and especially not if you're going to be competing with other governments. Abraham Lincoln didn't give a fuck about the slaves. But, people like to whitewash the history and say, oh, it was all about freeing the slaves. Yeah, but not because they cared about the slaves. It wasn't that at all. They didn't care. So some of them did, but a lot of them didn't. And, it's just like he should have finished the
damn war. It's naive to think that any war is fought for moral reasons.
It is. Right now, people are talking about whether or not we should be sending money and assistance to Ukraine. But when you think about how well Ukraine is doing against Russia now, with very minimal help from other countries considering, if we let Russia rebuild, they're going to become just as much of a problem as they used to be. In my opinion, we should jump right into that fight and, beat Russia down. Because if Russia rebuilds, they're going to become a more problem than they used to be. And it's we should be, I'm sorry, but we have a chance to get rid of the Russian threat now. a very realistic chance, and people are going to be like, well, we're worried he might launch a nuke. I'm like, yeah, but if he's not willing to launch a nuke to prevent Ukraine from winning the war, like...
But don't you think people are
It's
kind
just
of...
how many nukes down the line are you allowing to happen?
I don't know. I mean, we can't afford any nukes, right? But the thing is, like, he's just holding the world hostage with the threat, and I just think...
No, I'm saying, I'm taking it from your perspective and saying, look, it's worth risking a nuke in order to prevent, like, further nukes down, right? Like, you can't leave the sore to fester. You have to just...
Yeah, he'll rebuild.
Cut your foot off and cut your loss, right? Like, you have to... Yeah.
So, you know, it just, the whole thing's a mess.
It's
but
quite privileged of me to say when we're talking about people
Sure.
dying to warfare.
Sure. But I'm just saying that I don't know if we should go full-fledged war on him, but I think we should be more involved. I think we should just do everything we can to make sure that Ukraine comes back stronger than ever and that Russia stays depleted as long as it takes to get rid of Putin. That's just what I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. Like, the U.S. is the most socialist country, sadly. Or at least in a lot of ways, it's like, gives ground for the most chance of democracy and socialism.
Kinda. I mean, honestly, I think that the Scandinavian, Norwegian countries are doing a lot better. I just think no matter what you call it, they're just doing better. I think that we've got such a deep cancer of conservatives in our country that
I do too. I mean, that's where I see myself happiest, is like somewhere in Europe, and yeah.
So like I'm thinking New Zealand or Sweden or Denmark or someplace around there. Like I don't even want to deal with America anymore, and I don't want to live in Russia, right?
Sure. I think just to make the point, gaining global stability, like economic and political stability, is just going to be beneficial for everyone's aims.
Well,
even if we're concerned about
ours.
the U.S. being a global hegemonic power, which it is and it has been and it will continue to be, like, our best chance as workers and as social, like, revolutionaries, like, we want the U.S. to help support stability.
In America's defense, if all the countries in the world didn't want problems from us, then they wouldn't have been so provocative as to build all their oil rigs right next to our military bases throughout the world. Because, you know, we built our military bases first, and all of a sudden we discovered oil all over the place. That's where it's at. So,
is that how it happened?
No, that's not how it happened at all. Every place there's oil, we're like, well, we got to build a military base there to protect our interest, right? We got to pick some fights, and in the meantime, you know, our politicians own stocks in the companies that make the equipment and the missiles that we go to war with. So if we made peace, they'd lose their asses financially. They don't want to make peace, and this should have been criminal. If the founders of America would have seen that problem coming, they would have enshrined it into the Constitution. You cannot hold office and own financial interests in a war machine. You can't. Of course you can't. They didn't see it coming, right?
Seems like it would have been a pretty obvious one to add in there.
Pretty fucking obvious. So, you know, voting's not going to fix that. Pickets and marches aren't going to fix that. It's just not. So,
do you think there is a solution or no?
I think that the universe doesn't care if we live or die. And I think that the reason that we've not been visited by aliens yet is because it's every time a civilization reaches this point in their development, they blow themselves up. I think that nobody ever survives their growing pains. I think that it's technological abilities by far outpaces moral development. And so because of that, they end up extinguishing themselves every single time. We're just the next one to go out like a light.
I don't think every time. Probably.
I bet you.
Like, yeah, odds are humanity's not gonna achieve our larger aspirations. But I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of dice that are getting rolled, so to speak.
Sure. And if you listen to someone like Steve Pinker, they're writing books and giving lectures about how the world is improving and we should be optimistic for the future. And a lot of people are like, yeah, tell us more, Steven Pinker. And yeah, you know, like, sure.
That's where I'm at. I just want to hear. I just want to feel good.
Right. So, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I feel good knowing that humanity's not going to live another 50 years. Because that means I don't have to worry about making terrible sacrifices for societies that are going to destroy themselves anyways. I can just be selfish and feel good about it. I can just say, you know what, I'm just going to build up my money and build up the structure of my life in such a way where I'm in a safe place. Because I can't fix...
It's only more of a tragedy if you sacrifice everything only to fail.
Yeah. And I just think that's where the bet's going to be placed for me personally. I'm like, nah. I've already sacrificed.
Know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Right, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And to be honest, all the biggest sacrifices that I've made for other people in my life have been unappreciated. I've been the unsung hero far too many times, and I don't want to be that anymore.
Oh, isn't that the whole history of science? Like all of the greats that we aspire to and revere were like, I mean, a lot of them have pretty shitty lives. Their revelations never got confirmed until years after they died. They lived their whole lives being like mocked for their silly ideas. Right?
A lot of them, but I don't know. I tend to think that most of our heroes were villains. In Jesus, I think he was a villain if he existed. Let me think who else. Gandhi, villain. No, I'm serious. Like,
he was a racist. He had a lot of problems.
Sure, the whole religious movement started because somebody offended his ego, right? And he spent his life trying to chase after ego, trying to find some way to be accepted in society so he could have someone validate him so he could feel good about himself. And he had this religious thinking that was instilled into him by his mother, where if you like fast for long enough, basically try to emotionally blackmail the universe eventually gives in and says, okay, please don't hurt yourself anymore. I'll make it rain. Just don't hurt yourself anymore. Right? That's just emotional blackmail and manipulation is all that is. And a lot of people misunderstand and think that Gandhi was a pacifist. He wasn't. He just was violent against himself and emotionally blackmailed others. So in that way, he was emotionally violent to others. He wasn't a pacifist. He just, there's lots of ways to be violent, and he found some unique ways to be violent. And it looks like pacifism from the outside, just at a casual glance, but it's not, because emotional blackmail is a form of emotional violence, and hurting yourself until you get your way is violence against yourself. That's not pacifism. So,
in that regard, no one's a pacifist, because no one does no harm. Everyone does some harm to someone.
The Jainists do everything they can to try to find balance and not harm.
Yeah, but even they accidentally step on an ant or something.
Pacifist is an ideology. It's not a guarantee. Like, you try your best, and if something gets hurt, then something just does, right? So.
Okay, yeah. Then maybe, do you think maybe he was a pacifist in that sense then, or not at all?
I mean, he hurt himself intentionally, trying to make people feel bad for the fact that he was hurting himself in order to get them to do what he wanted them to do.
But ideologically, he pushed the whole do no harm, peaceful.
Yeah, but fasting to the point where you're injuring yourself is no different than punching yourself in the face repeatedly.
Yeah, and I don't like these ideologies. Like, I think these people are wrong. Like, to be honest with you, I think the Gandhis, the Martin Luther Kings of the world, they represent a form of social marketing rather than any sort of example we should actually try to live by. First off, interpersonally, their stories don't hold up, right? Martin Luther King's the most honorable man, except the fact that he's just fucking cheating on his wife all the time. This is ridiculous. This just wasn't. He was as much a fake ass man of God like everybody else, right? And he just perpetuated the the exploitation of the church and black people by not recognizing the secular, not only the secular values that a lot of that shit is based on, but the secular contributions of the organizations he was working in. It was like putting it all under the Baptist banner rather than the black banner.
Right.
And then on top of,
yeah, he did do that.
And then again, it's just perpetuating this super peaceful, lay down your arms and, you know, we'll all be together, which is not what was realistic and not what happened. And yes, it was nice and great. And yes, anything that inspired white people to recognize the humanity of black people and be less of shitheads is good. But this is not, to me, the type of example we should be celebrating, because again, it's not a good message. It's not a good message to keep telling, you know, abused, victimized people to, you know, do your best to make nice with the people that are oppressing you. And it's, you know, so yeah, I just don't, you know, and again, I'm not gonna shit all over people's peace efforts or whatever, but I do think as skeptics and stuff, we can kind of see that there's a lot of the same toxic love thy enemy Christian messaging there.
Sure, and that's the struggle with warfare in reality is sometimes if you don't make peace, you just die. You just get killed. Like, really, you know, you just go extinct, and sometimes you make peace and then you end up dying anyways. So it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to work out the right way to secure human rights and fix society is not one that solely be peaceful or do harm against X group or such.
Right.
Like it's we need to be so much more nuanced when it comes to evaluating the need for violence and the application of violence and in what circumstances we're willing to do that.
Absolutely.
And it has to rest upon a bigger picture perspective of the goals of humanity and the goals of secular humanist ethics, which we all mostly agree on. It's just the extremists in the right conservative sphere that are warping that whole ideology.
They're not even winning their arguments about it, but they're just pretending like they think they win in the arguments. So it's just like Christian fundamentalists. You can't really reason with them. So best bet is just to try to work around them. You can't work with them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even fighting against people. We're fighting against systems of people and like complex socioeconomic systems.
For sure.
Well, I mean, systems is key too. It's how I see the whole political system and everything else. It's a matter of, you know, if the tides are turning, you need to focus on mechanisms that create mass effect. So that's where marketing comes in. You can't just go to each individual and say, please go vote, and here's who I think you should vote for and why. You've got to like have, you know, major campaigns that reach a whole lot of people all at once. You've got to try to figure out a way to spark paradigm shifts in populations. Otherwise, nothing big's going to happen. So when I look at the way the voting went and how outraged people were and how they had lost steam before it was time to cast their midterm votes, what I'm realizing is that people need to lose more rights. People need to get more outraged than they've been. Because society doesn't change and people don't change until they have to. And not enough people feel like they have to yet.
Too comfy.
And so
the bread and circus.
Yeah, so unfortunately, what's going to happen, the more rights they lose and the quicker they lose them and the more outraged they get, the better humanity is in the long run, because it'll offend enough people, it'll outrage enough people, it'll mobilize enough people to create a paradigm shift.
So we
Until
gotta
then-
join Pinecreek. We gotta become fake right wing nut jobs and really push this thing.
Right.
We've been on the wrong side.
You've been on the wrong side.
We've been on the wrong side.
I mean, but this is
terrifying.
It's too terrifying. This is definitely a thing that is somewhat how I've felt with religion. Like, some of us are just too comfortable in our stalemate with religion in our lives, and so we're not motivated. Like, it's too comfortable with friends and family, right? It's like, yeah, I think they're centering their life on something that's completely not true and is probably one of the most destructive forces, whatever. But I don't really want to feel like, I feel like arguing with my aunt over Easter dinner, so
right.
Yeah, I'll just let it go another year. Right? Like, I mean, it's just
right.
It's just, yeah, I mean, and that's just kind of the vibes, and it's this passive. It's not okay, but it's not okay enough.
Right.
You know, and that's kind of even what I was feeling with this whole Pinecreek thing, to tie it all together. That was really where this was going, is like, when does this dude just become the right wing fuck face that represents our opponents on all of these things, and then we treat them like such, instead of, for some reason, we're just making an excuse for this guy. Right wing play at the right wing play at the right wing play at the right wing play. All right, fuck this dude. Just a fucking right winger. Like, how much more do we need to see?
Mm-hmm.
So I
still like his shorts.
Yeah, again,
I like his little
but
gotchas.
that's the thing, right? You'll come to my church. You'd like my drumming. You gonna keep coming to church just because you like my drumming?
Not me.
You know, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people it's like you gotta ask yourself them questions. And again, I'm not judging somebody who says, yeah, of course, fine, that's your choice. But that is what it is at that point. It's kind of like, I don't watch Fox News, but hey, they put an NFL football game on Fox, I'm gonna watch. You know, hey, it's just, that's how you gotta watch your football. You know, so. You know, and again, I don't think you can escape them choices necessarily, because again, the world is too complex. So we're all in bed with the devil in some way, shape, right? We all make these unholy alliances, these sort of uncomfortable truces, so to speak. It's the same thing with like me and Joe Rogan. I'm not gonna not watch a UFC pay-per-view because Joe Rogan's doing commentary. I'm not gonna not watch a Joe Rogan podcast if he's interviewing somebody, you know, that I want to hear him talk to, like one of his MMA episodes, you know. Right. But of course, he's gone too far with all of his bullshit, and I've literally gone off on his fucking Reddit to, you know, go at his fans about it. So
well, now that we've properly confused our moral foundations, has Joe Rogan made a positive or negative overall impact on humanity?
Negative, fucking negative.
I mean, we're clear about this
because all of the positive stuff is, to me, superficial. It's yes, entertainment, cool laughing, once in a while an interesting celebrity hot take on some weird shit like flotation tanks and weed and things like that. But then when you go to, okay, you take the biggest podcasting platform in the world and turn it into a vehicle of COVID misinformation in the middle of a pandemic, net negative instantly. Because the positives aren't substantive enough, in my opinion, to outweigh the very substantive negatives. It's like O.J. Simpson, like, I don't know that he did whatever, but let's say he did do that. It's like, well, that outweighs the good memories of you playing football.
Oh, he definitely did it. I mean, he definitely did it.
So you mean, you know what I mean? So then it's kind of like, it's like it doesn't matter anymore. You're net murderer, just a murderer who happened to be, like most murderers, something else before they were a murderer.
Yeah.
Everybody was a murderer. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? A lot of motherfuckers that murdered somebody was somebody decent before that, but nevertheless, we
Right,
just
like-
remember them as murderers now.
Yeah, like I'm decent right now, and I haven't gotten around to killing everybody yet. That's just how that works.
Pretty much.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And just enjoy the fact that when I finally show up to do it, I'm going to be talking nice and calm.
Yeah,
No
nice.
rage.
But James, I'm telling you, that's what makes you scary, even to a lot of your, opponents out here. Is the super calm demeanor when you're tearing them up.
Yeah. Yeah. It threw the actor guy in that fake family yesterday. It threw him off. Completely threw him off his game when I didn't lose my cool. So
I want to watch that. Do you want to review that? Are you down to? I don't know if people want to watch that or not.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, am I lagging out?
No, I hear you.
Is Jay lagging out?
I don't think so.
Oh,
He's
no.
here. Yeah, we can, anytime you guys.
Are you down to do that, Jay?
I don't remember what time.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how I get the. Oh, okay. I'm ordering some wings, and I'm like trying to make sure I get the right.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
So yeah, it was over 3 hours when I left. I have no idea how long they went. Probably a while longer. But yeah, I didn't like. When the stream's still playing, the counter doesn't work right. It works backwards or whatever, and so I can't really reliably make a note about when things happen in the stream. So I had to go back and rewatch it on fast forward and write timestamps down, and I just haven't done it. But now that I know it's a fake family, I almost don't care. But it was interesting, me falling for it. That was gloriously lame.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're dealing with ridiculous levels of drama.
Yeah, and I thought it was real.
Maintaining your calm about it. That would be interesting, but I don't know if we need to watch that now. Then.
Yeah. So you feel like they got over on you, James?
Oh, it's funny. They're live right now.
Oh, they've been live for a long time.
Do they do marathon streams?
Yeah, they do.
You want to? Can we just call in? Will they just take you if you just call in real quick? I'm
looking for it. There's a StreamYard.
I mean, you can. A lot of times they'll drop a link, or you can ask for a link and they'll let you in. But
no one's in right now. It's just her.
Who is it? Is it the mom or the daughter?
Grace.
Oh, the pretty fake daughter.
Daughter.
It's hard to understand what would be somebody's motivation for this type of thing.
Content,
make money.
The clout.
They just want to make money. Build the channel, make money.
What do you guys?
Which you have no problem with, James. That's your recommendation.
What do you guys think about buffalo wings made with Cheetos flavor?
I say go for it. You only live twice. Once
good.
now and once when Lena gets a time machine. So
I'll bring you back, James.
Don't bring me back. I don't want to come back.
I'll bring you back just to be like, I took care of everyone else. Shh,
just
sleep,
to prove
my sweet prince, and then I'll stab you.
I'm glad we got all that planned out.
I'll slit my throat and then I'll stab you, and you'll know it's been done.
You have to stab me first. I just think logistically that's the only way that it works.
No, I'll have time to.
You think, but you're gonna.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, don't chance it.
Right.
Kill me first.
So I'm just wondering, do you think we should just roll up in there? So I hear you guys are fake and see what they say.
You can.
Again, I don't think you're gonna get in, but try it.
Even if they get in, I can't see them admitting it. They're gonna joke it off, because they're just really good actors. Holy shit. So.
It'd be pretty funny if we found out it was real.
It can't be real. It's just the more I think about it, I'm just a little bit embarrassed that I thought it was real. Like that's on me though, right? Like I'm not even mad at him about it, but holy shit. I mean,
Look, in hindsight, you're like that. How did I get grifted so badly?
I mean, they didn't get any money from me. There's that, but they got my time, right? And I didn't sleep well at all last night because of how bad I felt for that lady. And then today I realized it was all fake, and I'm like, I'm an idiot.
They got your sweet sympathy.
They got it. They exploited it.
They e-mined it.
They did. That's what I
Damn,
get.
James.
We're out here losing the meme wars.
We are. I mean, I don't really want to go back because I don't want to pretend I think it's real some more. But I also know that if I call it out and like admit that I know that it's not real, that they can't afford to admit that it's not real.
Yeah, that's how I think it's. That's what I think. I think you're right about that, actually.
Yeah. That won't be a welcome thing for them, and they're not gonna, like... I don't know. It just doesn't work. But it is what it is.
Is what it is. Do we want to call in somewhere? I'm kind of feeling like
nah, I want to play cards.
Doing the whole what's LPP up to?
I never go there. I just don't like. I avoid all that shit. Like I don't even go to Skylar's channel anymore, even though I like Skylar, because he's just got too many extremely dysfunctional debate me bro people on there, and I just do not dig that energy at all. So
I feel like you would. I feel you have the capacity to deconstruct it. You just don't have the desire to like you said, deal with that energy.
I don't like the vibe. It runs counter to mine. I kept my cool yesterday in that one guy's channel when I thought it was real, but you know, I did lose my cool that one time with Stephanie Trutton about the vaccination shit on my channel. So, but normally I don't. It's just not a thing.
I'm glad to see he's only getting like he's under 1,000 views per video.
Well, they're new. They're new. They'll end up with one of those 10,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at LPP.
I don't even go to his channel. I couldn't tell you anything.
Let me go back to I am curious.
Like, I've never watched a Darth Dawkins debate. I've never watched an LPP debate. I've never watched. I don't follow Doug's channel at all. My theory about Doug is if it's good enough to be worth being there for, somebody will share the clips around and I'll see it anyways.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but same for the fake family thing. They're pretty small.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Like I don't even go over to Nathan's channel because usually he's cool, right? He's smart and he's on our side of it. But every once in a while, his mental illness gets the best of him, and he becomes toxic. And I'm like, nah, it's not my scene.
Yep. Yeah, this is all very, very interesting. All right, I think I'm gonna end the stream, and then we'll just hang out and gather. Most of the crew is in here. I want to pee and let Sam out. I ordered some food, so. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out and gather. We can have fun, do whatever the hell we want to do, and appreciate everybody for watching the stream. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe. We're on our way to 400 subs. We're at 371, so appreciate everybody, and we will see the rest of you tomorrow. In the name of the Darwin Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all.